Peace, family. I hope all is well. I hope your hump day went well or is going well. Do me a favor, hit the like button again. Please hit the like button. That is your price for admission. Again, hitting that like button is your price for admission. Just please hit the like button, share, and subscribe. We will open up the lines here in about 30 minutes, give or take. We will open up the lines. I really don't like getting into the well, I don't say celebrity. Well, he was kind of a celebrity to the conscious community. And there are people out there saying, in fact, somebody in the chat room is saying Polite isn't conscious, hence not a member of the conscious community. Oh no, Polite was definitely a member of the conscious community. I don't care how pseudo he was. It's like the more pseudo you are these days, again, the more pseudo you are these days, the more um, welcomed you are into the so-called conscious community. That's just the way it is. But Brother Polite was sentenced today to 7 years in prison. And here we go. Lumumba just had this pull up. Oh man, here we go. Here we go. Here comes Lumumba. Here he comes. Lumumba, we're gonna deal with you later. We're not gonna be distracted by you today, Lumumba. Again, we will not be distracted by you, delusional Ohio State Buckeye fans today. Okay, it's not gonna happen. All right, UGA, go dogs. But again, Brother Polite was sentenced to 7 years in prison, 10 years of probation for touching underage girls. Okay. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna listen to the the sentencing. I have the audio of that. We'll listen to that, and then I have some questions. All right, some sincere questions, because I don't. There's certain things I just don't understand, and I would love for a woman to call in. All right, yes, Brother Polite is a monster. All right, what he did was disgusting, but events leading up to that, like, I would love for a sister to call in and just explain some things from a woman's point of view, i.e., why would you allow your daughter to go to a club? Why would you allow your underage daughter go to a club with a grown man? Like, it's certain things I just don't get. But if someone can explain the logic behind that, it doesn't have to be a woman. It could be he tricked the mom. But even then, like, before we listen to the court audio, I'm gonna share a story with you guys. So I would say about 3 years ago, I got into a disagreement. We'll say he lied about the club. Okay, so what was it? How did they end up in a hotel room? That's my question. Because it happened in a whole. It just sounds disgusting, even discussing the details. All right, that even sounds disgusting. Like, can somebody somewhat explain how? Okay, she didn't allow her daughter to go to the club with Polite. Actually, Polite lied to her and said they were going to the hotel lobby store. But even then, okay, even if okay, this is my question. All right, this is where I get confused, and I'm listening to allegedly he brought her to the hotel after the club. I think the club was closed, but he was alone with her in a hotel room. Am I right or wrong? Someone help me out. Was he alone with her in the under? It just sounds disgusting. This rolling out of my mouth, like, it just sounds disgusting. Was he alone with her in a hotel room? And I'm asking, he wasn't supposed to leave out the hotel with her. Okay, let me, before we play the audio. So about 3 years back, I got into a disagreement, let's say argument, disagreement with my mother about 3 or 4 years ago. And so I thought I was right. Okay. In fact, I still think I, I was right. Me personally, I believe I was right. Okay. So I called a close friend of mine. I called a close friend of mine and I was like, listen, I got into a disagreement with my mom. This is what happened. I know I'm right. Even though he didn't hear her side of the story, I'm like, this is my side of the story. I know I'm right. This is what he responded. This is how he responded. Take vacation pictures without the mom. Okay, see, this is where I get confused at. All right. And I know people are raised differently. All right. So I have empathy. I understand people are raised differently. So when I called my friend, I said, hey, I got into a disagreement with my mom. You know, we're bumping heads. What should I do? Because she's not trying to hear my side of the story. You know I'm right, but what should I do? This was his exact response. He said, Dinus, has your mom ever smoked crack in front of you? I said, no. He then said, Dinus, has your mom ever brought weird or strange men around you? I said, no. He said, you need to call your mom and apologize. I don't care if you feel you're right. You need to call your mom and apologize. I'm not shifting the blame. He said, you need to call your mom and apologize. Again, he said, Dinus, did your mom ever smoke crack in front of you? I said, no. Did your mom ever leave you? Or I'm sorry. Did your mom ever bring random, strange men into your home who stayed the night? Just had a bunch of just random men around you in your home. I said no. So you need to call and apologize to her. I'm just trying to figure out who would. Somebody said go take vacation pictures. Like women with children, especially daughters. Like when you screen these men, like how does the screening process work? Like how do you feel comfortable with a guy who defends Dr. York? Yeah, and let me be honest up front. I used to be a Nawabian. Dr. York did that. The evidence, he did that. But for a guy who continues to defend Dr. York, a guy who is pseudo as can be, how do you allow your daughter to be alone with a guy like that? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Guys, I'll open up the lines. But even then, go downstairs to get some food with Brother Polight. Something, guys, something still isn't miss. Something is still missing and not adding up to this story. His story was the mom and daughter got into an argument and he was taking the daughter to cool off. Guys, this story ain't okay. We know that Brother Polight is a pedo. Like, we know that. But the events leading up to this sounds disgusting if it's coming out of my mouth. Leading up to him being a pedo, it ain't adding up. Because I'm reading these comments in the chat room. And what the mom is saying, like, somebody's lying. We know for a fact that Brother Polight is a pedo. He's a pedo. But leading up to that, something ain't right. It just don't sound right. The mom just thought that he was taking her downstairs to get some food, but goes to a club. Let me ask you, in fact, let's listen to the court audio. Let's just listen to the court audio. Let's listen to the court audio. But you just got to be careful in regards to the company that you allow your children around, especially women with daughters. Listen, there are some sick individuals out here. There are some sick individuals out here, especially in this so-called conscious community. Sick as hell. And I'm trying to think of the mindset of someone that will allow an adult male that's not a uncle. And we don't know the relationship really between Polight and the woman. We don't like who. Again, we have to be more discerning in regards to, especially women with children, the men that you allow in the same space with your daughters. But let's play the court audio.
Your full name and date of birth.
Michael Eugene Jr., August 10th, 1983.
All right, thank you. You were originally charged under case number F21-14438 with the following charges: lewd and lascivious molestation on a child, a second-degree felony, punishable by up to 15 years state prison. Count 2 was lewd and lascivious molestation on a child, 12 to 16 years, a second-degree felony, punishable by up to 15 years state prison. Lewd and lascivious conduct on a child under 16 by a defendant 18 or over, a second-degree felony, punishable by up to 15 years state prison. Count 4, lewd and lascivious exhibition on a child under 16 years, defendant over 18, a second-degree felony, punishable by up to 15 years state prison. And contributing to the dependency of a child, a first-degree misdemeanor, punishable by up to 1 year in jail. And then count 6 is interference with custody, a third-degree felony, punishable by up to 5 years state prison. The state has now filed an amended information today, charging you with the following: aggravated child abuse, great bodily harm, a first-degree felony, punishable by up to 30 years state prison. Count 2 is aggravated child abuse, great bodily harm, a first-degree felony, punishable by up to 30 years state prison. And contributing to the dependency of a child, a first-degree misdemeanor, punishable by up to 1 year in jail. It is my understanding that you wish to plead guilty to this new information. You would be adjudicated guilty, and your sentence has been memorialized in a 4-page plea agreement by up to 5 years state prison. The state has now filed an amended information today, charging you with the following: aggravated child abuse, great bodily harm, a first-degree felony punishable by up to 30 years state prison. Count 2 is aggravated child abuse, great bodily harm, a first-degree felony punishable by up to 30 years state prison, and contributing to the delinquency, dependency of a child, a first-degree misdemeanor punishable by up to 1 year in jail. It is my understanding that you wish to plead guilty to this new information. You would be adjudicated guilty, and your sentence has been memorialized in a 4-page plea agreement. Did you have the opportunity to go over this plea agreement with your lawyer?
Yes.
Okay. I do need the defendant to initial each page because there are not initials on these pages. Let me know when it's done.
So you heard what he's pleading guilty to. He can't say no foolishness. So he lied to Sonnet and them. He lied. That's why he don't want y'all to hear it, family. You see the scam? You see the flim-flam, the Brooklyn magic? He don't want y'all to hear that he pleaded guilty to this nasty shit.
Nowak, that you have gone over this plea agreement with your lawyer, and I want to go over it with you, not each and every aspect of it, but the major components of the plea agreement. But what I am going to ask is for the states to tell me the general terms of the plea agreement, and then we will go into the details on the contract. Go ahead.
Your Honor, the plea agreement includes an adjudication, 7 years of state prison, followed by 10 years of reporting probation. As a condition of probation, the defendant will...
When you say 10 years probation. 10
years reporting probation.
Okay.
The defendant will complete the MDSO program. The defendant will not be allowed to have unsupervised contact with children. The defendant will have specific terms regarding where he may work and the ability to wear a uniform. There are additional terms of restitution, of which $5,000 has been agreed to be paid upfront within 24 hours, mailed to the to the victim, and additional restitution to be paid out on a monthly basis once he is out of custody. And that monthly amount is highlighted in the written terms of the plea agreement. Additionally, there will be a stay-away order from victim TS and her mother, which is also mentioned in the plea agreement.
What is the total amount of the restitution?
Wait.
The total amount of restitution is $25,000.
Okay. All right.
Probation of the $5,000 being paid?
Yes, Your Honor. Okay. All right. Okay, so Mr. Nowak, the terms of the plea agreement are as what the prosecutor just stated, that you are going to be entering a plea of guilty to the 2 counts of aggravated child abuse and 1 count of contributing to the delinquency of a minor. You will be adjudicated guilty, which is a criminal conviction on your record. Do you also understand, sir, that by entering into this plea that it may subject you to involuntary civil commitment proceedings set forth in Florida statutes 394.910 through 394.931? Do you understand everything that I've said thus far?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I want to also advise you, sir, that you are going to be sentenced to 7 years in state prison, to be followed by 10 years of reporting probation. In addition to any of these special conditions of probation, you will also participate in and successfully complete a mentally disordered sex offender treatment program, that you are also not eligible. Okay, you may, according to the state, you may be eligible for early termination if all of the conditions of your probation have been completed, that you have had no violations of your probation, and that you have not been arrested for any other criminal offense. Is that correct, Steve?
And to clarify, the terms stated in 5 is there is no prohibition on early termination. However, there is a requirement that any modification to this agreement be agreed by the state and the court.
Okay. All right, sir. Now, with respect to this plea agreement, I have on each page next to defendant's initials MN, did you in fact affix those initials to each page?
I did.
And have you reviewed each and every component of this plea agreement going through page 1 and through page 4?
I have.
Now it says on page 4, having read the above mentioned terms of this plea agreement and having been advised by my counsel, David Terrace, I, Michael Noak, freely and voluntarily enter into this plea agreement and agree to abide by all terms and conditions of this plea agreement, and agree that failure to comply with any terms or conditions within this agreement constitutes a violation of probation and subjects me to be sentenced to the statutory maximum penalties provided by law for the crimes for which I am now pleading guilty. And then it has a signature over the name Michael Noak. Is that in fact your signature, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I am now going to place my signature on this plea agreement, in that I am now going to be ratifying.
All right, so I play.
All right, I'm gonna put the link in the chat room. Again, I'm gonna put the link in the chat room. If you guys want to call in and add to the conversation, you can. Again, I'm gonna put the link in the chat room. If you want to call in and add to the convo, you can. But again, my question is, women, single mothers with daughters, okay, at what stage or how does the screening process work? At what stage do you allow a man to be alone that's not the biological father or a family member who's been around your daughter? At what age or what stage do you allow? I don't care if it's to walk around a corner. I don't care if it's to get in the car and drive to McDonald's. I don't care if it's, listen, we just running the errand, we coming right back. At what age do you, how does the screening process work? At what age do you allow your daughter to be alone with someone like Brother Polight? And Brother Polight is a monster. Listen, he's a monster. But again, I'm just asking a question. Guys, links in the chat room. If you want to call in after the conversation, click on the link. Again, link is in the chat room. If you want to call in and add to the conversation, please click on the link. And listen, there have been examples of where it's the other way around. And what do I mean by that? Where the man, where the stepdad, where the boyfriend was wrongfully accused of molestation. So it goes both ways. Again, it goes both ways. Again, there have been men who have been in relationships with women, with daughters, who have been wrongfully accused. And then, of course, there's a situation like Brother Polight, like we have today, who's a man who was in this. I don't know what Brother Polight going on, but he's a monster. He molested this lady's daughter, and he's serving time like he's supposed to. Simp Police, go ahead, brother.
Hey man, first of all, I want to make sure you can hear me good. I'm on another phone. I want to make sure.
Oh man, it's you got the Obama phone, bro. The Obama phone that they be selling in front of Kroger and a Dollar General. You on that phone?
Bad?
Yeah, where your iPhone at?
Oh man, this is the S23, bro. Good Lord. Hold on, let me plug my earpiece in. I'm gonna plug my earpiece in. Hold on.
Yeah, that's that Obama phone. Nah, but we're dealing with Polight situation right now. I understand there's predators everywhere, but we're dealing with this situation. Here we go. Dynas, same question for you, Dynas. You have a son. How would you gauge this? So how I gauge it, so me and Mansa's mom, right? Me and Mansa's mom, we determine who we leave. We agree. All right, number one. That's number one. Me and Mansa's mom, we agree, all right, and screen who we're going to allow Massa to be alone with or be with. Me and his mom. See, that's another factor. Where's the daughter's father, biological father? It's a lot. Let's bring Kala on. Hey, go ahead, Kala.
Yeah, what's going on, Diane, man? Welcome back. What's up, Sim Police? Yeah,
Yeah, I had to mute him. His whatchamacallit, his Obama phone is acting up.
I'm in my car. You know how it goes, right? But check this out. My whole thing is about this play. I'm already seeing Negro splaining. Well, the court system, and I'm fucking at the point where I'm just tired of the Negroology, the niggerism, and everything. This is why I say when we have these gender wars and stuff like that, it's hard to defend. Even though I'm pro black man and everything, it's hard to defend black men. Where it should be black men that should be outraged, saying, "We're distancing ourselves from this guy. This guy's discussing everything." Everybody want to talk about the criminal justice system, how things are unfair, and all this stuff like this. We just heard the guy pleaded guilty, and the reason why he pleaded guilty is because he knows he was probably facing over like 50 to 100 years in jail. You don't know what kind of deal he made to get that low sentence. 7 years is a friggin' gift. That's a gift. Rape of a minor, yeah, usually that's 30 to 60 years. I've seen that case. So what did he have to tell the people? And he said he's willing to snitch on anybody. I'm willing to cooperate with the feds. In 7 years, they might bring this guy out and say, we got plans for you in the future, Polight, right? To come out, reinvent yourself or not, and lead Negroes into some other kind of stuff like that, to spy on the black community. You know? So I don't buy this crap. So he's up to something with all this. But the bottom line is that I don't have any respect for any black man who'll sit up here and say something like, oh, the criminal justice system and all stuff like that. A man just keep his hands off young children. If we can't do that, then we have nothing to talk about. That girl was a child, 14 years old. Don't give me that she's fast, anything like that. You have to be a man. And no man puts his hand on a young child and then preyed on the girl. And then was caught with his own semen. Because he was just so arrogant, he thought he could get away with it. He thought he was going to have the support in the community. But he was dead wrong. So I want to hear what everybody else has to say.
Hey,
Sim, you with us, Sim?
Does it still
Yeah,
sound
Sim,
bad?
it still sound bad. It's crackling.
It got like some popping to it.
Yeah, it got the popping noise. It's crackling.
Oh man, that's what it is then. All right, I ain't gonna stay on for that then. All right, bro.
Okay. Hey, go ahead, Alan.
Yeah, I don't understand how people can go ahead and defend this. There's nothing to defend. He was caught red-handed, and he admitted to the crime by taking the plea because he knew he was going to get decades in prison for what he did. So I don't think anybody wants it to be true, but it's true, and you just have to accept it for what it is. He did what they accused him of doing. He admits to doing what they accused him of doing. And all this conspiratorial nonsense I see in the comment section where people are saying about a criminal justice system and all this is that. Sure, but you don't make it easy on the system to set you to put you down if you by being caught red-handed with a 14-year-old. And you're this is the daughter of your girlfriend. This isn't some girl you met out or something like that. You knew exactly.
Alan, do you have a daughter?
I do have 2 daughters.
Okay, so your ex-wife.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm not putting your business out. I'm sorry.
No, no, it's fine.
Okay, your ex-wife. Is she seeing somebody else?
Not right this moment, no.
Okay, so you find out that. I mean, how does that work? Like, okay, she starts dating somebody else. He moves into the home. Like, how does that work?
That's a tough one. You're going to have to make your presence known, and my plan is to make my presence known and insist upon meeting this guy, and going from there. But unfortunately, a lot of these young girls are unprotected because the mother, for whatever reason, doesn't have any relationship with the father, and the father's not involved. And it appears that's what happened here. and you know, he's taking her off to clubs and underage drinking, and
Yeah, he knew that. He knew it.
and
He was grooming her.
yeah, he was showing her how fun he was, and you know, it's again, nobody wanted to believe that Polight was doing this
I
kind of
believed
stuff,
it. I believed it.
but at the
Alan,
end
let me
of the
say this.
day,
We cut right in here, Alan.
yeah.
Now, after all the years of listening to Polight, right? When he gets up and says something like, I like white women now because they made my dark skin feel beautiful and everything. After being in the years of the conscious community, how could anybody listen to anything this guy was saying and take him seriously? He was all over the place.
Well, I never listened to Polight because I recognized him for what he was. He's a New York hustler. I know exactly. I
Yeah,
know
let's
that
not
character.
insult New York people. Come on.
Man,
But
I grew up in New York.
what part of New York?
I'm way upstate.
Oh, you're what part of upstate?
I grew up in Rochester, lived
Oh,
in
that's
Buffalo.
way up. That's Canada.
Way, yeah, pretty much
Yeah,
Canada.
upstate, man. I say upstate. I'm talking about the Mid Hudson Valley,
Yeah,
and Binghamton and stuff like that. That's you're Canada, man. You know?
yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
But no, he's a hustler though. He's a fast talking, hustling dude, and I never liked him. Nothing about him appealed to me, or maybe want to listen to anything he had to say.
Hey,
So
Alan, finish. Go ahead and finish, Alan. I got to ask Lumumba about
no,
that.
it's just nothing about him appealed to me and made me want to listen to anything he really had to say. I never really bought his conscious acts. I just never bought into him. You know, I knew of him, but I never bought into him. So, you know, that was always my opinion. So I don't understand how people could sit and listen to him because I never did.
Hey, Lumumba, let me ask you a question, Lumumba. You are educated. You're on your way to being a doctor, like a doctor.
Yes, sir.
Why is the community drawn to like pseudo stuff like Polight and all this other stuff, Lumumba, versus, you know, the books you got
behind me, right? Well,
right.
I appreciate the question. I would preface by saying this is simply my opinion. It's not something that's fact-based. It's simply an opinion. And I would draw the parallel regarding the Black church, right? The Black church, typically Black church that have the largest congregants are churches that have charismatic leaders. Irrespective of their substance in their ministry, people typically want to be involved with individuals who are what? Charismatic, right? And could draw people. Also, I would argue part of this, I think, is due to the culture, not only in America, but also in the African-American community, of anti-intellectualism, right? So we like the feel-good history, the feel-good gospel, rather than, you know, the type of information that really gets down in our bones and really pushes us to actually do better. But I think Kyle Genesis stated, I think you asked the question, are you surprised? So I would answer the question, right? No, I have a philosophy. And my philosophy, and I'm a father, by the way, you know this, right? My daughter always trying to jump in every now and then when I'm doing the show. You know, she's 13, she's a teenager. My philosophy is this, and y'all might want to sit down and strap on, put your seatbelts on, right? My philosophy is this: any man that seeks to be in a relationship with a woman who has children is a simp or a pedophile. That's my philosophy. Literally. And I'm saying this, I have a close family member who engaged in pedophilia. We talked about this offline. He's doing 15 years in prison. And when he informed me of this, I almost went chitty chitty bang bang on him. Literally. Right? And this was someone I looked up to when I was a child. So I would argue anytime, and here's the other issue. We know that oftentimes, and there was a book on Amazon that was banned and taken off Amazon years ago, in which pedophiles were writing about, if you are a pedophile, you should seek out relationships with women that are what? Single mothers. Easy access. So what Brother Allen stated is, hey, if there's you dating someone, this man needs to come see me. Oftentimes, unfortunately, and we find this not only in the Black community, but just overall in America, women who have children, they have custody, say, I can do whatever I want, I don't have to listen to you. And they start putting their children in precarious situations around individuals that unsavory in character that they shouldn't be around, and these type of things happen. I would even question the mother and say, what in the H-double hockey were you thinking? What were you doing to even allow your child to be going to the club and underage drinking and all these type of things? That was grooming. He was grooming that young lady.
But Lumumba, so I'm gonna bring Okufa on, Brother Andrew. I'm gonna bring him on. But so I guess during the trial or whatever, or there wasn't a trial, he pleaded. during the sentencing, she said that I guess whatever the plan was, the mother said the plan was for Brother Polight just to take the daughter downstairs to the hotel lobby.
What? I'm not following.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like something's not adding up. Like, so I guess the plan was so I'm hearing that she and the mother and the daughter got into an argument, I think, and Brother Polight was like, listen, I'll take her downstairs to cool off, and she said okay. Or then I'm reading that she told Brother Polight to take her to get some food in the hotel lobby, and they end up in another hotel. Something's just not adding up.
And so, and here's the thing with me, and I had a conversation with my daughter about this when she was very young, but of course she's coming of age now, so on and so forth. And I tell her, anytime a grown-up, male or female, seeks to befriend you, they typically have nefarious intentions, because grown-ups have no business trying to be friends with children. That's just my position, right? So, and he's a chomo now, and he might not make it out of prison a good witness. He should have got 77,000 years rather than just 7. That's my take. I have no love or sympathy for individuals who are pedophiles. And so somebody says Eshore, ENT, Lumumba Howard's a man, they simp or pedophile because they dated a woman with children. What we find is oftentimes the number one cause of child sexual abuse is what? The woman bringing a man into the home. That's number one. The second highest cause of child sexual abuse in America are what? Religious institutions. Right? And we can talk about what the grooming that takes place from a so-called what? Spiritual standpoint, where they're trying to spiritually mentor these young men and women. It's a whole nother conversation. So I have a numerous conversation with brothers and sisters about what's taking place in religious institutions. But in terms of this situation, absolutely, the number one cause or progenitor of child sexual abuse in America is the woman bringing a man into the home. And OHIO, I saw you talking slick when you first started.
Hey man, where's my magazine? Hold on, look at my magazine.
And you can do all of that, family, just very quickly.
Look at my magazine right here. Look at my magazine right here. You know what time it is.
But listen,
you know what time
Dinus can do all of that. But Dinus, tell your followers how you're ducking me. Tell your followers how you're ducking me. We were supposed to be and get in the weight room, but you ain't about that life. We were supposed to be and get in the weight room. You know what I mean? But since you a light heavyweight, why are you
changing the subject, Lamou?
Okay, we can stay on task. We can stay on task, brother. I do apologize. I just want your followers to know that you ducking me. You know what I'm saying? You ducking me like you Mayweather and I'm Pacquiao, but it's all good.
All right, Akufa, go ahead, man.
Yeah, if you remember, Brother Polight defended his spiritual father, Dr. Malachi Z. York.
Yeah.
What?
When he interviewed one of his victims.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, he defended him.
He didn't know that?
No, because I don't follow him. I thought I never took him serious. So I never interest to listen to what he had to say. But Malachi York is in federal prison, right?
He is.
Abusing children.
Right.
And Dr. Malachi Z. York also copped a plea deal as well.
So that means that they had a mountain of evidence.
Oh, definitely. They almost had Dinus up there to testimony, you know.
Oh, what's that? I mean, I could believe that. Can you know, Sexy Red is Dinah's ex, so that's kind of believable. Yeah, that's kind of believable. I saw you. He deleted the picture from Facebook, but he had a picture of her, and you know how you could like put a picture on Instagram where it plays a song. He was playing "Booed Up" by LMA with a picture of Sexy Red. That was like 2018. Don't cap before she blew up.
Funny, man.
Yeah, so if anyone defends a pedophile and a convicted pedophile like that, that's a real red flag right there, huge red flag.
Absolutely.
Well, he's a rapist. You know, and that's essentially what it is. I think we should call it what it is.
I think it's both.
He's a rapist.
Yes. Unbelievable, man. He's going to get his just desserts. I would hope so. And he's not going to say these type of things, but
just to be transparent, at one time I was a Nawapian as well, but what he did, what Dr. York did was, yeah, I mean, I ain't no defending that.
Wow.
Well, I was a Nawabian too, and so I was.
Where are you? Where? Rahu Bat.
Rahu Bat.
Wait. Very quickly, can you kind of break down what Nuwabians are? I've done some cursory reading, but if you could kind of give me just briefly, maybe a little more detailed, in depth.
All is the one. One is the all.
Hold on, Star. Are you were you AEO or when did you? Where were you? Well, Nuwapi was AEO. That's because he started in New York, but I was at Surallah with the with Muslim, and then he went Hebrew Israelite. Then when he got to Eaton, Georgia, that's when the Egyptian. And that's when I found out about it when he came to, because he set up shop in Athens when I was at UGA, and they were building like
I'm familiar with that. Yeah,
they were building like some of the Egyptian structures in Athens, and then he got.
Well, I was living in a totally different state when I learned about Nuwabu, and of course I had all the books. I had books from the 70s, 80s. Because I got into Nuwabu probably in the late 80s, and I ended up moving here to Georgia, and that's the only type of interaction that I had with the Nuwabians, other than my ex-mother-in-law and my daughter's father were from Trinidad, and he went to Trinidad and he lived there, and he brought a bunch of Trinidadians here to the States, and they all lived up in New York. So my daughter's father grew up in Nuwabu. And the thing about it is that you asked, why would any woman allow their child to be alone with these predators?
Yes.
And Don asked, you probably know the answer, but I'm just going to go ahead and put it out there. A lot of these women, they worship these men so much. They put these men on a pedestal. To them, these men tell everyone that they are God incarnate, and they channel beings like Melchizedek and Gabriel and all of those others. So these women worship them, and actually for them, it's an honor for their children to be quote unquote chosen and picked by these men. People turn a blind eye. And and everyone's entitled to their opinion. I'm looking through the comments, and people are always going to support Dr. York. They're going to say he didn't do what he did. They're going to say Polight didn't do what he did. Even though you have these people saying, well, I'm Melchizedek incarnate. They're channeling all these beings and whatnot. Okay, so you mean to tell me you're doing all this, so then why don't you elevate your ass out of jail? You're sitting in jail behind bars just like everybody else, but you can't channel your ass out of there. I mean, you claim everyone saw you elevate, so elevate out that cell. And these women, they don't mind their children having sex with them, because you know what? Because that puts them closer to these men. They feel special about it. These people, I mean, I'm not talking bad about them, but a lot of them don't have anything. They didn't come from anything. And this is the one thing that gives them self-esteem. So, they don't care.
If I could, sister, we see that same type of mindset that you just discussed, even in some of the Mormon cults, right? Where they have sister wives and everything like that. And a lot of times these sister wives are underage young girls who have, and they don't come out present. They don't go public with the actual relationship until they've come of age legally. So yeah, I think you're spot on there, sister. I really do.
Yeah, I know, because like when I land, like I said, my mother-in-law, they were with them from the 70s. So, she told me, she said, she introduced me to a girl. She said, this is, they call him Baba. She said, this is Baba's stepdaughter. Okay. Next thing you know, I see the girl, she's carrying a baby. And then she says, this is Baba's child. And I said, I mean, my brain just went nuts. I was like, what's going on? And I said, Umi, I said, she had a baby with Dr. York? She said, yeah. And then I said, but I thought you said that was his daughter. And she said, yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. They are so programmed. Yes, I went through Nuwabu, but you know, it's like, are you going to use it for good or are you going to use it for bad? Because you can either get into it and then you can stay stuck, or you can get in there, learn what you need to learn, elevate, and get out. And these people, they went in and they got stuck.
Hey, let me, Asada, go ahead and unmute yourself, Asada.
Peace, everybody. So this is my first time being on here. I want to say real quick to you, brother Prince Amir. I've been watching your videos for a couple of years now, so I really appreciate your content. I was actually driving home from work. I'm actually a hospice social worker. I've been following this story about Brother Polight now for, since the very beginning. I will say that when I first saw him, came into contact with who he was and all of that, he was always a little suspect to me, just to be straight up. He did come across as one of those people that wanted people to kind of like look up to him, worship him. He had all the knowledge and all of that. I wanted to speak to this situation with this little girl. I was once a 14-year-old girl taken into kind of like a cultic environment. And a lot of times these women do worship these. I'm talking about even in church. I grew up in Pentecostal holiness. So where the preacher,
so did I. So I know what you're talking about.
Right.
I grew up in a Pentecostal church.
And I have a brother that we became really good friends. I grew up singing in his quartet group, knowing that he liked young girls, like knowing that he liked, everybody knew that. Like I was one of those young girls that had a crush on him, but I did not want to accept the fact that he was really sleeping with the other sisters in the quartet group, the young girls. Years passed.
Okay, you said, okay, sorry. Did you say young girls? So he was
young
older?
girls.
So
he was older. Like when we were like 12 and 13, he was like 21. Right.
Oh,
he had a quartet full of, he would recruit young girls in the church that could sing. So I was one of those girls, and he would recruit us and we joined the group. And then slowly you want to be the favorite. So you would notice whoever was the leading all the songs, that's who he was sleeping with. We started to kind of figure that out as time went on. So let's fast forward 20 years. He gets busted out. I'm sitting at home one day, I'm on YouTube. He's busted out on YouTube. He has a church in Dallas, Texas. He's slept with all the young girls that was in the church, at his church. The women were leaving Arkansas. I'm from Arkansas original. They were leaving there, going to Dallas to be a part of his ministry. What was really happening in the ministry, they were taking their young daughters and they were basically letting him be with their daughters until one girl busted all out, said that she had kids by this man. To this day, the mothers are saying that never happened, that their daughter was lying. The children all the boys look just like him. And because I knew him personally, I called him and I said, "Is this true, Apostle so-and-so?" I would say his name. I won't say it so bad. I ain't gonna do it. Is this true? Did you? And he said, "Nah, sister, they got me messed up and I would never do that." And I said to him, I said, "But you tried me one time." He told me that if I slept with him, the Holy Ghost would fill me. And because I grew up biblical, I told him, well, the Bible said the spirit and the flesh are at war against one another. So how are we going to get to a place in the flesh and the spirit? And he kicked me out of the group, stopped talking to me, told people that I wasn't saved. I ain't no God. It was hilarious because, I had some sex. So I thought it was just the funniest shit. And I told everybody, I said, he took me on a ride, and that's what he would do. He'd take you, like after we go sing somewhere, he'd take you off, you go on a ride. He tell you this story about the Lord. He tell you how you want to be close to the Lord. Then he trying to sleep with you. I was 15. I remember this like was yesterday. This happened so many times to me as a young girl in the church. I'm talking about powerful evangelists. And if I say their names, you would know them even if you ain't in church, would take us off, try to sleep with us. And then when you fight back and say, "Oh, this happened to me," then you was the devil. You didn't know God. So it's very interesting. So when I saw Polight, I saw that same spirit on this dude. Like, I mean, he's unattractive, brother. So, I mean, he had to have something to go with that. And then the fact that he was intelligent. See, women fall for that. They have this God. They want God. So if they see God in a man, especially a black man, they going. So, but this situation with Polight and this sister, he was dealing with that mother. The mother, had a thing for him. So she trusted him like an uncle or something like that. And she let her daughter leave with him, trusting him. And he did that. I mean, brother did that. I was disappointed, but I honestly didn't expect nothing less of him. I didn't. When I heard it, I said, it's only a matter of time. I hope they burn his ass up. I wanted them to get him so bad. I went online, did videos. Yeah. It's sad. It's sad that when people fall for this, and it happens to our people all the time. And I put in the chat, Antizaki Sean gay, does anybody hear black girls cry? That was one of the last lines in her play. Does anybody hear black girls cry? And I think that regardless of what happened, he had an obligation as a man not to sleep with somebody's child. Like, at the end of the day, he out of line. And if I saw him, I would slap him repeatedly until his lips clatter together.
And how old is he?
Who, Brother Polight?
38, 30, 39, maybe 40. He might be 40. He's middle age. He's late 30s, early 40s.
He's old enough.
Yeah.
And it's like the fact that he has so many women to choose from. The fact that he just had to have this child, right? You had all these women to choose from, but you have to have this child.
I saw a picture of the mother. She was good looking.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
very pretty.
The mom was good looking. Like, you got her. She was good looking.
Yeah. And Sister Asada, I've had numerous conversations with sisters as who grew up in church, particularly Pentecostal, the holy roller, speaking in tongues, fire baptized, Lord, I'm running, trying to make 199 and a half won't do. And they've all shared with me situations in which when they were coming of age and developing, how they would be hit on by the pastors and the deacons and the ministers, etc. And they get a little hug, and next thing you know, they're getting hugs where they're being groped. I've had them tell me this type of stuff. In fact, I taught this morning. I had to teach this morning. And so when I'm leaving class, I run into one of my former students, a young lady. So she went to give me a hug. I said, no. I shook her hand.
Right.
Like, we're going to make sure there's no type of, no even an inference of impropriety on my part. Right. I was like, no, shake my hand. Right. But just blows my mind, man.
Yeah.
That's why I just don't trust. Yeah, I don't trust.
And it develops in you as a young person, as a young woman, the inability to trust, the inability to want to be a part of organized situations. Even as I got older and I joined the Nation of Islam, I was very leery of the brothers in the nation. When they would say, oh, we're going to send an escort to go with you to go home, I didn't trust any of that. It just develops that, because when you're in church and Pentecostals, of course, the pastor is the man of God, right? If you come out of that unscathed, and you come out of that with a sense of who you are and the ability to discern right and wrong, then you are a pretty strong person, because you can be indoctrinated to a point where you do not say anything to anybody. And because I was the outspoken girl, I was often sat down, like in a holiness church. If you do something wrong, they sit you down. You can't sing, you can't do anything. And I know so many women that are still damaged from that as adults, that don't function well in their relationships with their husbands, that if they're still a part of that, they're still kind of under that mentality. They tell you who to marry, they tell you who to date. I had one preacher,
even if you just question things, it's problematic.
Right. And I had a pastor that he would pick who you dated, and if they felt like you and this person would make a good couple, they would shut that down. They would shut it down. And I have a good friend. His parents were pastors, and so we talk a lot about that, and how his first 3 wives were picked for him. He cheated every time, until he was in his 30s, and he just said, I'm walking away because I want to have my own life. But it's easy for people to be indoctrinated, especially if you're looking for God. But if you don't find that within yourself, you will be lost and you'll get caught up. It's not easy. And I grew up in the deep South, Arkansas, and I've seen this so many times, and it's still happening. And the beauty of it all is that it's all coming out. It's blowing up because people aren't being quiet, and I love it. I'm a whistleblower. I will tell on a preacher in a minute. Don't take your daughter over there. He gonna smash. Don't go there. You better be careful. I will tell you straight up. They know it.
Let me pass it to Brother Kansu, then I'll pass it back to you, Okufa. Brother Consul, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Greetings, or shall I say Rahubat to the panel.
Rahubat.
Can you hear me clearly?
Loud and clear.
Okay. The only reason I'm calling in, and let me say, I'm a big fan of your show. I had no idea you was an ex-Nubian. I had no idea, but I love your show, and I'm still gonna continue to love your show, even though I am a Nubian. But as far as Brother Polight is concerned, I will say it is a sad travesty A lot of people call his teaching pseudo. I seem to think he was a pretty good teacher. But I think it was a sad travesty.
Bro, if I could ask a question, man, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can I ask one question? You said, okay, what is a correction status?
Correction status?
Yeah, he was charging people for correction statuses.
Oh yeah, I don't. That's something. I think that's something to do with the UCC or something like that.
Yeah, but what is that? You said like you don't think his teachers are pseudo. What is like?
Well,
I
as
see
far as that, I
peddling
do.
so much.
I thought you meant
Go
like
ahead, finish. Go ahead.
Kemet and stuff.
Okay, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no. Now I know people personally that say they've been scammed by him. I mean, I know personal people, that have attested to that. So, but I was speaking of more of his teachings more towards like history and Kemet, Nubia, and stuff like that. Anyway, I think it's a travesty. I'm not the type to harp on another person's demise, especially a person of African descent. Irregardless of the situation, if the man is guilty of what he did, then justice has been served. But I did notice him start to change a lot when he was separated or disassociated or whatever, excommunicated or just left from the Nawapian community, then went out on his own, then started to gain a little more success, and then Floyd Mayweather and all the celebrities, and I started to see he was taking a shift towards more the limelight. But nevertheless, the only reason I'm calling it is not about really Polight, but the brother Okufa made a statement about Dr. York. Let me say this too. I am also part of Universal Yoruba Nation, and we put out the only Dr. York biography in existence. I would love to send you a copy of the book, free copy of the book. It's called Lightning from the East, Dr. York biography. You can Google it. It's on Amazon. I also presented it already on Solidarity TV, Chrome TV, and I've also been one of the leading authorities in the studies of Dr. Malachi York's life, history, case, etc. And what I have to tell this, just one only thing I want to say, I ain't gonna take up y'all time about Brother Polight, but Malachi York was not convicted under a plea bargain. Malachi York was not sentenced under a plea bargain. People say that because of the YouTube video, right? But that plea in the case file, that's why I asked the question. Can anybody produce Dr. York's transcripts to prove with the facts of the case, or just people, disgruntled ex-members speaking opinion? Nevertheless, the case file say that Malachi York was coerced and took a plea under duress, and he later rejected that plea. That plea was withdrawn. Malachi York fired his attorneys, the Garland Law Firm, and hired a new attorney and went to trial where he fought for his innocence. When he lost that trial, he was convicted
the attorney
to
was my
100+
frat
years.
The attorney was my frat brother, Adrian Hart.
Yes, Adrian Patrick.
Adrian Patrick. Yeah, right.
Yeah. So he was not sentenced under a plea. He was sentenced in trial. He lost at trial. When you go to trial, you are fighting for your innocence. And he's explained in the transcripts that he was tortured into taking that plea. This is in the case files. So if interested, I would like to come back on, maybe do a show about that. But I definitely want to send you, brother, a copy of the book.
For sure, brother.
Very quickly, I would like to offer a rebuttal, right? Because I've actually been to trial before. So let's break this down. You're stating that he was coerced into a plea deal. He rejected the plea deal, actually went to trial, and he was found guilty of jury of his peers, right? Yes. Okay, and he was convicted of what?
Actually, first it was a hung jury. And if you read the file, if you read the file, if you read the case, if you know the case, it was a hung jury at first.
Okay, but eventually
hold on, brother. Hold on. Let me answer your question. Then he went. The judge forced the juries to go back into the box until they came out with a decision, and they came out with a guilty plea. But he was not sentenced under a plea. People.
That's true, but that doesn't matter.
You saying a man would take a plea for 100 years?
A
plea for 7 years sound a little more likely. Not a plea for 100 years, though.
I don't care if he took a plea or he was found guilty. He's guilty. Right?
No. Okay, fine. But all I'm saying is he said that Malachi York took a plea. That's not true.
I understand that.
He was
I don't
sentenced
care.
in
What we do
trial,
know is
not
true.
under a plea.
What we do
Your
know is
personal
true.
opinion, your personal opinion is fine, brother.
No,
All I'm telling you is,
I'm about to say.
all I'm telling you is,
what
he
we
was
do
not
know is
sentenced
true
under a
is
plea.
he's guilty and he's sitting in a federal prison in Florence, Colorado. That's what we do
If it
know.
makes you feel good to say that,
No, it
fine.
doesn't make me
But
feel
like
good.
I
It's
said,
a
I want to
fact.
send the brother a free copy of the book.
It's a fact.
I want to send the brother a free copy of the book.
It's a fact. He was
Great.
convicted.
Good. I'm
of
glad that makes you feel better. Great.
He was convicted of RICO and he was convicted of sexual molestation of young children. 14
No,
young ladies.
wrong. Let me share my screen. I'll pull up the transcripts right now. I will pull up the transcripts right now if I can share my screen. You got the right one. I told you. I'm the leading authority on Malachi York's case.
And once
wrote
again,
the only
he's sitting in
biography on the man's case.
So you're defending the convicted sex offender. Get this guy off your show, Dinus. He's defending the convicted sex offender.
That's what I thought. Brother, if you want a free copy of the book, I'll send you a free copy. But I see your platform getting mad right now. So I'm going to go ahead and go.
I'm not getting mad, brother. I understand what you're saying. And you know, if that's the case, you know, I stand corrected, brother. I don't have no problem with
Lumumba, I feel sorry for whoever learned. You say you studying to be a doctor or a teacher. I feel sorry for whoever take your class.
Sounds good, but you ain't been there.
No.
You ain't been there.
But you know, I respect what you're saying, brother. You said you're an expert.
Don't worry about it.
In this case,
here's the issue. It doesn't matter if he took a plea deal or not. He was found guilty and he's sitting in prison.
No, that's true also.
Right,
but,
so
you know,
all that is word salad. That's all that is.
That's true. That's true.
The issue is the man is guilty. He's sitting in prison.
And just as the sister just came on and bore witness, the sister gave personal testimony.
Come on now.
That this brother had impregnated a young girl, right? She just gave testimony, her own personal testimony. Right. So it's not about if he's guilty. We all know the brother was guilty.
Right.
Okay.
Like I said, we ain't got
I hope that brother's not drinking the sauce. I wanted to say though,
we have to ban these type of individuals from our community, literally, because they come around. I give you a story. So one of the brothers I'm cool with, growing up in Dayton, I'm known as Malcolm X. He's known as Dr. King. He has a daughter who maybe is like 20 or 21 right now. When his daughter was 18, he was in Ethiopia. A brother in the community was supposed to be like a chess coach, comes to the home and tries to sexually assault her. You see what I'm saying? So we have individuals in the community who are supposed to be down and care and all this type of stuff. And then what we find is they're really trying to harm and hurt these black girls. Another situation, this young lady, one of my mentors is a mother from South Africa, Cape Town. She was an anti-apartheid activist coming to America because, you know, the apartheid government would kick out the anti-apartheid activists and make them leave the country. So she comes to America. I grew up in the same street. She has a granddaughter who's probably 23, 24 years old. Very beautiful. When the young lady was in high school, there was a brother in the Nation of Islam who was writing her letters talking about he loved her and he wanted to mentor her. Even went up to her school and tried to sign her out of school saying he was her father. Right? So these are real issues that's taking place in the community. So I have no respect for anyone who defends someone who is sexually abusing young children in our community.
I agree with you, brother.
And you know,
kudos to the people who
they face
have moved on from Nuwapian Nation and can separate the information from the messenger, you know, if we will, and moved on from that. Because some people mentally they can't move on from something like that. But to Lumumba's earlier point about not wanting to get personal with his student, you know, in that hallway, you know, on a professional academic level as men, we don't even want to be in the room with a closed door with a student, especially a female student. So we open the door, you know, so, you know, you just can't be caught up in that situation. So here it is, a street professor, you know, someone with knowledge, and it's just the opposite. You being alone with a young sister, knowing that's going to get you in trouble. But I also wanted to bring this point up. Now, this is allegedly, you know, but him and his wife, right, met the sister, one of his other wives, at the bookstore, right, when she was underage. So it's a pattern with this. We're talking about a pattern here. And the sister became his wife, but she was underage when they met her. And how you going to groom the sister until she became of age? I don't get it. And I don't see how the community kind of fell behind him ever since then, knowing what, he was about. Now, the brother did speak a lot of good stuff. The brother was a good wordsmith. You know what I mean? I met a lot of brothers from that came from from that school who excellent wordsmiths.
Hey, listen. I will say this: you will never out debate a Nubian.
Man, I met some excellent wordsmiths from AEO. And I used to run with them. And so, most of the brothers are real good, excellent brothers too. And they ain't with none of that. But some of them still drinking Dr. Malachi Z. York sauce, unfortunately. Some of them, they still call them pops. Usually, when you hear somebody call them pops, they still drinking that sauce. But kudos to you, Brother Dinas, and the sister who was able to mentally leave that situation. Just like other organizations I was mentioning on here, some people, when they leave, they just don't make it out mentally. So kudos to you all.
Prince Dinas, can I ask you a question, boss?
Yeah, go ahead, Neil.
Okay, yeah, man. I like all your work. You do good work. I wanted to say, yeah, and I'm in LA. I seen you used to be out in LA. You may still be.
No, I'm back in Atlanta now.
Okay. So what I wanted to say was, for one, with the Dahomey thing, because I know y'all went to West Africa over where Benin is today. Where voodoo was originated with the Fang Bay.
Okay.
So I was wondering, from your perspective, you know how in African American culture we say the homie, like, hey, there go the homie right there.
Hey, bro, we're kind of off topic. Like, we're on Brother Polight and like the homie.
Oh yeah, okay. I want to stay on that topic then. So what I was saying about that topic was, I think it's a mental thing, subconscious. We don't want to admit as Black men and women in our community, but this has been going on with this like young girl, older guy thing, all the way from the pimps at the schools that ride up and pick up the little girls and all that, all the way back to African dynasties when they was having child marriage. And even today in America, they're still having child marriage, like 200, 300,000 last year alone. So I think we need to come and deal with this problem as a whole community, because even Islam, Isha was 9 years old. Jesus Christ's mother, Mary, was 14. It's always been this pedophilia stuff in spirituality. I'll hold with that.
Okay. Let me pass the cash.
I think that's a great point, brother. I think that's a great point.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Let me pass it to Cashton, and I'll pass it back to Star. Go ahead, Cashton.
Thanks, Dinas. Peace to everybody on the panel.
Peace.
I wanted to say one good topic about Brother Polight, or Polight. I ain't gonna call him a brother. I never follow Polight, but are we gonna completely ignore the people who he was associated with? Because birds of a feather flock together. And your boy Tariq, didn't Tariq have Polight on? I want to say it was one of the Hidden Colors. He had him on a few of those documentaries. And Tariq has also been. He's also said something very iffy about young girls in one of his books. He said that, he can ride past the middle school and he can look and see which young girls are going to grow up to be hoes, so this ain't just a Polight thing. This is a thing that happens in our community with scammers in particular. So that's all.
Brother, you cooking with fish grease now, man.
Yeah.
That's fish grease for real.
Yeah, we're gonna have to start holding everybody accountable, because this makes it very difficult for us to operate in our community with legitimacy. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's gonna be side-eyeing each other. It takes away the trust. We already don't trust each other. We already don't like each other. And for people to buy into Polight, I think he was on Vlad TV a few times. I never listened to. I don't like him because he's a fast talker. I don't like no fast talkers. I never listened to Polight. Hey, what about RZA Islam too? I think he got like a rape case or something like that. All of these dudes got something.
I don't know. I know the Medicare fraud case. It got dismissed. So, but I don't know about the rape. Yeah, we don't want to start putting stuff out there.
Yeah. I ain't putting nothing on them. I'm just saying there's a rape allegation out there with Brother Islam. I'm not sure if he's been, you know, prosecuted for that or
yeah, I mean, I haven't heard that.
Okay.
Not defending him, but again, I don't want to put out. I mean, certain things unless you got facts. You know, you don't want to attach to people. It's just, you know,
understand. But what I said about Tariq was a fact. He got a book. If y'all want to see it, y'all want to see it for yourselves, go read his book.
I would think you're right about that. That just only holds to show, like even in the so-called proper society, just because you're a priest and you say a few whatever you believe your religion to be the divine words, and then you marry off a teen girl, she's still being raped. Feel me? Like her body is not ready for a man that old. But all these kingdoms that we hold dear in African kingdoms, Islamic, Christian, all of them got baby. It's just sick, man. It's a societal thing.
I think you know what? I think it goes a little bit deeper than that, because if you go back to like the 1700s in America, it was normal for a 30-year-old man to have a baby with a 13-year-old, 14-year-old girl.
It's still happening.
It's still happening. You know, I think it has a lot to do with nature. Nature indicates when you're ready to have children. Usually girls.
Yeah.
And I am not okay with anybody having sexual intercourse with anybody who's significantly younger than them like that.
Exactly. And it hurts the woman
think
too.
It allows people to rationalize in their mind that, oh, this is okay. This is fine for me to do that. And really all you are is a predator.
That's it.
Well, the godfather of the manosphere, Kevin Samuels, was a huge advocate of age gap dating.
Wow.
Yeah, but not
I didn't know that.
Being a pedophile.
No, not being a pedophile.
Yeah, there's a difference. Not being a pedophile.
If you're 30, have no business
define
with
that. Let's hold up. We need Brother Dynasty to define that. What is the difference in huge rate or age gap dating, like Elijah Muhammad with them little girls allegedly?
Well, no, they were underage though. They were underage.
Yeah,
they were underage. They were underage. Elijah
Muhammad nobody condemns
underage.
the nation. They love the nation to this day.
Yeah, I know, but they were underage.
Yeah, that's underage.
Yeah, they were teenagers, and
so that would be pedophilia, right?
Well, pedophilia is the sexual attraction to prepubescent children. So pedophilia is when you are attracted to a child who hasn't gone through puberty.
Okay, so when Muhammad,
but it's a crime. But it's still a crime if you're sleeping with someone who is below the age of consent.
Got you. So when Muhammad in the Quran marries Isha at 9 years old and consumes marriage, was he a pedophile?
Well, by today's terms,
yes.
Okay, so when we say also that God Almighty was a pedophile for impregnating so-called holy birth of Mary was only 14 according to Jews.
Yes.
Facts.
So then that's our mamas, and that the structure and foundation of America is pedophile.
Pedophilia. Oh, well, I'll give you another example. Sally Hemings and Thomas Jefferson. Thomas Jefferson was 44. Sally Hemings was 13, 14 years old.
Come on, man.
Yeah, they had a whole litter of children with her, too.
Yeah.
So are we going to condemn...
Let me pass it to Star to pass it to Bucci badass pause. All right, go ahead, Star.
Bucci.
Star, you want to add to it? You want to say something, Star?
Well, I mean, we just went everywhere, but I'm just going to go back to the question that you asked. And what you asked was, what would make a woman want to be with a person like Polight or to gravitate? Well, I don't know if you said this or not, because I really can't remember, but I took it as what you meant to gravitate to these religions and whatnot that put you in these precarious situations. Well, and I just wanted to say that, people know that the world isn't the same. They know things are different. And I mean, like, even if you look at time, you notice that time is even faster. Even if, I know that doesn't even make sense, but time is moving faster, whether you realize it or not. So we know that something is different about this world. So the old religions and the old way of thinking just isn't cutting it anymore. And, like what Dr. York taught us was, the devil will mix a lie with the truth. So what we're getting is we're getting a lot of truths about what's really going on with this world. We're learning about where we're from, what we are, and to be honest, and I mean, it may sound kind of weird, but the reason that I gravitated towards this different type of religion or even a cult, what if that's what you want to call it, was because I never grew up in a Christian household. I mean, I knew who God was, but we never went to church unless I would go visit my grandmother. We'd go to church then, but I rarely saw my grandmother, so I rarely went to church. But I was having out of body.
Hallelujah to that, sister.
I was having out of body experiences, and I was told that it was the devil. So I met a brother who was in Nuabu, and he gave me pamphlets. I don't know what their the sect is, but it taught about, and it was written by Dr. York, and he was talking about having out of body experiences, going to astro traveling and all that stuff. And that's, to me, that's the main reason why I believe that people are gravitating towards these religions. It's because they know that it's more than just Jesus, Mary, and Joseph.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Brandon. Unmute yourself, Brandon. Bucci badass. Pause. Unmute yourself.
Yeah. So, the sister brings up a good point. She says she was never raised in a Christian household. Never really had any type of religious training. Never read the Bible or anything like that. And what her and others have to understand is that is what makes you very susceptible to being taken advantage of by people like Malachi York, Brother Polight, all these things. See, when you've trained your mind along like religious lines, or just trained your mind along any along any spiritual lines, there are things that you learn that kind of guard you against being taken advantage of.
Brandon, if I can interject real quick, sorry to interrupt. See, I disagree because I know a lot of ex-Christians and Muslims. I know a lot of ex-Christians and Muslims, especially Christians who were Nuwabians.
Let me finish.
I would say the majority of Nuwabians who I knew were all ex-Christian.
Listen, can I interject real quick?
Can I please finish my point I'm trying to make? Because there's a reason y'all don't understand, and I was going to make you understand.
Well, actually, I was going to actually agree with you, which is a rarity. So the sky might be falling, but I would argue that oftentimes if you go up in a religious institution, you oftentimes, based on being in that environment, start realizing the bullshit at some point. You start realizing the tactics that individuals are engaging in when they're trying to manipulate and take advantage of you. So that's the argument that I would make.
Because everything was legit in the books. Everything was legit in the books. But then when I came here to Georgia and I went to the land, I started interacting with the people. I was like, these people have lost their minds.
Okay, so I was
not impressed.
Let me say this. Let me tell you something real quick. First of all, most people who are Christians have never read the Bible. That's what I learned being a Christian for so long.
That is a fact.
And if you understand that when you become a Christian, reading the Bible is like paramount, right? Because if you look at the scripture at 2 Timothy 3:16, it says, all scripture is inspired by God and useful for teaching, rebuking, correcting, and training in righteousness, so that the servant of God may be thoroughly equipped for every good work. So I read the Bible 7 times. It was something we had to do in our house growing up with my granny. When I listened to Brother Polight, I am not surprised in the least by what he did, because the Bible says at Luke 6:40, a student cannot be greater than his teacher, but he will become like his teacher if he is fully trained. Polight probably didn't start off molested, but because we know that a student, when he is fully trained, will become like his teacher, we would have seen this coming decades ago. The next thing is a good tree cannot produce bad fruit. Same thing with the Muslims. Same thing with the Hebrew Israelites. All these things. I'm not saying that every Christian is good. I'm not saying that the Bible is the ultimate authority. But when you've trained your mind along any line of spirituality, there are certain undeniable principles and concepts and truths that will help you identify when someone is likely to take advantage of you. So what they do, these guys walk in understanding that our people is Christians. But what they also walk in understanding is that our people is untrained spiritually, mentally. So that makes us highly susceptible to falling for anything that resembles what? Christianity. Just like if a nigga put on leather jacket, dark glasses, and a damn beret, you're going to be, black people will listen to him because they have been trained along the lines of civil rights imagery, Black Panther, whatever. That's why for many people who feel like, I'm not a Christian, I'm not this, I'm not that, sometimes having been brought up that way, if you were brought up like truly in it, that can be a protection to you once you get to the point where you decide, look, this is no longer for me, I've outgrown this. That separates somebody like me from somebody who never studied, somebody who never read. Because when I walk in, I can say, yeah, I was a Christian, but I outgrew that. You left from being a Christian because it didn't let you do what you wanted to do. There's a difference. Either you outgrow something or you just leave it because you don't like the restriction. I outgrew that thing. Most ex-Christians didn't outgrow. Matter of fact, they never really was invested in it at all. And that just makes them easy pickings for any grifter coming down the street telling what they want to hear.
You know, I like I said before, this is unprecedented, but I actually agree with everything Brandon just said, right? Because I grew up in church. I outgrew it at an early age. I was like, this is a bunch of bullshit. These individuals are trying to manipulate me. They're trying to run a game. The arguments that you're making are nonsensical. Just have faith. You know what? Doesn't work for me. I got whoopings over and over again in my childhood because I just refused to accept the things they were telling me. I even told them I didn't believe things that was written in the Bible as a child. Right. But also when you're in that environment, you start, if you are someone who is intellectually curious, if you're a critical thinker, and I was at a young age, you realize that there's manipulation going on here. I always tell people that, in my opinion, and there's some scholarship to back this up, that one of the core, or many argue the core theme of Abrahamic faiths is what? Blind obedience. Right? Because what? Adam and Eve are punished from eating from the tree of knowledge. They become intelligent. That's your ass. Now life is going to be hard for you. So we see this type of core theme. Sister Asada talked about going up in the Pentecostal church. There's somebody just say, hey, be obedient and do what we tell you. What? Huh? Who are you? What are you asking? Just do what you're told. Right? So we see this theme of blind obedience. Right? So when you go up in those type of environments and you are a critical thinker, at some point you can say, get the HE hockey sticks out of here. And you, as Brandon said, you will elevate, you will leave that type of environment. Right? And we see these type of tactics being used in what woke and conscious communities and organizations, etc. The same type of tactics that we find rooted in Pentecostalism and the Baptist churches, etc., where you have these charismatic leaders who are what? Able to speak with the best of them, right? They could give you these verbal soliloquies that have you ready to drop your drawers, right? It's like Prince when he's singing or something like that, right? By the end of the day, they're in it for what? One reason and one reason only, to get what they can. And so we have to be extremely cognizant of this. I've, of course, raised my children to have a very, be cynical of religion. Now, I've taught them to study religion. They've read about world religions. They could tell you, from, Shintoism to Taoism to Buddhism, Hinduism, all the way to the Abrahamic faiths. But I've always taught them, listen, these institutions are almost hunting grounds, right, for pedophiles. And you need to be aware of this. I've taught my children this. I mean, there was a situation where my son, his mom had put him in a art summer camp at a church when he was 9 years old. I went there and pulled his ass out. So let's go. They're like, oh, we like your son. I said, no. But we would just want to talk to him about religion a bit. No, we're going, stay the hell away from me. Literally, not figuratively. Literally, this happened. I think it was the summer of 2016.
I just want to speak to everything both of you just said. So it really what he said kind of really spoke to what I was trying to get to. I was trying to hold my phone. It was dark in my living room.
Your mic is kind of. It's a little bit better, but it's what device were you speaking on when you first came on?
The same one.
Okay, go ahead.
Is that better?
It's a little bit. Go ahead.
So for me, like he said, growing up in church really did give me like kind of a basis. So if it feels a certain kind of way, because like he said, the conscious brother was like the charismatic preacher, right? And those are the ones that we're most drawn to. This is nothing against Dr. Umar, but I know a pastor who sounds and acts and his mannerisms are Dr. Umar's mannerisms. So it was easy for me to be able to kind of really listen to him and enjoy his speeches because he reminded me of what I grew up listening to as a kid, right? But then it was also easy for me to recognize the brother that was trying to manipulate me, or I easily recognize this. I have a sister that was my midwife who's very much, she doesn't see the things that I see because she didn't grow up in church. And I'll tell her, this is about to happen. And then maybe a year later, she was like, "Sis, how did you know?" And I'm like, because the preachers are some of the biggest pimps I know. Like,
and sister, experience is one of the best teachers.
Right. Like,
I used to say all the time, like I would tell people, you could damn near call me a soothsayer. I know what's going to come next. And then you just think you're the only one that knows something. So okay, I used to get calls. Next thing you know, 2 months later, can I talk to you? Are you home? Can I come over and holler at you?
Right.
And show up, man, you were right. I told your ass.
Right. So for me, the Brother Polight thing does not come as a surprise for me. I think it's a story always told, not never told, but always told over and over again. And for me, the heartbreaking part is what happens to young women and girls and young boys that are afraid to speak out because this person has a louder voice or they appear to have power. The ability, the fact that this woman who was hook, line, and sinker into his organization spoke out and said, now this is my child. I'm going to say something. To me, for that, she should be applauded because how many other mothers, wives that he had, that he ended up being with their daughters after they had been a wife, didn't say anything. So I try not to blame those women. I try not to, because I know that I could have easily fallen victim to that. I didn't have a strong male role model in my life. My dad was in the street for many, many years. Actually didn't get clean until I was in my 30s. I learned through meeting a man who really loved me and nurtured me how to be a woman to a man, right? A man learns how to be a man to a woman by meeting a woman who can show her what he needs. So it was a man in the Nation of Islam that said to me, "Nah, sister, this bucking back at men, getting in a man's face, rah, rah, you know what I mean? This is not gonna get you where you think you're trying to go." But for me to come from that, from almost being always almost molested by men in the church and men in the community that were supposed to be these figures in our community, for me to be able to listen to a man in that way, it takes love. We mentioned Christianity. The Bible says love covers a multitude of transgressions. So a pimping preacher will tell you that means if I touch you, the love of God gonna cover that transgression. He gonna flip that. But what that really means is that if you've been hurt a lot, you've experienced a lot of pain, it takes one person loving you through that, saying, "Yeah, I acknowledge what you said. I acknowledge your experience. This did happen." And so I want to say thank you, Brother Lumumba, for even saying that you know that this is what happened. Church really was my beginning phase, my guide throughout my life. And I still pray. I'll open that Bible sometimes and get what I need out of it, but it is not my sole thing that I rely on and depend on, because I know that there is another way, a more excellent way. That's biblical. See that? More excellent. But nevertheless, yeah.
I want to say that I applaud you. People say I applaud the women. The women, blah blah. The women are complicit. They're actually the true devils of the situation, because what women are. Wait a minute, because women are not shouldn't be celebrated, because what women are is opportunistic. That's what they are. When they think they're gonna benefit, they'll sell out their own daughter. Y'all all saw the movie Precious. They don't give a damn. You saw R. Kelly. Once they're no longer the prize, that's when they decide to become morally, get on the moral high ground and come after you. Somebody, wait. Let me finish this. Let me finish this. Let me finish saying this.
That is not women. That might be a few.
All right.
Simple-minded women.
You could interject on what I'm saying, but I'm still gonna say whatever I'm saying. But the thing is, let me read this comment. This brother down here said, "Oh, the mom called Polight 50 times, and then when she didn't get a response from him, she called the police." You mean to tell me your baby is missing? I have a daughter, and the cops are only going to get called after you tried to contact this dude 50 times? The reality is, these men, these creeps, they stand on the shoulders of women. If Umar Johnson is scamming, if you go after Umar for real, the first thing you gonna hit is a wall of females. Same with Tariq Nasheed. You gonna hit a wall of females. Everybody in the sensitive spaces of all these pedophiles is female. Because only can I finish?
I mean, you can finish,
Dinus,
I'm going to say what I want to say.
Let him finish, and then I'll pass it to you. But let him finish. Go ahead.
Any creep, except for maybe in the Nation of Islam, they surrounded around by men. But any of these upstart soothsayers, these guys, they are always surrounded by a wall of women. Look at Nature Boy. Look at any of them. You pick. It's always women who are protecting them from the scrutiny of the greater community. And this guy was no different. Polight. If you see Polight, you rarely see Polight with men. You saw Polight with his wives and other women.
Brandon,
you think those women didn't know? You think those women didn't know what he was doing?
Brandon, here's another one. I'm so sorry to interject, Brandon. Here's another one. Jim Jones.
Jim Jones. Listen, my uncle is a pedophile.
Wait, what?
Let me say this.
What about Jim Jones?
He was surrounded by a bunch of females.
Was he a pedo as well?
He was female. Yes. Listen, my grandma donated money to Jim Jones. She told me most of the donors for Jim Jones were females. Most of TD Jake's donors is females. Any of these type of dudes. Joel Osteen. You be hearing crazy ass African Fang Tribe talk about Joel Osteen. Women, they are the supporting group of these people. Because
support.
Because women
support.
Listen,
because
what you have to understand about females is, if a man teaches a woman something, she'll be loyal to him forever. That's what you got to understand about females.
That's not true.
Listen,
that's absolutely
let me finish
false.
my point. I'm going to prove it to you.
You're not making
I'm going to prove it to you. Go in the Bible. Go in the Bible. Look, just by the fact that they're so offended, you don't tell truth.
Proving something
Dinus, let me finish this point. Let me wrap this point up. I'm going to tell you how that that's a fact, and I'm going to use a biblical reference.
So now we're taking facts out.
Let's go to the Bible. I'm going to use a biblical reference because our people was raised on Christianity. Listen, when Eve was made, what did God instruct them to do? He told Adam, teach her about all the animals, about what I taught you, what I told you to do. Men are in a role as a teacher for women. And if you look at even a prostitute and a pimp, what do prostitutes say as to why they sell their body for that man? Oh, because he gives me guidance. If you teach a woman and she feels like you're guiding her, she will do anything for you, including but not limited to selling her body for you. That is just the way women are wired. That is why they are highly susceptible to indoctrination and manipulation at the hand of grifters. I rest my case.
Can I say something to close, Dinah?
Let me hear from the women, because this is. I'm sorry, Kyle.
I don't have anything to say about that, because I mean, I've learned to let stuff like that just roll off my shoulders. It's nothing. He literally said that he was going to prove a fact with a biblical reference. I can't even wrap my head around that.
Okay, hold on. Lumumba is the almost doctor, the educator. So Lumumba, can he use biblical references as fact?
And in my personal opinion, I wouldn't.
Thank you.
I use the biblical reference. Listen, Dinus, let's use what was just let's just use what was just said on this show right now. This woman, Asada Africa, just said that a man from the Nation of Islam changed her whole perspective on everything. That's what what she said proves my point. What she said proves my point.
But you know what? I wouldn't take a bullet for him. I wouldn't die for him. I wouldn't sell my body for him. We're not together no more because of whatever our reasons were. That means that at a point in my life, he came into my life and showed me something different. Remember, I grew up Pentecostal holiness. I believed everything the word of God said. So anything that went wrong in my life, I didn't attribute it to, oh, this happened to me in the church. I thought I was wrong. That man who had a different faith base, when I met him, I told him he was of the devil. That wasn't of God. I learned about what he believed, some of the things he showed me about being a woman. I also said that a man learns how to be a good man to a good woman. We teach each other how to love each other. The point that I'd like to make, brother, is there are a lot of women and men that supported Brother Polight. He was on Sinetta's show quite often. That's not a female show. A lot of men and women both supported the brother.
Was it mostly women or mostly men?
Everybody supported him. Different people supported him.
Was it mostly women or mostly men?
People that drunk his Kool-Aid followed him. It was different people that believed different things. Women are not just susceptible. Everyone is susceptible based upon who their journey in life. So you cannot say that women this and women that. I know when I watched the Jim Jones documentaries, which I watched it several times, the women were not did not have the guns saying drink the Kool-Aid. He had armed guards that when people wanted to leave, they could not leave. So there were men and women that supported Jim Jones. Who else did you mention? You talked about Dr. Umar. There are men, but I would go to Dr. Umar. You still talking over me, brother. I understand. I'm gonna stop talking because you ain't gonna respect my time.
That's right? Not even.
You didn't respect
Give me back my
time,
time, brother. Can I have my time? But you can have it. I don't agree with you. I don't agree with you. You can keep saying dinosaur.
She blamed me.
So I'm not blaming anything. I'm good. You hear me?
I'm about to say something that closed out.
She blamed me.
But you still talking over me, bro.
She blamed me for
Be good. I'm done.
I'm gonna pass it back to you. But Brandon, she has a point though. Because I would say this with Dr. York. The majority of the defenders right now, Dr. York, who I know are all men.
Thank you.
Online, everything.
All of them.
Can I finish? Dinus, let me push back on you guys. What people don't understand, let me explain this. Let me explain this. The reason why you see men, when you see the public display of these things, is because men are drawn to anything by females, right? A lot of men are drawn to the Nation of Islam because they think that's where they're going to be able to find a solid wife. So men are put at the forefront because that is the projection of strength, right? But in the core of
brother, men weak or strong.
Listen, let me finish. Let me finish.
You really don't. You're going to have to pick one.
Okay. Listen. Can I finish? Can I finish? I just want to finish. Dinus.
You already was done, but you can keep going whenever you feel like you're being shut down.
I understand that a hit dog is going to holler. But what I'm telling you is, if you look at any religious organization, look at the Mormons. Look at the Mormons, right? Somebody got popping in the background. But look at the Mormons. There's one man married to 30 women. Those women could say, you know what? Screw this. We don't need this man. Why would those women agree to live in a house 30 deep with like 30 children? I'm telling you, even if you look at Islam, all these things are perpetuated by females. Do you think men made up a rule saying women have to cover themselves up so no other man could see them? Men would not make a rule like that. But women will. And women will enforce. Listen, let me finish.
The man made that rule.
Listen, look.
The man did make that rule.
Let me finish. Listen, even in traditional Christian societies, you have the same rules. Women got to be covered up. You can't see no skin all the way up to the neck. If you're an old woman and you don't want your husband looking at them young girls with their little tight bodies looking sexy, you're going to perpetuate and reinforce those type of rules, because all this stuff is really rooted in matriarchy, not patriarchy. Because men want to do what? Have sex with as many women as possible, as young as legal, and we want to reproduce. So that's what men want to do. I can't never finish a point. We can't learn nothing. We can't. If men had their way, if men had their way, we would all be walking around here with 50 children by 50 different women, just like animals. Animals will mate with whoever because their drive is to reproduce and make their bloodline carry on. Men have that same desire inside of them. The thing is, we have been trained. We've been trained by society to not act on that desire. So when you look at, and women benefit from that, because if they could get one guy to break his neck to give them the resources they need without looking across the field at the younger, better option, they win. So when you see all this stuff, women are the ones holding this stuff up. Your grandma, your big mama taught you about Jesus, not your granddaddy.
Women celebrate each other, and I'm sorry you haven't met those sisters. I really feel bad for you that you don't know that there's another breed of women.
Women hate each other.
Dinus, can I tap in, Dinus? Can I tap in?
Well, hold on. It's Kasha's turn.
But I real quick, I need to respond. I need to respond to what he said.
Go on. Lumumba, I'll pass it to you, but I just want to close, bro. I just want to say something to close.
Okay, just very quickly, in terms of the concept of modesty in Islam, Bucci badass is completely false. That was something that was implemented by men, not by women. When we talk about in Christianity, the concept of modesty, right? That came out of wanting to control women's sexuality. How do I know this? Because I minored in religion when I was in undergrad. So the claims that he's making from a historical and from a scholarly standpoint are false. Secondly, I would argue responsible, mature men, hold on. Responsible, mature men don't run around and make 50 babies by 50 different women. Responsible men, irrespective of what society they're in, understand that part of being an adult, part of being a responsible man is I need to control my fertility. That we're more than I simply are what? Are animalistic desires.
All right.
We're talking about the higher and lower self. So the claims he made, from any theologian would tell Bucci badass Pauls that he is categorically wrong when it comes to the perspectives and the pronouncements that
and
he
the
made.
theologians will be lying. The theologians will be lying. Who do they worship, Dinus, in Catholicism? The Virgin Mary. This idea. Wait a minute. Listen. Let me ask you a question. Lumumba. A woman didn't have no sex, but somehow got pregnant and produced a baby. What man on earth would believe that?
We find that story in ancient Kemet.
Listen to what I'm telling you. There is no man on earth who would create something where a woman went into a closet, got pregnant, came out, and had a baby. Every man.
It was called the Council of Nicaea.
Man, I'm trying to tell you that stuff.
And I'm telling you, you're
that
wrong.
stuff is rooted in fertility. Listen to what I'm telling you.
I'm telling you, the story was created.
If you look, I'm just as in religion. I am well studied. If you look at it, this stuff all descends from ancient fertility cults. It all descends from ancient fertility cults, Dinus. That's where all the virgin birth, all that came from. Those cults were ran by females. Later on, females use men to defend.
Can you cite your source?
We could get the sources up. I'll produce some sources for you. I'm not going to pull it up right here, but I'll get you. I got you. Look, women use men to reinforce the things that they implement. That's why people talk about how can women build a society when men protect women's ideas, defend women's rights. It's always been that way. But guess what women have? The number one most powerful manipulator. Sex. Men will do anything for sex.
Weak
So
men
there
will
have
do
been,
anything
there
for
have
sex.
been women
What are
who
you
Men will
talking
do
about?
anything for sex.
since the
Dang.
beginning of time. Since the
Nah,
beginning of time. Go
Weak
ahead.
men do
nah,
anything for sex.
that's not true.
I mean, you're making some broad generalizations there. Weak men will
Yes.
do anything for
Can
sex.
I just say
Men who
something?
stand
Thank
on
you,
their
Brother
toes,
Lamola. Thank you
they
so
don't move
much.
that way. Brother
Please,
Costa, I'm sorry, brother. Brother No Costa, no.
please.
I've been
Because
patient.
I'm a female and I clearly cannot talk over him.
Let's pass the Costa. Go ahead, Costa.
I've been patient, y'all. I
Go ahead.
completely agree with Brandon, and it's not about me agreeing. He was just speaking facts. Humans are animals, and our animalistic nature is what we're going to be drawn to if we don't have any kind of structural society to keep us away from it. Even when we do, we still are animals. It's still people out there killing and doing all kind of crazy stuff in the streets, even though they live under a society. I just want to say this and close. Religion has completely incapacitated not just black people, but people all over the world. People were perfectly fine before religion. At the end of the day, if you want any kind of guidance, if you want any kind of structure, the structure is going to be science. Science always filters out bias. That's all I got to say. And Brandon was speaking scientifically.
He was not speaking scientifically because scientifically, it's the thing for nature is homeostasis, meaning in a
He was
normal
not speaking
equilibrium. Homeostasis means equilibrium.
So
What's the
then,
point?
if you have equilibrium, why are you saying women do this? Wouldn't it be equal? Wouldn't that be the law of
It's
science?
kind of
for
equal
everything to
because
be equal?
women are.
So for every woman who wants to pimp out their daughter, couldn't you say that there's just as many men who do that?
Women do pimp out their daughters.
But
Who do you
men
think
do
performs?
too.
Who do you
But
think
men-
performs
but
female
you
genital
completely missed
mutilation?
my point.
Wait a
He
minute,
completely
Dinus.
missed my point.
Dinus.
You know, it's
Dinus.
sad
In
because
Africa. In
these
Africa.
brothers is.
Who? Dinus. In Africa.
Oh my
Who
God.
performs female genital mutilation? The men
Female.
or the women?
I don't
Female.
It's the females. What I'm
Female.
telling you, listen.
I am a mother with 2 daughters, and I would
Females do
never
it.
pimp my daughters
Listen,
out. I don't know
I'm
any
telling
women in
you.
my
Why do they
family
do
You
it?
who
almost
have
got
pimped
pimped out,
their daughters
Asada.
out.
I'm
This is some
telling you.
ridiculousness.
I
I don't
am
know
telling
any
you.
women at Bennett College for Women or Spelman College who have pimped their daughters
I
out.
am
I
telling
don't know
you.
any women in Richmond, VA, where I'm living at right now, who's sitting around trying to find a preacher or a conscious brother to pimp their daughters out.
Right. It's
That
not
is
the norm.
ridiculous.
It's
What
not
are
the
you
Dinus,
norm.
talking about?
Dinus, what are you talking about? Women encourage their daughters to get on the internet showing their ass and
Women
everything else.
do
They do it.
Brandon,
confused women do that.
Dinus,
demographic
Dinus,
of society.
You are
Dinus.
insane.
When we
I
listen,
can't.
Dinus, when we speak on it, guess who comes to defend that behavior? The intellectual, educated women. Those are the ones who
I'm
jump to
gonna
the.
defend the
Can I
sister because
please
I'm a
finish one?
sister, brother.
Dinus,
To
can
be
I
a
get one
sister with
point?
a GED, and I'm gonna tell you that's wrong.
One mic. Brandon, who's defending that?
Dinus, if you go after a woman doing
Because you're not
any,
gonna come out there
let
with
me
some
finish.
ridiculousness.
Can
I
I
don't want you to
finish?
finish.
Dinus,
You've been
can I
talking for
finish?
30 minutes, and we keep passing you the mic.
Dinus,
I'm
why
tired of
don't
that.
these? Okay,
Nah.
Brandon, who's defending that behavior?
Dinus, what? Dinus, women who are professional, doctors, educators.
Brandon, we got to be specific. Okay, we don't want to stereotype women.
Dinus, I am general. Listen, what I'm telling you is this type of stuff 50 years ago was impossible. It could have never happened. But as women got drawn into the feminist, as women got drawn into the feminist movement, Dinus,
it has happened through history. It has nothing to do with the feminist movement.
is largely
Whether this was
based.
happening on
Listen,
plantations, this was happening all over
they
the
have to
world.
filibuster the
For
truth.
centuries, women
They have to
been-
filibuster the truth,
This has
Dinus.
been happening forever.
They have to
we have
filibuster
to
the truth.
filibuster you who have taken
Listen.
over the mic, brother. You will not let anybody speak but yourself. It is not about filibustering.
We're gonna bring Mr. Okufa because mute yourself. Unmute yourself, Okufa.
Yeah, so I mean, we need to, just like the sister said, you know, it goes back to the plantation definitely with sex exploitation, sexual terror, and so, you know, you can't just blame the women, right? yes, that is an issue in our community. But when you talk about how the community is broken down through drugs, through mass incarceration, through forced homosexuality on our community, then yes, women have to survive. Okay, that's just the nature of it. Just like men out there selling dope, they got to survive. Okay, so you can't blame one group of the community over the other. We all in a war. We all in a war. Okay, what I wanted to say is, the reason why some of these sisters go for some of the soothsayers, some of the wordsmiths, is because they want to get away, and they see what these brothers are saying as truth, and they hear the truth in what they're saying. It's not that they don't have any formal religious identity or past. They trying to get away from that. And so when they hear some African history, some African knowledge, they like, oh, this is what I've been looking for. Right? Nevertheless, it might have been plagiarized, right? When you talk about AEO, plagiarized masonry, plagiarized information, but it's still truth, right? You don't know that it was plagiarized because you didn't read it from where it came from, right? But those who know, who formerly, took African history or was in masonry, know where some of that stuff came from. But if you don't know, right, then you're gonna be like, "Ooh, this brother got what I've been looking for," right? So it's just interesting because we have to get to the root of the issue. Okay, now the brother started off basically condemning the sister, the mother of the child who is the victim, right? You got a victim and you got a perpetrator. We can't blame the victim.
The mom is not a victim. The mom
Come
is a
on,
perpetrator.
brother.
Just like the
If
women.
her daughter is a victim, she's a victim
No,
too, bro.
this brother, you are being incredibly naive. Just like in the R. Kelly case. What did R. Kelly? Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
No.
Dang. Why do you listen? You only are silent when someone agrees with you. You only are
No,
silent
I
when
agree
someone
with you
agrees
in the R.
with you.
Kelly case. Okay,
No,
I agree with you in the R.
Dinus.
Kelly
No,
case.
I don't agree with you. You just talk the whole time, and then when
Dinus,
somebody
let me
say
talk.
something,
She
especially
only
a
interrupts
woman,
me.
like you won't, you will.
My hand, I'm getting a headache. I'm getting a headache. Oh, hold on.
Yeah, let's stay
only-
on topic with the polite case, please.
She's only silent when someone agrees with her.
Brandon, you got a minute, Brandon.
Okay, listen. R. Kelly, Bill Cosby, the list goes on. Harvey Weinstein. What do we see? Louis C.K. Women who retroactively come back with accusations against men once they are no longer benefiting from whatever they were willing to do sexually to get what they wanted.
So what's the problem with that?
What's
the problem with that?
Hold on.
Okay, I'm gonna give you the problem. I'm gonna give you. Do you see the mind? Do you see the mindset, Dinus? Listen.
But do you see how he talks over a woman?
Do you see how he said 1 minute?
Dinus gave him a minute and they wouldn't let him get 30 seconds.
He had 10 minutes.
This is not. Listen, bro. I'm not on no gender war, nothing. I'm telling you the facts, Dinus. Dinus, women are opportunistic. The same woman who will lay up with you for $1,000 will come back 10 years later and say you raped her for $1 million. Why do you think lately, every time somebody runs for political office, all these rape allegations come out almost like clockwork? Because women have learned how, they didn't learn, they've always done this, they weaponize their sexuality. And guess what? 95% of them will make a settlement with you out of court for money, but will claim that their vagina has been just so abused. Look at the presentation I sent you, Dinus. Tierra Mack, politician, up on her head, shaking her ass, a damn leader of our country. Women perpetuate degeneracy.
But
they
the problem with your thesis is that we're not talking about a woman.
Let me finish my point.
We're talking about a girl.
Let me do.
Polite raped a girl, bro.
What I'm telling you is these guys are only put in a position to do that because of the women that they keep around him. Because a man is gonna knock your ass out if he catch you around his daughter once doing anything that's questionable. Once the mama gonna sit up and act like she don't see it when she really do, because she thinks she gonna benefit from it.
I agree with you there. I agree with you.
Yeah,
there.
we know, because you a man and you know.
But at the same time, you cannot take the blame off Polight though.
No,
I'm not. I'm telling you, he is the guilty person. But what I'm telling you is just like in R. Kelly, it's more people who ask should be in jail than R. Kelly and Polight.
I agree.
Some of these females, they give their daughter. R. Kelly said it, and his bodyguard said it. You have women bringing their daughters to the backstage, fake IDs and shit. Women want resources. When a woman get her period, 14, 13, 12, it don't matter what society say. She's looking at men like, who gonna give me something? That's why when we was in high school, 15, 16-year-old girls had 30-year-old boyfriends. Whatever nigga was buying J's, that's who they was screwing. And I was in the 9th grade with no money, so I couldn't buy them J's. That's why they was rolling away with their boyfriend who was 30. And you know it's true, Okufa.
So no, I had women though when I was younger, bro. So I don't know what you're talking about.
No, but I'm saying when you was in high school, you had the girls there who was dating older men who wasn't in high school, willingly dating them, because those dudes was giving them money. Bruh, I used to love this girl named Alicia. Bomb.
Now we get to the root of it now.
Listen. She had a boyfriend. Dude was like 35 years old. Why? He was buying her shit, bought her a car. They were willingly going with these older men because women look at resources before anything else. They don't care about age. They will chase a nigga that's 30, 40, 50 if he got something or can give them something that they want. And it don't stop with the daughters, the mamas too. So when you talk about Polight, I will believe it, that the mama probably knew what the daughter was doing, and probably when she no longer could benefit from it, then she turned him in.
But you added to the situation, brother. We don't know that.
No, but Kufu, at the beginning of the show, I asked, like, okay, it was like, Brother Polight's a monster, okay? Like, there's no doubt in that. He's a monster. But the story of how she allowed her daughter to be alone with Polight, it wasn't adding up.
I don't know the full situation with that.
You think I'm gonna let my Dinus? You think I'm gonna let Dinus? Do you think I'm gonna? Yeah. Listen. Do you think that I'm gonna let my daughter be alone with Brother Polight, Dinus? Only a woman is gonna do that, because women groom their daughters all the time.
That's true, but we don't know that the sister left her daughter with him. He went back into the room. Like, oh, let me take you here, like that. It wasn't that she left her with him.
Can I please interject with that?
Go ahead.
So I just want to say this. I'm not even going to address this brother again, because I feel like the way that each time I begin to say something, he started to talk over me because he didn't want to hear what I had to say.
Brandon, don't interject, Brandon. Go ahead.
Right, and he kind of spoke over me. And as a woman, I'm going to fall back and let the men do their thing, even if I don't agree, and then I'll get out the way. I'm going to say this. To blame the victim is ridiculous. I think that the stuff that he said tonight, and the other younger brother said he agreed with everything, was pretty disturbing to me. A woman who has been a victim of these kind of behaviors, whose mother did not groom her, who kept a lot of that things from my mother, because I knew my mother would be devastated, see red, and want to kill up a whole bunch of people. A woman who has 2 daughters, who's never groomed them, who graduated from a women's college, who has a bunch of strong women friends who protect our daughters, who is a part of organizations where we fight to save women and girls from predators like Polight, and from the mentality of, what this brother has displayed tonight. I am very disturbed. I am saddened, because who takes up for the Black woman when we are abused and assaulted? And that's why a lot of women don't speak up, because you will be victimized again by society and those types of opinions. I don't want to argue and go back and forth, because that's just not even what I do, because I'll never see this brother again. And if I say, none of that. So I got on here just to address the Polight thing, and how sad it is that he could have done a lot of good, but because of his own desires for young girls, He utilized his relationship with this woman and many other women to get to their daughters. I don't in any way believe that this woman groomed her daughter. I'm not going to add or take away from that story. What I will say is that when a woman is speaking as a man, let her finish first. You don't have to overtalk me because you're a man and your voice is stronger and louder than mine. And I'm not going to bust up to you like a man and try to talk over you. I found that to be the rudest experience that I've had just getting on a panel. If I don't agree with you, brother, I simply don't agree. You can say it loud. You can use 100 biblical references as incorrectly as you may. I will not agree with you and the hundreds and thousands of sisters I know that have not groomed our children, who are simply appalled that we are being raped, murdered, slaughtered, kidnapped. And then once the perpetrator is found, we are being told, well, why was you alone with him? Well, why did this happen? Or why did that happen? This woman was very clear. She saw Polight. I personally, just from the rumors I heard about Polight, wouldn't have left my daughter with him. Let me be very clear, ever. I would have never left my child with him. Just from the little stuff I heard, right? She was bought. But a lot of other people didn't believe none of the stuff that I heard. People didn't believe that stuff about Polight. They just kept following. She was one of those people. That does not mean that her daughter deserved to be victimized for a man to put his thing in her mouth, come in her mouth, then I'm sorry.
Be so graphic.
Shut up. You
She probably a little bit turned on by the shit.
Let her finish.
I did go too far, but the things that he did, that is correct. It was appalling. As disgusting as I made it sound, that's what that brother did. So let's talk about what he did.
You're
not
just
what the
being a
girl
woman.
mama did. Y'all wild for that, for real. But you see how appalling it was, and I even said it. Imagine it happening to a 14-year-old girl that thought she was going to get something to eat.
Y'all get a kick out of that type of shit. Let's not play games.
Hey,
Dinus, let me ask you a question, Dinus. Let me ask you a question. First of all, let's set the record straight. She's the one who first interrupted me. Let's set that straight. Secondly, Dinus, if you go to a Catholic church, who the number one person up in the church with the priest 24/7?
So the Catholic church I went to, the priests weren't allowed to be with women. I went to
No. What I'm saying, who's the next one up under the priest in the Catholic church?
So I went to Christian Brothers High School, and
right.
the brothers or whatever they call were separate from the women.
Right, but were there nuns there?
It's the nun.
Yeah, the nun, but they were
But the nun in most traditional settings, the nun is right up under the priest. That's the next chain of command. Nuns in most Catholic settings are right in there with the priest. They have to go pray together, do their benediction together, all that stuff. Unless there's like a body of male priests, then they do it together. You think the nuns didn't know that them dudes was molesting them little boys? They knew. But women will keep their mouths shut if they benefit. That's what I know. I told you about my uncle. He a pedophile. My uncle lived in a house with 4 women. They was all his girlfriend, supposedly. Had kids by all 4 of them. When my uncle was doing the shit he was doing before he got locked up, young girls, guess where he was doing it at, Dinus? Right up in his house. Right with their ass in there, and they was doing it with him. Women will defend a man with their life damn near if they feel like having that man around is a benefit to them. We see it every single day. It doesn't change in the black community. And that's what we have to do. You're never going to stop this unless you start holding the women accountable who groom and sacrifice their daughters and sometimes their sons to these sadistic men. Polight is guilty. The mama is guilty too. She heard the rumors about Polight, probably knew whether or not the rumors were true. She sacrificed her daughter to Polight, bro.
R. Kelly is guilty too, and the mothers are guilty as well.
And the mothers are guilty as well. They give their daughters up because the daughters are like young too, but they 14, 15. I mean, they are hormones out of control. They want to do stuff, as young people do. But the mama know when she got a daughter who fast or is sexually active or whatever. All she doing is putting them in the same bad place at the same bad time. She know what's going to happen. But then she plays ignorance. Oh, I didn't know. You knew. Because there's no way in hell my daughter gonna be left around no man alone, 14 years old, and I know she's alone with him. Daddy ain't putting up with that shit.
Okay,
Mama doing it.
let me read the super chat. If the mom knew what Polight was gonna do, why didn't Polight bring that out and expose the mother? What the heck? Okay.
He probably did.
Okay.
He probably did, but you know, in our society, women are protected.
Okay, let me pass it to CD. Go ahead, CD.
Yeah, she threw the bait. He bit it, bro. She was looking to benefit from this man. It's no way that you can take a 14-year-old to a club. It just don't make sense. It don't make sense at all. And Brandon is right. Brandon is definitely right. These women are looking to get a benefit from these men. It's no way that you can sit up here and justify the girl going to a club, a 14-year-old girl. That doesn't make sense at all.
But he
Doesn't make sense
lied.
at
You know,
all.
he lied though. He didn't. First of all, he didn't get permission to take the girl out the hotel room. He lied to the girl, and then he told her he's gonna take her somewhere else. And then when they got to the club, he told her, "Oh no, it's closed." So that's how they ended up at the hotel. You see? So he was lying all together. He didn't get no permission to take that girl to no
Have
club.
you been around any? Listen, brother. Have you ever been around a 14-year-old girl ever? I have a daughter. She's 14. You ain't gotta lie to no 14-year-old girl to get her to go to no damn club. That's exciting to them. If you told my daughter, now my daughter wouldn't be in this situation, but if my daughter's cousin or something, hey, let's go to a club. You know what my daughter gonna say? Let's go. Cause to girls, to kids, period, that shit sounds exciting. She sees
but that's
Polight.
not her
He
fault.
got.
What are you saying, brother?
I'm not blaming her. Stop doing that, bro. Cause I know what you're doing. But what I'm telling you is, I'm not blaming the victim. Where's the damn mama at? That's who's to blame, along with Polight.
The mama was calling Polight, giving him the benefit of the doubt. Like, where's my daughter?
How did her daughter get to the motel?
So obviously he took her.
But how? How did her daughter get in a situation where she was even alone with Polight? I'm taking your phone.
When we read the thing, he took her out the hotel room.
Okay,
How did know this?
so this is my. Isn't that considered kidnapping? Was he convicted of kidnapping at all? He was.
No,
he didn't take her against her
She
will.
allowed him to go. That's why.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's the point. Hold on, Kasha. That's the point I'm trying to make. The mother's story ain't adding up. That's the point I'm trying to make.
She needs to be convicted too. It's some more with this story.
You all could be right then. I didn't know that part.
All right, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, bro. Bruce.
Hey, peace to everybody on the chat. I ain't gonna even be on here long.
Peace, brother.
I'm gonna drop my observation, and then I'm gonna leave. Now, I ain't gonna get into the whole history with how I feel personally about Polight, my history with him and all that. But just looking at this, I got up today, and when I seen his court Zoom was live, I watched it on Brother Garfield's podcast. I watched every bit of it all the way to the end. And what I want to put in y'all resume, if y'all didn't pay attention, the thing with the mama, she kind of changed everything, because when she testified, she said she didn't know that he was taking her to none of that. He said Polight lied, said he was taking her downstairs to the store or something like that. And then she wondered where he went and she couldn't find him. So if that's the case, and if that's true, we can't blame her for that.
Brother, I thought you was done.
Brandon,
I thought he was done.
Brandon, let me finish. Go ahead.
That letter, you could pull that clip. I watched it live, every bit of it. Now, not only that, Polight got 2 more charges coming. If we paid attention to their case, he got that. He copped out for the 7 years, 7 years incarceration, 10 years probation, right? And his little deal was that he wouldn't be labeled as a sex offender, but he got 10 years probation. So meaning he has to be supervised around any minors. The mama said she agreed with that. And you know why? Because she didn't want her daughter to go through no damn trial. I don't know how nobody can't understand that. Now, let me say this one last thing. And I'm not saying Because when you bring up R. Kelly, them two different things. Because with R. Kelly, I'm from the South Side of Chicago. I come up exactly in that era. I knew the brother. I ain't gonna say I know him like he was my
So am
uncle.
I.
So okay, I'm from 79th Street, bro. I was a
Okay,
bunch.
I'm from
All right,
66
let,
and
let the
Claremont.
man let the
Okay, so
man
let me
finish.
finish what
I
I'm
already
saying.
know what hood you
With
from.
that case, everybody knew the mamas knew about R. Kelly. Everybody. That's totally different than this case, bro. And then it's another thing. It's another thing to add to this. We know Polight is a pure liar. I'm the one that went viral when I said years ago, Polight can't come back to Chicago or Gary or Indiana. You know why I said that? On his podcast, I told him, I said, man, because you hit up some people for $17,000 and they are from I'll say infamous street organization. And he got on there and responded and said, well, maybe, you know how he uses words. Well, if I suffice, maybe you can help me with that situation. I said, no, the hell I can't. Don't try to put that on me. That's word of the streets. I'm just telling you. So this the kind of nigga I've been knowing he was. But this the point. That sister that was just on here talking, if y'all notice, it was one fact that she left out of everybody she named. Remember when she was naming everybody and all praises to the Most High, and God bless her soul that she was a victim before and she no victim. But realize who she named. She did not name her father. She named everybody, mama, auntie, cousin, but she didn't name her father. We ain't got fathers there. So I'll let y'all go with that.
Let me read the super chat. My daughters ain't leaving my presence with the man who was not their father. And see, that's the question I'm trying, like I'm asking. Like, women, you have a daughter. Like, how does it work when you allow your boyfriend, you know, or whatever, to be alone with your daughter? That's the point. That's where I was like kind of confused. Like, how did Polight get alone with the daughter? That's where like I was confused. And it's just the stories aren't adding up, because if it's true that Polight told the mother that he was just going to take her downstairs to the lobby, but they ended up at a club allegedly and another separate, well, I think a club and another hotel. That's kidnapping, isn't it?
Diners. What people have to understand, and this is the part that we're in Negro land right now, because you have to understand you're dealing with a 14-year-old girl, Diners. 14-year-old girls have all the same capacity as women except for mental, right? Their bodies is developing. They have already got their period way back at 11. So they 3-4 years strong already with having the hormones that a female gets when she starts to desire to reproduce, right? You letting Polight do with all this money, flashy cars, all this stuff, take your daughter anywhere outside of your sight is basically like you being complicit in what he doing, Dinus. Because you understand as a woman what women are attracted to. And a 14-year-old girl will make a move on a man just like a 40-year-old woman will if she thinks it's going to benefit her, Dinus. I'm not saying that the girl is the victim. I mean, I'm not saying that she's at fault. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is the mother was being totally negligent to the point where I feel she was in on it. She thought she was going to give her daughter up to Polight. She might get paid. I guarantee you the civil suit is coming, Dinus. I guarantee it. Women do this stuff all the time. And we're not going to fix the problems in our community until we start addressing it. Always remember, females and their 9-year-old daughters is singing along to Cardi B in the car. I was in the car with my sister. Wait a minute. You told me don't interrupt you. Wait a minute.
I'm sorry.
I was in the car with my sister. Sweetie, City Girls. My sister bumping that shit. They rolling. My little 7-year-old niece in the back. Word for word, Dinus. Word for word. You telling me that you letting your daughter listen to that kind of shit and you aren't partially or shit straight up grooming them for that? Yes, you are. Because you're feeding this shit into their consciousness. You're stealing their innocence. So that when they get 14, 15, 13, they're even sooner, they're trying to experiment with that stuff. Because they're listening to it in songs, you singing it with them, and they're looking at it like, my mama let me listen to it and sing it, so it must be okay. That's what's going on in America, in Black America, Dynas.
Okay, Boochie, is it okay if I speak? I want to see if you agree with me on something, because it was something I said, and you kind of, I say lamb back because I'm a Hebrew, not piggyback. We don't eat swine. So you lamb back off what I said, right? I said, did anybody notice that the sister that was up here talking didn't mention the father? You got what I meant by that, right? Like, meaning they named everybody, she named everybody in her family, and I'm not blaming the sister.
Daddy wasn't around.
No, right. But that's the point. Okay, so let's get back to what you just said, right? Now, the thing with her, let's keep it real. Brother Polight had what, 3, 4 wives? She was one of his wives, quote unquote. She was one of his wives. So he was very familiar with this child. Meaning the mother was, it wasn't like he was a random dude she was dating. This was supposed to be her husband. Nobody's bringing that up. We forgot it's a polygamous life. It's a polygamous culture. He had 3, 4 wives. She was one of the wives. So she felt he was just taking them down. He was just taking her downstairs to do whatever. Now, I do agree with you that, yes, we do get mothers and fathers, as hard as that's to believe, coming from Chicago, you know I ain't lying, that during them eras, they did that trifling ass stuff. They let their young daughters get with these rappers and these singers because they thought they was going to hit a lick. Let's keep it real. But I can't put that on her. Just listening to it. That's all I'm saying, bro.
I'm putting it on her. Listen, she was married to Polight. I'm gonna make this quick. She knows that man. When you're married to somebody, you know all their little perversions, you know their little desires, what they like to do, whether you want to stick a finger in your booty during sex, whatever. You know everything about them.
Pause.
That is not the first time.
Gucci badass pause.
Pause. But you have seen Polight. They've probably been involved in some, different stuff with him, and they know what his appetites are, how young he like his women, what type of women he like, etc. If a man got 4 wives and he's sexually functional like that, I know that this man really likes women. If this man is getting rid of wives and getting new ones, I know he likes them younger. There's no way my daughter's gonna be a Dynas. Would you let your daughter around Brother Polight?
Hell no. But that's my question with Brother Polight's character. All right, everything that we know about him that's factual. What mother would allow their daughter to be with him without the mother around? That's the question I keep asking. Like, shit just not adding up.
Now, hold up. And I'm glad you asked it that simple. I'm glad you asked it that simple. So now ask yourself this. If this man had 4 wives, we do know all the children he got is not his biological children. Some of them was stepchildren. So that means these women were with him. So evidently, they believe he was a secure father type figure. That's what I'm saying. I'm not giving them a pass.
They didn't believe that, bro. What they said is, if my daughter can get on with Polight, we can get money out of him, and then we could sue him later on for being a pedophile. Hey, Donis, big up Aurora Mary's comment. She's telling the truth. She's been in the comments telling the facts for a minute about.
You on mute, bro.
My bad. How you know this ain't gonna be monetized? What happened?
No, we just joking around because y'all should.
It ain't gonna be monetized. You guys
donate to Dynas's. You guys need to donate.
Keep Cash
I,
App. Keep Cash App.
I don't see nothing you said that would demonetize you because
Listen,
everybody's talking about this. So
no, but when you know how we talk, finger in the booty and stuff like that, that's gonna get.
the thing in the booty. Okay, I
Yeah, yeah. So donate to the channel because Dinah's got demonetized because I was talking vulgar, and I'm gonna donate him something too. This ain't getting monetized, y'all. But Aurora Maria's in here saying my cousin's mother sold her to a grown man, and she sold her daughter too. Brandon is right, bro. This shit happens all the time, all the time. I remember there was a girl. Dinah's. If I'm lying, I'm flying. There was a girl when I was little who lived in my apartment building. We grew up. She got like 14 or 15. Her mom used to always have these parties and stuff with her friends come over, drink, they play spades and all that shit. I remember her daughter got taken away by the Child Protective Services. Now this was a rumor now, but the rumor had it that the mama was letting men come over there and do stuff with the girl when she was 14, 15 years old in exchange for money. As a kid, unbelievable. But as an adult, I believe it's true. Because women don't look at 14, 15, 16-year-old women as little girls. Women look at them as women. That's why you'll see a grown-ass woman fight a 14-year-old girl. They look at them as women, and they look at them as competition. And mama say this, shit, if I had to start giving it up at 14, you could give it up at 14. Tell me I'm lying, Dinus.
I wasn't exposed to stuff like that. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but I don't. It's not the norm.
I
It's definitely
was,
not the
and
norm.
Brandon is speaking facts.
Prince Dice, let me say something, just so Bucci know, because he might not recognize who I am, because I'm on my other.
I know who you are.
Remember, I've been on your show before, and
I know who you are.
Yeah, Hebrew. And I use the Hebrews in the hood when you was like, man, that's a cool name. So we good. I subscribe. I follow you. You know, I follow you. I'm just trying to bring out and try to be as is it objective or subjective? I get it mixed up when you
objective.
Objective, right? I'm trying to be as objective as possible. When it concerns the mother, that's it. Polight ass is cooked. And I'm gonna be quite honest with you, and I'm gonna say this. Me coming from that lifestyle, being in the institution, in the penal institution, being in the gang banging, being shot up, and all that type of stuff, Polight ass in trouble. He might not even make them 7 years.
He gonna be PC'd up.
Man, you know what? Now we don't know yet, but from what they were saying, and this is just speculation. That's why I don't like to react too quick early. I wait. They say he can't even go to PC right now. And I know what they mean by that, depending on the state. So, like, for example, say you get locked up in Illinois, right? You know how the gangs run in Illinois, like they run California, right? So here's the thing. You could not be able to go to PC. You got to do something to get sent to PC. So, meaning, if he know he can't be in general, they call it GP, general population. He knows somebody's going to poke him. And you know what poke him mean. Or bang. Y'all know what that means. That's talking about them shanks, right? Somebody that, I want y'all to put this in y'all mind. Say when he leave the county, he goes straight to the penitentiary, right? You're going to have people on there that might have 80 years, 90 years, 100 years. You think they care about stabbing or let me be careful because of my brother Page. You think they care about hitting this dude up? They would take some good publicity for that. They already there.
But Polight, I think there's a path to victory for him in jail. He can pay people for protection because he has money, and also he's very smart, and he could go to the law library and basically become kind of like a prison lawyer. Wait a minute. Those are the dudes, especially like when I was in jail. Those were the dudes who they kind of were given a pass on a lot of shit because they was helping people.
But
there's some.
Well, I don't know what state you was in, but I'm gonna tell you, in Illinois,
if you got money,
look at what I'm saying, bro. I'm in Illinois. I'm around them vice lords, them GDs and BDs and Blackstones, folk for the hustlers, Latin Kings, and Maniac Light Disciples, and all that shit. They ain't. I don't care how good you know court. If you got a jacket on you that say that you've either a rapist or a child molestation or a snitch, you get no. You always your head on a swivel. I don't care how much good you do. You can't pay off too many people because it's hooked up by mobs. Meaning certain gangs run certain decks. They ain't trying to hit that. And Florida got a lot of gangs.
I
If
just feel
you
like
locked
if
up in
you got
Florida,
money in jail, you can get away with anything.
Yeah, Florida don't really have a lot of gangs like that. We don't have a lot of gangs like y'all do.
Man, you go into one gang and be like, I'm gonna give y'all, hey bro, I'm gonna give y'all 500 a week. Nigga,
Yeah,
you will
yeah,
be like a golden goose. Ain't
yeah.
nobody gonna touch you.
We don't have gangs down south. We have neighborhoods, and that shit not
That
like.
the stuff about
wait a minute,
rapists.
wait. Who just said that? Where you at down south? Because I got family Mississippi, Arkansas. It's all the gangs we got. Texas, gangs we
No,
got.
we don't game man like y'all, man. Over there in the West Coast, y'all.
No,
We
I'm not
don't.
from the West Coast.
I'm from
No, I'm
Louisiana.
not from the bro.
I'm
I'm
from
not from the
Louisiana.
West Coast.
I live in
I'm from the
Houston.
Midwest. I'm from Illinois, Chicago. I'm from Chicago.
We don't game bang like y'all. Y'all take that shit to a different level.
Wait a minute. What state you from, bro?
Man, who
Louisiana.
gives a damn? Get back on topic.
But anyway, Polight. Yeah, Polight. He gonna go to PC, bro. He ain't gonna put him with the regular people.
He
But
gonna
but
have
but
to.
that woman wasn't. He wasn't with that woman long though. That was a new woman.
Yeah,
That
you
wasn't
right
the
about
old
that.
woman
Yeah, that's
that
a
he
good
had.
fact.
That was a new chick that he had, and she still let him be with the child alone.
I ain't gonna lie, Bucci. He brought up a good factor. She wasn't like one of them other three long wives he had. She was fairly, if you look at it from
There's no way a woman was sexually active with a man, know his perversions, know what he is into, and let that dude go around with her daughter alone. Like what I keep trying to tell y'all is this girl was 14. Do you realize that Aaliyah was 14 when she married R. Kelly? Elvis Presley's wife was 14 when he married her. 14 is an age where a woman could come for some shit. You see what I'm saying? And I
Marvin
really
Gaye got
believe.
a 13-year-old niece pregnant.
Listen, I'm not blaming the victim. What I'm telling you is that's the age where a woman could be manipulated by a man very easily if the man has resources. She can make a decision. Damn, he got money. Damn, he gonna buy me some Jordans. Damn, he gonna do this and do that for me. He gonna get my hair done. He gonna do that. And they will willingly give you some booty. I'm not saying it's her fault. What I'm saying is her mother put her in a very bad situation, and her mother allowed it to happen. We just got to be real about the situation. These women and these young girls, money is everything to these females nowadays. To everybody, not just females. So I'm not gonna say that the little girl wasn't willing to do it, because clearly she was. If the guy is like he didn't force her to do nothing, what?
Oh, bro. You out of line, brother. You out of line, bro.
Listen. I'm gonna say what the facts is.
Those ain't the facts, bro. What you mean? Those ain't the facts.
Let me
Where you getting the
finish.
facts from?
Let me finish. 14 years old is old enough to call the police if
bro,
somebody
you keep
takes.
focusing on that.
Man,
But
let
you
me
must-
finish,
you
bro. Let me
Go-
finish, bro. What I'm telling you is, man, listen, y'all dudes can put y'all mind in the trash can. I don't do that. 14 years old is old enough. If someone's doing something to you, you got a cell phone. You could call the police. That girl was doing stuff with Polight for money, and her mother knew it. That's what's going on here. Not saying he's not guilty. He's guilty as sin. But let's be honest about what was happening.
Where you get the information from,
bro?
I
Okay,
don't
let me
need
ask
the
you-
information. I know what. You can look at the ages.
Okay, bro. So let somebody else just respond to what you saying. Let's do what you just said, bro. We do know that those cases happen, but I'm starting to think you did not watch the live today. Because if you watch the court case live, what it's saying is the girl was a virgin. So how could she been doing that with him? I want you to explain that. It's a medical way. It's medical ways. It's medical ways to prove if a girl was a virgin. She was a virgin. That's why he went in her mouth. Come on, bro. You tripping on that though, G. I ain't gonna lie.
Go ahead, Dinus.
Go ahead, Lumumba.
I don't know what I just came in on, so you're gonna have to give me some background.
Brandon is Brandon is
Well, basically,
like
we
Lamuma
having a
said
dialogue.
earlier.
My
Like
fault.
like Lamuma said earlier, I'm not living with no man's daughter. If a woman got a child, I'm not moving in with her if he have a daughter or whatever. I'm not doing that. We need to be in separate houses, or you need to get a baby to the damn daddy or something. Because
For me, I don't date women who have children, period, anyway. But that's for other reasons. Not it has nothing to do with sexual. I just want to come first. And if you got children, I can't come first. You know what I'm saying? So that's just a whole nother issue.
All right, so this is what we're gonna do.
Right.
I wanna ask the brother Bucci, from what you just said, Bucci. Now remember, a lot of people finna see this panel. You said the girl was in on it, like you comparing it to the R. Kelly situation, which is different. I was trying to tell you that. Now, we don't know if it's true.
It's not much different.
But let me finish. You said that girl, that mama was in on it. But according to the case documents, she was a virgin, a 14-year-old virgin, and he put he forced it in her mouth. Actually, it say okay, I'll clean it up. It actually say he forced liquor down her throat first. You know, they charged him for that. That's another charge. And then he did libido, whatever that word you say. That he did that. So I'm gonna ask you, if she was a virgin, how was she going along with that?
I believe that the mother set the whole situation up. I believe the girl was a virgin, but I also believe that this guy was trying to manipulate that girl into doing stuff. And unfortunately, the society we live in, if you got money, young girls, women, even men will do stuff that you want them to do. People are controlled by money in today's society, bro. That girl is 14. She goes to school. She's with her fast ass friends every day. Might be one of the fast. Who knows? Just because you fast don't mean you're sexually active. But the mother, in my opinion, knew what was going to happen, or at the very minimum, she knew what could potentially happen when she let her daughter go off alone with Polight.
And that's the point I want to harp on right there, right? When you have children, part of your job, and Dinus, you are a father, Bucci, badass, Pause is a father, I'm a father as well. If you have a parental instinct, your job is to prevent your child from being put in precarious situations, right? This is a reality. So there are individuals that I am biologically related to that I've never even allowed to be in the same room with my children, let alone watch my kids for any extended amount of time, right? So you should innately have a protective perspective regarding your children, right? And then the brothers and sisters who I do allow to be around my children, they know, hey, if I do something unbecoming to Bakari's child, it's going to be chitty chitty bang bang, chop it in the ghetto, no questions asked. People know that about me when it comes to my progeny. So there is an inkling here to what in the HEW hockey sticks are you doing where you're leaving your child alone with a man, period, for any reason.
Yes.
I would even argue for if the man isn't maybe a grandfather or the father, what in the HEW hockey sticks are you doing? I'm that serious when it comes to that type of issue. My daughter tell you I don't allow anyone to watch her.
I agree with you, brother. But here's what we missing.
If I could interject without cutting your wisdom, no, I ain't gonna cut your wisdom, but I just want to interject what the brother just said because he's coming from where I'm trying to come from. Now think about this, bro. The man got quote unquote 4 wives. So you hear me? So that means he got step kids, quote unquote. We ain't getting into the whole legal system of America and all that. It's a lot of cultures that do polygamy. He's saying that if that is his stepchild, you saying, so as a biological father, say you split up with your wife, she get a new man, they got a stepdaddy. So you saying they can't be along with the child?
So yes, that's the situation. I'm a divorcee, and I've made that very clear. I said, hey, I'm letting you know now. you are under my provision. If anything happened, you got to come see me. Literally. Because I look at people differently. I just think men, when they're trying to be alone with other people's children, I find that a suspect. That's just my situation, the way I view things. I just find it as, and I'm going to tell you why. Children are immature, for one. Right? So if anyone knows when you're around children that are immature, it's really hard to like be in community with them unless you're like a teacher or something like that. Secondly, when you're with your kids, you don't mind your children being immature because they're your children and you love them, you want to be around them and nurture them, so on and so forth. But typically other children that they're misbehaving, if they're acting in a truculent and bellicose nature, you can't get into them and discipline them the way you can your own child. So I've always found it rather curious when men want to be around children that aren't their own.
So for the record, you saying a stepfather can't be around a stepchild alone?
Not if he has the reputation of Polight, for the record.
No, I didn't.
I would agree with Bucci.
That's obvious, Bucci. That's obvious, Bucci. I'm asking, bro. I'm trying to get his.
Yes, sir. But for me, absolutely not. I don't trust any man around my children.
So that means can't no stepfathers really.
Correct.
That's messed.
So teachers is out of line too.
And I will tell you why. And I will go into it. So my daughter's a teenager. She's developing. Lord have mercy. She was with me when she started her cycle, right? My daughter's developing. There's no way on God's green earth, even I don't believe in God, but you could use that term, that I would ever find my daughter in a physically, sexually attractive manner, right? Now, just because the guy's a stepdad, he knows that's not his biological child. At some point, he's going to look at her as an actual woman and find her attractive more often than not.
No, I don't agree with that.
I do.
So all men are.
Let me
finish. I will give you another example. People think my sister's attractive. I don't know why, but I don't find her attractive, and I never have.
And that's what I was about to say to you, bro. I'm not gonna say no goofy shit like you projecting, but you know what's weird about that? Because listen to what you saying to everybody that's listening. I'm a divorcee.
Mm-hmm.
I had two stepdaughters. They was both teenagers, right? Bodies built and everything. I never once looked at them that way.
I would argue that you are an anomaly.
Somebody in your family not looking at them that way.
I would argue that you are an anomaly. You are an anomaly, brother.
I am not an anomaly. I think that's a natural man.
Yes, you are. You are an anomaly.
Look, bro. We are not savage sexual.
I never said that we were, and I'm not inferring that we are.
The stats don't prove.
Yes, you are, bro.
The stats don't prove what you're saying. Even if you don't do it, someone in your family. As soon as you start dating a girl, you see a fine girl, your mom, daughter, your mom, boyfriend, daughter, or cousin, or something. You trying to knock that down.
So you saying the stats prove that stepdaddies look at their natural dog at they
hold on. Let me pass. Hold on.
Oh, bro, that's retarded.
Hold on. Let me pass it to Robert. Go ahead, Robert.
I know a lady whose daughter screwed her husband.
Oh wow! Come on, let's go, Robert.
These are anecdotal. I asked the chat earlier, like, what percentage of men do you really think, or women really think that they sell a daughter to a guy? Like, what's the percentage?
No, Let's get down the number because we know. I think that's a great question. I don't know that, but what I will say is I've read documented cases. So I'm from Ohio, and I've read documented cases in Columbus, Cleveland, Dayton, and Cincinnati in the media where there have been women who've done that. Now, typically in those cases, and I think that's a great question, brother Robert, the women were on drugs and actually offered their daughters to the drug dealer in exchange for narcotics.
And women would do that for money too, because drugs is a drugs is a reason.
They gave the woman like 25 years in prison, and the man that engaged in the sexual act, he got, I think, like 47 years. This is in the Cincinnati Enquirer.
Let me say this. Wait a minute. Wait, look at this, CD. What you have to understand is all this stuff is fringe. It's not a reflection of the greater society. How many people on earth How many people on earth are Nuwapians? How many people on earth in America even know who the hell Polight is? This is all fringe shit. And what you got to understand is these type of fringe groups, fringe ideologies, they attract deviants, people with mental illness, people with a natural imposition towards degeneracy. That's the group you're dealing with. So when I hear this stuff happening, I think anybody following behind Polight has the potential to do some degenerate shit, because it's just a degenerate environment.
I can agree.
Dine,
All right, well, let me say this. I'm about to leave.
Let me pass it to Chris.
I'm about to leave. No, look, y'all.
I mean, if that's what that is, I don't know.
Hey, look. I'm about to leave. I want to let me do a pardon respectfully. Shout out to Prince. Thank you for letting me on here. Shout out to Bucci. I'm gonna still come on you. I might come on your panel. We could talk about it further. But I'm gonna be honest. Outside of y'all two and the other brother, I can't remember his name. He's sitting in the corner over there. What we're talking about just sounded very weird. When a nigga say, and excuse me, I don't like to say the term nigga.
So don't say the term then. Just say man, individual, but we don't need to use racial epithets about other black people.
Excuse my Hebrew. But what I'll say is, when somebody say, you gonna damn near naturally look at your stepdaughter that's 14 because she's not biologically yours, sexually at some point. That's weird as hell, bro.
I didn't say 14. She could be 24.
No, let me
but if that person isn't your actual child, there's a different relationship.
Bro. This was the point. This was the point I was trying to make. The way I came up, I don't know about y'all. Some of y'all might understand what I'm saying. I had a lot of women. I guess Pookie, Ray, whatever you want to call me. I was a gangbanger, drug dealer, and all that. I had a lot of women. I never thought you would be that desperate to do something like that. You got to hide discipline. We used to call it what? Dick discipline. And y'all niggas ain't got no dick discipline. You know why?
I think it goes more beyond that. I think pedophilia is something much more it's much deeper than just not having sexual discipline.
Okay, you got a stepdaughter. But what you think your brother, your cousins, your male cousins can find the stepdaughters attractive. The stepdaughter.
No, I don't have weird niggas in my family like that, bro.
Well, let me ask a question. Lumumba, and then I'm gonna pass it to Chrissy. Share the statement you said earlier about men who date
women with children. Right. Yeah. So I said in my lived experience and adult experience, I have found that men who date women with children are either simps, they're simping in some capacity, or they are a pedophile. That's what I found.
Okay, brother Miguel, what do you think about that?
I gotta hear this because that's the craziest shit I've heard in my life.
Well, I think I don't know any man who's an alpha male who's a man's man who will be willing to raise somebody else's children and pay somebody else's bills. That's nonsensical to me.
Okay, but let me ask you this, because some of the man's, as you call it, manospheres points, I agree with.
Well, I'm not into the manosphere.
No, you kind of sound just like.
Well, I said I'm not into it. Now there may be some points where we actually agree, but that's not my thing.
Okay, I got you. I ain't gonna put no label on you. Here's my point. I am kind of the same way. I would not choose to get a woman they got kids by another man because it just brings up so many problems. Because it's like especially if the man is still active. Right. Because it's like it's two men fighting over rulership over one house. So I understand that part.
Great point.
But you do know, what about an honorable situation? And I know you're gonna say that is the minority, but we gotta bring it up. What about the case of widows? Now, whether you believe in God or the Bible or the Hebrews or how
I don't, I'm an atheist.
Listen to what I'm saying. Okay, that's cool. Even as an atheist, you understand it's honorable to look out to marry a widow because it's not her fault.
I don't know if that's the case. I've never been told that. I've never had that logic that it's honorable to marry someone who's a widow. I personally don't want to be with someone who has children because I want to come first in a relationship too. I don't want to be around anyone else's children except for my own. That's just that simple.
What I'm telling you is, like I'm using this as an example. In the Hebrew culture, it is honorable to marry a widow.
I understand, but that's not my culture.
Well, I'm not a Hebrew. We ain't Hebrew.
I'm not Hebrew, so I could give a damn.
No, what I'm saying.
That's like telling me Japanese culture. I'm not Japanese. I could give a damn.
Y'all not getting what I'm saying. Y'all not getting what I'm saying. Hebrew culture is not the only culture that makes it honorable to marry a widow. That's my.
I'm not into any culture that does it. It's not my thing. Like I said, it's not my thing.
No,
it's just not something I do. I will be 40 years old in 20 days, and I've never in 40 years dated a woman who had children ever. It's not what I just don't do that.
You're an anomaly.
Undefeated,
I give you another example.
I've never dated a woman with kids either.
Right. I don't date women who are overweight. It's just not something that I do.
Who was that said he never dated a woman with kids?
Me. I've never dated a woman.
Lumumba.
No, let me ask you a question. Have you not ever dated them, or you never smashed?
No, I've never dated.
I've never been in a committed relationship with.
I've never even been in a committed relationship.
There you go. But you smashed them though, right?
What's your point?
Yeah, what's your point? It's consensual. What's your point?
Yeah, okay.
My point is, we will deal with women with kids. You just don't want no relationship.
No, I would sleep with a woman with kids, not deal with.
Yeah. Yeah.
Words do matter. It's not something that I do.
Let's pass it to Chris. Go ahead, Chrissy.
Yeah, what I hear is you will use a woman with children.
You now, what do that say about
you can't use somebody if the action is consensual.
Yeah, that sounds
You're
like
not using somebody if it's
she's a rag being used to me.
That's not being used.
Yeah, okay.
No, it's not. If it's consensual, it's not being used.
What I was going to say is, I mean, I guess we all have body parts, we all have mouths, we all have opinions, right? I disagree with the whole stepdaddy pedophile necessarily. I mean, my brother is a stepfather, and he raised my niece since she was 8 months old. That's his child. That's her dad. She has his last name. Okay. Every man who raises children is not necessarily some sort of simp.
That's still not his father. That's still not the father. Okay. It doesn't matter if he's been taking care of her since she was 4 days, though. That's not her daddy.
That's not her biological father.
Right, and the biological father is the father. We got to stop.
That's Can I finish, please, Lumumba? Can you calm down and I finish my point?
They will make whoever be the dad whenever it's convenient for them.
Okay.
So typically, most women,
Lumumba, can I finish?
Whoever they are in a relationship with, that's who the daddy is.
Can I finish?
That's typically what happens. That's
why
I finish? To promote this concept.
Can I finish? Can I finish? Can I finish?
Let her finish. Go ahead.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Actually, my brother and his former wife, they're divorced, and that's still his daughter.
No, it's not.
That's still her dad. Can I finish? You're so hot.
Yeah, he has legal rights. Does he have legal rights? Does he pay child support?
Can we have self-control, please?
This is self-control. I'm asking.
It's not self-control because I'm still talking and you're interrupting me. Okay?
Because
let me get to my point. Because we're not fighting. Right? This is a platform. Everybody, Dinus has allowed us to all give our points one by one. So that's not her biological father. She knows her biological father. She's really not interested in her biological father. The man who raised her is her dad. That's oh my God. I don't know why this man can't control himself. That is the man. That is the man. Is there a reason? I don't understand what's going on. That is the man that she knows as her dad. That's the only man that's the man who's raised her. That's the man she loves as her father. That's his child, right? So yes, there is biology. We all know about biology, but the role that you play in someone's life matters, and that he has played the role as a father in her life. My grandfather was not necessarily a stepfather, but he was a man in the community where children, who didn't really have anybody could go to him. He was a leader in his community. So when he died, people would say, Mas Corporal raised me. when I was this high. He took care of me. He looked out for me. He mentored me. That is leadership. There's nothing simping about that. That is a
That's
man who's
completely
a
different.
solid and who's a leader, and it doesn't mean that he is a
Yeah,
pedophile.
that's completely different. I do that in my community. That's not simping if you're just being a leader in your community. I had to say, I was leaving class today, and I had a couple young men, black men, while I'm leaving class, walking across the campus quad, asked me, hey, we have some questions. We want to know if you could be like a mentor to us while we're students here at the institution. I said, sure, no problem. So you're conflating the argument that I'm making, right? I'm not talking about mentorship in the community, leadership, being a part of a big brother, big sister organization. That's not what I'm talking about.
But that's still opportunity to do something hellacious if you wanted to.
If that is the person's nature, right?
Guys, can we allow Chrissy to talk without interrupting? I just want to hear Chris. I want to hear a woman. Go ahead.
Right. So, I mean, if I think of a person as a pedophile, they don't have to be a stepfather to be a pedophile. If it's in their nature to take advantage of children,
but we
they're
know
going
that
to
number one,
what we talk about, the self-control piece.
Let her finish. Just let her finish.
If it's in a person's nature to take advantage of children, whether they're the stepdaddy or they're the teacher at school or they're the creepy guy in the corner, they're going to find a way to take advantage of children. So there are men who are stepfathers who don't have it in their nature to take advantage of children, and they're not going to take advantage of children. So
let me offer a retort, right? I would agree with that. If someone has a thing for children, they're going to find a way to access those children. However, the data shows that the number one cause or progenitor of childhood sexual abuse is men entering into the home.
I understand that, and I'm familiar with that.
Supports that.
I agree. I do. I'm familiar with that.
100% because, we see this all the time in the media where teachers are engaging in manipulating these young men and women and engaging in sexual relationships with their students. As a matter of fact, oftentimes the face of teachers who are sexually abusing their children are what? White women, if you want to be real about that. So you're spot on there. Spot on.
Mm-hmm.
Every time I see a case in the media, it's a white female teacher abusing a student.
But Chrissy, let me ask you a question, Chrissy.
Sure.
So you said is your brother?
Yes, my brother.
Okay, but
he's not the only stepfather I know.
Okay, but you said he divorced the.
Yeah, they're divorced. But
okay, how old is your niece? Or
she's 20. Niece? No, sorry, she's 30 now. She's 30. She's 30. Yeah, she's 30. That's the only father she ever known. That's her daddy.
Guys, hold on, I got a question, but that's not her biological father.
He's not her biological father, no. But that's the man that she raised her. That's the only man she's interested in. That's her dad.
And so if I could provide,
and she's a daddy's girl.
That's not her dad.
Right. So this is why I push back against this, Dynas. There was a time between 2009 and 2011 where I was actually working with the Montgomery Family Fatherhood Initiative. Right, this was a nonprofit organization, 501c3 organization in Montgomery County. The county seat of Montgomery County is Dayton, Ohio, in which we would assist men in getting access to their children, custody of their children, legal rights, so on and so forth. We would assist them going to court, and we would find time and time again, irrespective of the racial or ethnic background of the man. So we're talking about white, Arab, Jewish, Latino, Black. We would find situations where as soon as the father would break up with the mom would at some point get into a relationship and start telling the child that the man she's in a relationship with is now the father. There was actually a young woman, she was 19 years old. She came and testified, the dad was, still dealing with some situations with the mom where the father had custody of his daughter, legal full custody, and the mom had visitation two weekends out the month and would tell her daughter that her boyfriend was her daddy, even though she was living with the father. So we tend to find in modern America, irrespective of the racial or ethnic background of the woman, that they view fatherhood as fluid and fathers as fungible. And I push back against that because it confuses the child. You need to be, matter of fact, there was a case on Dr. Phil when that Black girl was talking about, I'm not Black, I'm actually white, and I'm a white supremacist, so on and so forth. Now this is kind of getting into the weeds, but the young lady's mother told her when she was 5 years old that she had a white father, even though she didn't. So we don't need to be, we should be very honest with children and not lie to children about who their daddy or mommy is simply for convenience.
I understand, and she wasn't lied to. She's always known who her biological father is.
Right.
So
And
there's no deception there.
And oftentimes biological fathers are unable to actually raise their children because what? Of the sexist nature of the family court system. So we have to bring those literally.
So let me ask you a question, Chris. Can a non? Okay, what's the difference between a dad and a stepdad?
Well, fathers have legal rights. Stepfathers don't. If depending on the state that you're in. So in the state of Ohio, stepdads don't have legal rights.
Unless he officially adopts the child, correct?
Right, and unless the father gives up his legal rights and the stepfather adopts the child. So in Ohio, stepfathers have no legal rights whatsoever. In fact, there was a situation many years ago. I was trying to get my son, my son's mother, my ex-wife, told the stepdad, like, don't answer the door. So I just called the police, and the police told me, if you don't give him a son, you're gonna go to jail. It's that simple. You have no rights here. So these are the type of things that tend to take place, and that's why I push back against that, right? Because it's rooted in treating fathers as fungible and fatherhood as fluid.
I understand that point in the movement, but you have to realize that it's always been fluid in our community.
No, it hasn't.
Yes, it has. When we talk about slavery, and they sell the mother, a new mother steps in. When they kill the father, a new father steps in. When they split the families up, new mothers and fathers emerged all throughout
and you're right,
slavery.
And that is a historically accurate statement.
So why'd you say no, you don't? No, it's not.
But this is what I'm going to say. After the Holocaust of enslavement, we found, and there's a book on it by William Stuckley, who got his PhD in African American history at The Ohio State University, and he's an associate professor of African American history at the University of North Carolina. In his book Hattiesburg, A City in Black and White, he talks about that coming out of the Holocaust of enslavement, coming out of Reconstruction, Black people had intact two-parent family units at the 90th percentile rate. So even though that's what took place during the Holocaust of enslavement, we found that was what only germane to that peculiar institution. It wasn't something that we were doing in the late 19th century or the 20th century.
That's true, because we didn't have to. It was, but in certain situations,
90% was homogenous.
I'm sorry?
You act like that 90% was homogenous.
I'm not following.
You act like the 90%, everybody was happy. Everybody was loving.
Well, it doesn't matter if the people are happy or not. That's your daddy. You don't go around telling your child that someone else is your father just because you're not happy with the person. That's ridiculous.
You're talking about something different.
We had DNA tests back then.
When I was a teenager, my parents are still married, by the way, but when I was a teenager, there was a time where I told my dad to his face that he was trying to ruin my life because my curfew was 11 o'clock and I was a senior in high school. I didn't get to go. My mom didn't go and say, you know what, since your son don't like you right now, let me go get somebody else to be your dad. This is nonsensical. You don't,
I don't think that's how it's happened.
You don't run a household based on happiness. You run a household based on responsibility, duty, and structure. There are times when my children don't like me because of the pronouncements and the rules I make and holding them accountable. But they can't go out and say, okay, I want somebody else to be my dad. Matter of fact, my parents told me, because both my kids are teenagers, they said if your children don't like you when they're teenagers, you probably aren't doing your job.
As a community, we've always taken in other people, other children.
Dinus, let me ask you something.
Go ahead.
How many of those girls you seen in that football stadium are on the visits that they parents be knowing what's going on and they still let them do it?
I don't understand your question.
What are you referring to, CD?
Yeah, I don't understand your question.
LSU, UG, these big colleges on them visits, those girls, you know the coaches, you know what's going on. How many of those girls' parents actually know what's going on with these recruiting visits for these athletes?
I don't. So you're talking about the girls that be getting down?
Yeah, you know the girls that the coaches, you know.
The parents actually know?
And the parents actually know, or the coach gotta know.
Well, the coaches really don't know either. I don't know. I never looked at it like that. Like I want Chris to come back on. I don't know.
Man, them people be on that. But yeah, man, I'm out, man. Nice talking to you, Dinings. I hope your trip was good to Africa and
it was great. We're going to Zanzibar in November. If you want to go to Downfall Africa, and then we're rolling to Benin in January for the Voodoo
I'll be
Festival.
in Nairobi in November though. I'll come to Zanzibar. You know.
Let me ask you a question, bro.
What's up?
Have you been to Tanzania yet?
Yeah, I've been to Tanzania.
Man, I got a few of my Hebrew brothers that moved down there. They got 3-4 wives. They say they ain't never coming back.
Let me ask you this.
Telling me to come there. No, look. Now, here you go. Now, I'm a teacher, so I move globally, whatever. So we got some camps in South Africa. They want me to come there. South Africa is kind of sweet. You know what I'm saying? South Africa and Zimbabwe, it's kind of okay. But the ones in Tanzania and Ghana just is talking like it's paradise. So I'm asking you, and I ain't gonna lie, a lot of these brothers are polygamous though. But that ain't why they went there. They went there on something totally different. They talking about they don't want to come back.
Can I ask a question? So, okay, I'm guessing you're a Hebrew Israelite. Am I right?
Yeah, I am.
So, is Israel the promised land or not?
Of course, yeah, according to my understanding, yeah, it is.
So, like,
I know it's a bunch of debates on where the land is and when it started. I'm not here for that because I used to be. I'm just gonna let you know for you ask me too many questions. I used to be an international debater. I done won trophies and all that. I started on Debate Talk for You. Then I went from there. I was on that one. What is it? The one that's international in the UK. I won over there. And then I went from there and I went to Solar Mind Debate League. I won a championship over there. And I've also been on House of Consciousness with Sinetta.
Okay, so, but I got another question. I got another question. Are you like Benin Hebrew Israelites, or are you the ISP UK?
Good question. Because some people see me and they get, well, put it like this. I am what you call Chicago-based Israelite.
So that's Benin.
Well, people think that's Benin, but it was other Israelite camps around outside of Benin. And so I come from the camps outside of Benin. Although I do got family members that live in Dimona, Israel right now. And Prince ICL was one of my elders, which was Benin's one of his lieutenants, that took over after he died. So yeah, it's a connection to it, but I never was from a camp. I'm from IOG. It's a totally different camp, brother.
So are you guys actively building in Israel?
Yeah. I still got family over there. Joe, I ain't gonna lie. You know what's sad? People always criticize. But the one thing you could say, if you compare the Kemetic community, the Pan-African, and all these other things, the Hebrew Israelite community is the only one on record that actually did a large migration from America to a foreign land and set up their own damn shit.
That's not true at all. That's not true at all. You had a large segment of African
Americans. What I'm saying, bro.
That's not true. Let me respond.
Listen to what I'm saying, bro. Let me finish, bro. What I mean by that, I'm not saying other groups didn't attempt it. I'm talking about successful and still there. We had groups that left. Listen to what I'm saying. We had groups that left, right? You know what most people don't know is the Israelites left Chicago in 1968. You know where they went? They didn't go straight to Dimona, Israel. They went to Liberia.
Okay.
Guess who's still over there right now? The remnants of them is in Liberia. And then where did they go after that? Hold up. Where did they go after that? They went to Sierra Leone. And then they left Sierra Leone and they went to Dimona, Israel. Show me another group that did all that.
I'm about to. So I'm so glad that you asked. So we could start with in the 19th century, prior to the Civil War, Reverend James T. Holly took a large segment, thousands of African Americans, and moved to Haiti, and they're still there to this day, right?
Haiti, that's in our.
Hold on.
That's in the Western Hemisphere, bro.
So you stated leaving
that's the
America
Western
and going somewhere
Hemisphere.
else and setting up. Also, we have a large segment of African Americans and Afro-Caribbeans who, during the Rastafari movement, moved to Ethiopia. They were given land provided by
Okay, name it. Okay.
They are still there to this
Stop
day.
right there. Stop right there.
No. You
Stop right
allowed
there.
you to
Stop
talk,
right
so you
there.
need to let me finish. Okay. We also had a large segment of
You
African Americans in the 1970s moved to Tanzania, along with who was the Black Panther leader in Kansas City?
Pete O'Neill.
Pete O'Neill. They're still
You
there.
don't even know.
Right, we had a large segment of African Americans move to Ghana. There's a large African American repatriated community in Ghana that is still present there to this day. So
did you hear what I said? I never said we was the only one that went.
That is what you said.
I said no, you didn't. See, y'all.
You said we're the only ones.
I said we're the only ones.
I
said we're the only ones. I said we're the only ones that went. That's still substantial to this day.
And I just named 5 different groups. I just named.
What does that mean? Like, I don't get the significance of that.
Show me the cash you talking about.
I just gave you.
I want to hear from Chrissy. But shout out to Ronique Chambers for the.
We in Demona, Israel, with a whole city.
Great.
Okay.
But also, if we could go back to the original conversation.
Cut. You got cut.
Hold on. Let me.
No, I didn't. I gave you factual information. I have a library behind me.
All that shit is baby food. We've been knew about everything you named. I knew about.
No, you didn't.
Okay.
Go right ahead.
That's why I used it.
Guys, let me hold on. One mic. Let me shout out to Ronique Chambers for the $50 holla cash app. I appreciate you, Ronique. And Queen Candy says she wants 7 husbands, 1 for each day of the week. Sister, I hope your wishes come true. I hope you get your 7 husbands. I hope you do. I hope you get your 7 husbands. I want you to see that through. But go ahead, Chrissy. Go ahead. Let me hear from Chris. Guys, don't interrupt Chrissy. Please don't interrupt her. Let me hear it. Go ahead, Chrissy.
All right. Well, in all honesty, I had to step away for a moment. So is there something particular you want me to respond to? Because I do have something to say about the other aspect of the conversation.
Go ahead. Go the other aspect.
Oh, okay. I was just going to say that right now our community is very fragmented. And I know that there has been a lot of this online discourse, almost to the point of kind of like neurotic about this whole being a stepfather thing, like to the point like you'd think somebody's holding a gun to someone's head. If you don't want to be a stepfather, then don't be a stepfather. It's really that simple. But to any man who steps into a child's life, especially children in our community, most who don't have fathers in the home.
They do have fathers. They have
I said in the home. Let me finish. If you,
my bad. My bad. You got it.
Mighty God. So I mean, don't have fathers in the home, or don't. There's some reason why the relationship is fragmented. And if there's a man willing to step into that role so that our children can have fathers in the home, our children can have the covering of a man in their life where they don't have coverings, so that they can be protected, I think that is very honorable and that's very godly. So kudos to those men. And oh God have mercy. I don't know what it is.
Let her finish.
So and every man obviously in that position is not pedophilic, but women out there, be careful who you pick up. Really be careful, because yes, there are men who are pedophile in nature who will prey on you, for rather it be for sex or rather it be for because you have children. So you really do have to be careful. That's all I was gonna say.
So this is my retort. And this argument is made a lot about having a father in the home. If the woman wants the father in the home, she needs to be with the actual daddy. This happens over. I'm going to speak
outside of her control.
I'm going to speak to that. In my anecdotal experience, working from 2009 to 2011 with the Montgomery County Fatherhood Initiatives, we would find situations in which we would argue that women were double dipping. They would break up with the father for nonsensical reasons, typically because he was providing some type of leadership in the household that the woman did not want to ascribe to. And this was irrespective of the race or ethnic background of the women and the man involved. Then they put the guy on child support, engage in parental alienation, and then have another man come in and be financially supporting the child and being the father. We find this over and over again. So that's why I say no. If the woman is serious about wanting the child to be covered and be protected and have the father in the home, you get the actual daddy no do that. Because no one, more often than not, is going to care more about the safety and well-being of their child than the biological mother and father. The majority of the time, no one cares more about the safety and protection of their child than the actual biological mother and father. That's a reality.
I ain't gonna lie, I agree with that.
So, like, if you're serious, I want my child to have a daddy in the home, stay with the dad.
I've seen situations where that's not
possible. When I worked with the Montgomery County Fatherhood Initiative, it was a eye-opening experience because I'm talking about men who were white, Arab, Asian, Jewish, Latino, Black, all were sharing the same story. And so at some point, I'm like, man, listen, y'all might have just got together and made this stuff up. But then as working at the institution and going to the court cases, there was a case where a woman complained that was arguing for the father to lose all contact and parental rights with his child because the child got in trouble in school. The child was like 10 or 11 years old, and he made the child do exercises for 15 minutes. And so she felt that was abuse. And the judge was looking at her like, you out of your mind. And we found out the real reason behind it was when she had a new boyfriend and wanted the boyfriend to be the actual dad and get the actual father out the picture. This is what typically takes place in these situations more often than not. And so, like I said, we're playing slick and loose with fatherhood because it allows it to be fluid and then fathers to be fungible. I've known women, I've known young ladies who have told me growing up, every time their mom got into a relationship or every time their mom got married, this man is my daddy. Mom married 3 times, she got 3 stepdads. No, you have one father and one mother. I was in a 5-year relationship, 5.5-year relationship with a woman. I never told my kids, even when we had a wedding date, that this woman would be your mother in any capacity. You already got one. That's disrespectful not only to your mom, but disrespectful to the institution of motherhood, because that woman has been your mother since the day she gave birth, since you was in the womb. That's disrespectful.
You know what, bro? You know what, bro? To go with what you saying, I was talking to a sister the other day, right? And she said something. No, look, she said something so respectful, I had to honor it. She was a single mama, right?
Uh-huh.
She said when she date men, she said ain't none of them meeting her child.
Yes. Ever.
She said unless she gonna marry him, they're not gonna meet him. And she told me why. She was like, that's confusion. They got a daddy.
Yes.
I'm not finna do that and have them going back and forth. I said, you know what? I gotta honor that. But
yes.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense. Yeah,
and the majority of the time, that's what's taking place. The child actually have a father who's been. Matter of fact, I remember COVID hit in 2020, right, Dynas?
Yeah.
Okay, in 2020, I was working at a COVID quarantine site. We were making like $50 an hour. So I was bagging shit, getting publications, writing papers or whatever. And my supervisor was a Black woman. And she told me that the father of her son, who was 12 years old, paid $1,150 a month in child support. I was like, damn, right? She then told me that her boyfriend, who she had been with for 4 years, she told her son that he could call her boyfriend dad if he wanted to. I said, that's disrespectful as hell. What is wrong with you? So once again, it speaks to what? These women treat fatherhood as fluid and fathers as fungible. It's disrespectful, not only to the actual father, but to the institution of fatherhood. Because this man has been dad since the moment that child was born. This time Johnny come lately come in and say, I'm your daddy now. That's disrespectful. Dynas, I give you an example. Dynas, you have a son, right? Mensa, right? How old is your son?
9.
Okay, so let's say you've been a father since what? This 2014, correct?
Right.
The season Ohio State won the Natty.
Well, December 2013 is when he's born.
Okay, but your Ohio State won the Natty. So, you know, and let's say, for example, I meet the mother of your child and we get into a relationship. And then I say, yeah, it's cool. You could call me dad. That's disrespectful.
Hell no. Hell no.
That's disrespectful. Just because he doesn't live with you full time, that's disrespectful as hell. It's dysfunctional. It teaches the children. Now the children, guess what? Now the children can say, okay, what if now the children can say, oh, my dad is telling me something I don't like. I can ask my stepdad. I didn't got to listen to my dad because my dad getting on me and making me do X, Y, Z. So I go to my stepdad.
I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I've been in that position.
Yes,
that's
this is what it creates. When I was 4 years old, we was about to go to church. And I had on like a cardigan sweater with a basketball on. I still remember this. I was 4 years old. So I went to my dad and said, hey, can I wear this to church? My dad was like, no. I went straight to my mom and said, can I wear it? She said, yes. So my dad come out of his bed while I'm sitting on the couch ready to go to church. He's like, what are you doing with the sweater on? I said, she told me I could wear it. Those are the type of things that take place. It's dysfunctional.
Yeah, you real on that.
Yeah, I'm sure the dysfunction happens, but there are also legitimate situations. I'm going to ask you a question then, Lumumba.
Yes,
so my father, just a little information, my father's remarried, right?
Okay.
My children know their grandmother is their grandmother, and their step grandmother, I guess you could say, as Nana, right? Out of respect, she's an older woman. She's married to their grandfather. Do you see do you see that as confusion or an issue?
So I'm gonna answer your question. My brother,
because it's the same thing, I think. With the
I know. I'm gonna get to, my brother was dating a woman who had a granddaughter, and my brother said that the woman said, "Well, do you mind being a step grandfather?" Right? And my brother was like, "What? They got step granddads now? This is new to me, right?" So it speaks to your point, and so typically, it creates a lot of confusion. And the reason why I say
that's real, bro. I was a step granddaddy, yeah.
And this is what I'm going to say here. My parents are still married. My parents have been married for 47 years, right? So I didn't have to grow up in that type of nonsense to where, this person, and I never had to deal with that. And so I think that's the best way to go about doing things. That's
not how life always.
I know, but I would argue, and of course this is anecdotal. I'm gonna put my parents on a pedestal. The reason why my parents are still together is because they made a conscious decision to say, "Hey, this is what we're going to do and how we're going to do it." And so they never engaged in behaviors that will put their marriage or the family structure in peril. Literally, I sit down when I go see my parents. I probably go visit them like once a month. I'm like, man, I'm so happy that I could call you all and say I'm calling my parents, not I'm calling my dad, then calling my mom, or I'm calling my mom, and it's this guy over here. Or I'm calling my dad, and now it's this woman, or anything like that. So I just thank my parents so much for the fact that not only were they married when they had me and raised me, but the fact that they're still married to this day. And I guess I'm going to my parents' house, not my mom's house, and my dad's house, but my
right. And that is definitely ideal. That is ideal. It doesn't alwa't happen that way.
It doesn't.
I still see blended families that work like mine.
I think that's what we should be striving for, because what happens is once we break down that structure, it opens up situations where you could bring a lot of nefarious characters in.
Absolutely. Right? I totally agree with that.
You know what, bro?
I think the push is that we want, like I told my children, matter of fact, I told my son, I said 2 things about women. 1, don't ever move in with a woman. You can always have your own place, your own stuff.
I agree with that.
Right? Anytime she get mad, next you know you
Agreed.
Bro. Right? So don't do that crap. Right? Don't.
I ain't gonna lie to you, bro.
He was 8, 9. I said, don't be a homosexual. Okay.
Hey, look. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. When I listen to you now that you plan it all out,
yes, sir.
I agree with you on about 95% of what you saying, because I say a lot of the stuff you say. Like my elders taught us as Hebrews, they said, man, they used to teach the young brothers. They said, you gonna get you a wife, whatever you do not move in their house. You have a foundation.
Yes, have a foundation.
Yeah, move them in your joint, right? Yeah. So I agree with them that everything you just said. Right.
And the other thing I would tell my son is I told my son, don't date a woman who has a child. And the reason why is I said 90% of the time that woman is going to triangulate some drama between you and the father. It may not be direct, it may be indirect, where now she's going to have you start doing things with the child that the father always does. And I gave an example of how there was a situation with the Montgomery County Fatherhood Initiative, where there was a situation where the dad was unable to attend the child's baseball game because he was required to work overtime. Whenever that happened before, mom would simply have her uncle come to the game to support the boy. But now, hey, I got a boyfriend. I'm going to have my boyfriend show up and replace you and play the role. So I said, these are the type of things that take place in which, they're triangulating drama. The other issue I told my son 9 out of 10 times, not all the time, right? The majority of the time, that woman is at some point going to expect you to what? Financially support and emotionally support the child. And in several states, Florida, Colorado, and Michigan, If you financially, emotionally support a child for any specific period of time, and the court gets to decide what is significant period of time, the mother can put you on child support, even though you're the non-biological father.
Okay, I'm finna give you an example before I get off, right?
So there's a no-win there.
Hey, look, I like to say to everybody on the panel, I thank y'all for having me on here. My brother, I ain't gonna lie to you. This was perfect for me to pop up on here. But I gotta say this, and I'm gonna use it as an example. Now remember, I'm not rolling with the stepdaddy thing is evil. But I will say, I've said it before, stepdaddies are the most disrespected. Damn it, like it's the most underrated, disrespected position on earth. It gets really no glory. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's a thankless job. So why would one engage in it?
Yeah.
I think it's
Okay.
depends on the culture.
But let me
I don't
say
know.
this.
I don't know of a culture. Like I said, I've connected with men with the Montgomery County Fatherhood Initiative from all over the world, and none of them saw that as something that was something to be proud of.
Bro, no. You cut me off, bro. I ain't cut you off, bro.
My bad.
Let me finish. This gonna actually help what you saying, but I hope the people hear it can look at it from both sides, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not anti-stepdaddy. I'm not anti none of that. Like I think we should take care of the widows and all that. But here's the thing. I've had to counsel a brother, right? I just say it like that, right? I had to counsel a brother.
You said counsel?
The brother,
Okay.
The brother was a stepfather. He got with a woman. She had a couple of kids, right? He got with that woman, bro, and he was with her. And here's where the problem came in at. Being that she had multiple baby daddies, one kid was straight because the father that took care of that kid, he was cool with everything that my boy had his house set up. Let's keep it real. The man is the head of the house. He gonna set the rules. That dude was cool with it. But the other one was tripping. So I'm gonna give you an example. Now I know you are atheist.
Yes, sir.
This brother's a Hebrew Israelite, right? So everybody know we don't celebrate we don't deal with Easter, Christmas, and Halloween and Thanksgiving and all that bull crap, right? But we got our own Hebrews, holidays, which are Hebrew holidays. So this is what happened. The kid is known to celebrate the Hebrew holidays. But when what we call pagan holidays came up, when he would go with his daddy, the daddy got him doing this. Now watch this. Not only that, we have a dietary law. We don't eat pork, crab, shrimp, all that type of stuff. He went to the daddy house. The daddy telling him, I cooked the pork chop, you gonna eat it. But the kid like, no, they say I can't eat that. That is a serious problem, bro.
Oh, absolutely.
That's because now you got two men.
Yeah.
Because look, now you got two men. Because I'm gonna use myself as him, even though it ain't about me. I promise y'all, it's about one of my friends. But I'm gonna use myself as him. So now in my house, you can't eat no pork. You can't do these holidays. We got our own whatever, blah blah blah. But you just went over there, and that man told you you can. Mm-hmm. That child is confused now.
Yep.
And now I'm pissed off. Because
So Mickey, can I ask a question? And I want to be very careful in what I ask. I'm trying not to offend anybody. So with that being said, why would you marry women with children?
Right. It makes no sense. Why would you put yourself in that situation?
No. Honestly, that you know what, bro?
Because I'd be damned.
The flesh is weak. The flesh is weak. Is it right?
No, because I'd be damned if Mansa tells me, oh, so-and-so's a Hebrew Israelite. I can't do that. Now you better get what?
Right.
Yeah, it just don't make sense.
No, I feel you on that. No, real talk.
That's why I said this is the type of drama. Like I said, most women, they promote this because they're getting a 2-for-1 special. They're able to get 2 men to take care of their child. Of course, women are gonna go along with it.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie.
It's a 2-for-1 special.
It kind of looks that way.
I'd be damned if Massa.
No, but I'm gonna ask you a question. I'm gonna ask you a question, bro.
I can't eat shrimp because
I mean, real quick, I've had kids come to me.
Stop the show. I'd be damned if Massa comes to me and says he can't eat shrimp because the stepdaddy said.
Do you want me to answer the question?
Out my face.
Do you want me to answer the question?
Go ahead.
Okay. To be honest with you, that's the point I was about to get to. I guess I was slow walking. I took too long. But you was feeling it the whole time. Like, wait a minute. I see where this going.
Right.
Yeah, bro. That really happened. I got the stories. And I know what you're saying. You said, well, if that's the case, don't marry no woman that got a kid by another dude that ain't in line with your beliefs and your, culture, whatever you want to call it. But people do it though, bro. And I ain't gonna lie to you. Sometimes you know how it go. You meet this woman, she nice, you done fell in love with her, and it don't seem like it's that bad.
I don't know how that goes.
No. I'm talking for those that did the dumb shit. Oh, excuse me. but look though, right?
Yo, he pushing himself far away from that.
No, because I've been I didn't be. I haven't been through it as bad as that, but I have felt some of it. So when the brother was telling me about it, I felt his pain, because his whole thing was, wait a minute, I got a wife, right? And I'm taking care of these kids. Me and the biological daddy is pretty cool. But what we always have an issue is during these important moments in our culture, meaning Hebrew Israelites, is disrespected, right? And not only that, the regular life, we don't eat pork, catfish, shrimp, lobster, all that bullshit.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So now the child is confused. Cause it's like, damn, my biological daddy said, man, you can eat that shit. But then you go back home with the nigga that who house you under his roof, and he telling you, you can't even bring that shit in my house. Who told you that? Oh, my daddy. See, that could start shit between two niggas.
It causes problems.
Yes, it is very.
And I'm gonna speak.
So at the end of the day, I'm gonna say this. Where I do agree with my bro at, I think at first I was just telling him he was kind of doing too much. But where I do agree with him at is very unnatural. It's unnatural.
And so here's the thing. Some women would say, well, you could just sit down and talk with, like, Dinus, you're not about to sit down and have a conversation with me about what you're doing with your child. The fuck, I had nothing to do with that child. Right. It would actually be unbecoming of Dinus as a man to sit down and say, I need to sit down with Lumumba and have a conversation with him about what I believe is best for my son.
Negro, how to raise my son.
You got to sit down and go. Like I said, it's dysfunctional, but women push it because it's a 2-for-1 special. 2 for 1. They got 2 men taking care of their kid, watching the child, disciplining the child, financing the child. You're being taken advantage of, literally, and it creates problems. It is dysfunctional. That's why you own. Matter of fact, this is the point I was gonna make. So when I've done things in the community, mentoring, community initiatives, rites of passage, I've had young men come up to me and say, "Miss Doctor, well, soon to be Dr. Lumumba, Professor Lumumba, I'm confused about what religion I should practice." I don't say, "Well, I'm an atheist. You should be an atheist." I say, "Young man, you need to go home and have that conversation with your parents." I'm not overstepping my bounds. I can teach my kids to be atheists. I can't teach somebody else's children to be atheists. Matter of fact, my best friend, we've been best friends since we was 5 years old. His oldest brother got married. We're at the wedding reception. His daughter's like 23. She's having a conversation with me about a religion. He said, "Hey," so my nickname was Bug, like Bug. I said, "Okay, I got you. Shut the fuck up." But I don't care if I'm with this woman or not. I have no legal rights to this child, so I can't tell this child what to do. Because if someone try to tell my child what to do, it's going to be body by Lumumba. Easy. And I got knockouts in the streets, in the ring. It's going to be easy work. Easy. And this isn't hyperbole. I'm not bloviating. The last person I got into a fight with, the man was in the hospital for a week. I don't play that shit with my kids. Shut the fuck up, leave them alone. It's my job to instill values and principles and a worldview in them that I believe is correct. And anyone else tries that, it's disrespectful. I'm even like that with my own parents. Love your mom and dad, but we ain't Christians, so don't bring that shit to my kids. That's my job. So as I said, any man that engages in that type of behavior is acting, in my opinion, outside of masculine manhood. Because masculine manhood, you know, I'm not going to disrespect another man. And when you tell another child, hey, I'm your daddy now, you're disrespecting that man.
Yeah, if a man is actually doing that, I don't know how often that is occurring, but I would agree with you if in that context.
Ask Dinus, his ex is Sexy Red.
Oh, Lord.
I'm telling you, it happens all the time.
Is it really brown and pink?
Oh, God.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Answer the question, Dinus. Answer the question, Dinus. Hold on. Answer the question, Dinus. He know. He trying to laugh it off. He know. Sexy Red. I'm telling you. Go back to Instagram. Go back to Instagram in the back in like 2018 and Dinus photos before she blew up. He got a picture with her where they singing the song "Booed Up" by LMA. Facts.
All right, so let me ask this to you, bro, and to all y'all, and that's how I'm gonna depart. And you know, I'll start coming back because I actually like.
You ain't going nowhere, brother. Stay. You ain't going nowhere.
No, I like this podcast because no, this ain't my first time actually coming over. It's just, this the first time I jumped on the live. But here's the thing, though, right? So being with what the factor that I brought out, right? Where it could be a cultural thing, or that stuff, serious stuff, right? What if it ain't something like that? What if it's just a moral thing?
Still, that's my job.
And this man looks at morality totally different than the other man. But one man is the biological father and one is the stepdaddy. How do you deal with that? The woman
you don't get yourself involved in those situations because here's the thing. From a legal standpoint, you don't have a leg to stand on. Literally, like if this man goes to court, they tell you, shut up. You have nothing to do with this. Literally.
Okay, I'm glad you said that.
You have no legal basis the way of trying to.
I'm glad you said that. I know some of y'all know. I don't know if it was the state of Tennessee or Texas, but they did make it official that paternity fraud thing is serious.
I heard about that.
Yeah, they trying to spread that through the entire United States that a man cannot sign a birth certificate unless he get an automatic DNA test because they tired of paternity fraud. Look, and I'm gonna be honest, it's Negroes sitting in jail right now for a baby that wasn't even theirs.
It wasn't theirs, yep. And because they weren't paying child support.
They say some women is shaking in their boots right now because they know they was hoes. And they was played them games. You know this, you know it too.
Yeah, it's been all about it.
You know this because if you talk about it, all them women that wasn't slutty, they get straight on there and say, yeah, it should be mandatory.
Right. But I got a question for y'all. I got a question.
Other ones be like, no, let me just say this. Them other ones be like, no, it shouldn't be mandatory. And I be looking like, why is you saying it shouldn't be mandatory?
So, but here's the question I have. Have any of you all, I'm quite sure you all don't watch the Maury Show, but you probably seen a segment on the Maury Show where the man comes on the show and says, I want to test because I don't believe this child is mine. Right? And he's like,
boo.
I know, right? They start booing.
They do him dirty the whole show.
Right. I mean, we know what makes it worse in high school. But so
even when they come back, hold on.
Here's the question.
Even when they come back and say,
what are your thoughts on? What are your thoughts on the man saying, well, I want a DNA test because I don't think the child is mine, but I'm gonna be the dad even if the child isn't mine?
That's the weakest shit on earth.
Thank you.
That's on board. That's
Now
on
mind
board.
you,
We're
now
here.
mind you, hold up,
Why
y'all.
do you want to
Hold up, y'all. Hold up, y'all.
anyway?
Hold up, y'all. But everybody that's watching, I'm the same one that said, I think at sometimes it's cool, you know, it's cool to marry a widow and be a step. But I can't lie. Whenever I seen that, I said that's the
Weakest shit you ever seen in your
I ever seen in
motherfucking
my
life.
life.
In
And
your
they
life.
encouraged it. They
I think
encouraged
Yeah,
it.
they
people that
clapping and
see
shit.
stuff like
Yeah.
that,
They didn't
maybe
even
they're
care.
able to bond with the child.
Hold on. You know
That's
what
called
they didn't care
social
about?
engineering. They're
They did.
socializing
Hold
men to
on.
be simps.
Okay, hold
They
on.
did.
Hold on.
Look,
Let me
they
pass it to
didn't
Chrissy.
even
Hold
care.
on, bro. Michaela, let me pass it to Chris. Go ahead, Chrissy.
I do agree. It does sound strange when I've seen the Maury show and the men have said that, but I just thought maybe they've already built this bond. You know, the child's already captured their heart. They're heartbroken.
Yeah.
Hey,
You
I
know,
would get
and
over it. I get over it. Trust me.
No.
It ain't that. It ain't
but
that
I found
motherfucker
it strange.
for me
I
to
found it,
pay for a child that ain't mine.
No, she's being fair. Look, there was times where you could see that a man probably, even though a lot of that shit was phony too, but it is.
Yeah, I think
Oh,
so.
I
I
didn't know
think
that.
that shit was staged.
No, you know how I know? You know how I know? There's a woman on there named Shalonda, and her husband name was Tyrone. They are the most. They was the most repetitive people to come on there. They've been there like 18 times for trying to find out this one baby daddy.
18?
Yes, I think it was like 18, 19 times. Guess what? They lived
And he's
across.
still with her?
No, I'm finna trip y'all out. Listen.
Come on, you
They,
gotta give
they
this shit
lived
up.
across the street from my house. And they came to me one day like, man, you want to make $500? I'm like, what? They was like, yeah. And they showed me. The check say Mopo Show. Maury Povich will give you $500 and he pay for your
flight and
hotel rooms
Yeah.
and your food. And you there for 2 days. And I'm like, hell no, I ain't doing that because my face permanently on that video. And she big, she a big ass bro, bigger, you know, strong looking bro. I'm like, hell no. I'm not gonna do that for no 500 and no trip. But here's the thing.
You gotta explain that.
No, here's the thing though. This is what I found out. It don't mean all of the episodes phony. All of them are not.
Right.
They have to fill in, like say, they explained it to me. They was like, the way they got there is because like somebody couldn't show up, but it was a real case. They couldn't show up. So they had to fill in a slot.
Ah, here we go.
That's how they do it. You see what I'm saying? And then they take them behind the scenes, they give them the script, and then they give them a little liquor and shit, get them a little liquored up. And that's how they do it. I say, God damn, that's some smart shit. That's crazy.
Yeah, so like I said, man, and a lot of that when they're clapping for them, it's simply social engineering. Right? So that's what I said. This concept of simping, taking care of children that aren't yours. Like I said, a reasonable person wouldn't put themselves in that type of situation. Like I've met women who are beautiful, great women, professional, vivacious, great in the whole nine. Got a child, sorry, ain't gonna work for me. And I'm not putting myself in a situation like that. I remember I was having this conversation with my parents back in March. I went back to Dayton to see my parents, and I told my parents, I was like, you know, Mom and Dad, I've never dated a woman who has children. My mom said to me at 67 years old, and you shouldn't. Why would you put yourself in that type of drama? I have no legal rights. This child knows I'm not their daddy. I can't tell him what to do. Right? Like, for example, in Ohio, only the biological parents can use corporal punishment on the child. You get that boy a whooping, dad finds out, guess what happened? Not only would you might get your derriere kicked, you also could end up in jail. It's a lose. Why would I put myself through something like that? But people don't think about that on the front end.
Lumumba, let me ask you, because you said you have children, right? So if a woman dates you and she doesn't have children, she's coming to a man who has children, right? So I understand the concept of equally yoked, but you're not equally yoked with her, right? So you're coming with children and she doesn't have children. So why should she put herself in that situation?
She shouldn't. I've had women tell me, I don't want to date you because you have children. I say, high five. I understand. No problem.
Okay.
I agree 100%. Literally,
right.
like that. Like there's no hypocrisy here
Okay.
at all. No hypocrisy.
And hold up. And just if I could add, sweetheart, as being a teacher of the scriptures,
Mm-hmm.
that unequally yoked term everybody like to use, people wear it out. It's not even applying to marriage. It's talking about the brotherhood in the church, like the rankings, the elders, the deacons. That's what it's talking about. If you really go, they just threw that around like it had something to do with. It's not talking about marriage at all.
Okay,
The
but I
marriage,
think you can
no, the
apply it to
marriage
other.
foundation. No, look what I'm saying, baby.
Okay.
The marriage foundation is exactly what it is. The man is the head. The
Mm-hmm.
woman is the helpmeet, the supporter, and the children are the children. God is
Mm-hmm.
over. The man is the Lord of that house. Now, if some women, our sisters, they got a problem with saying that. You know what I'm saying? Like, woo, he the what? Like, he's the Lord of the house. But they don't have a problem with saying it when it benefit them. It's just when you have a disagreement, they don't have a problem. But no, that unequally yoked, if you go back and look at it, I can give you the script verbatim. You go
Okay.
look at it, it's not talking about marriage at all. It's talking about the brotherhood of basically an organization or a union. But go ahead.
Interesting. Which scripture is it?
I'm finna grab that for you right now. Y'all go
Okay,
ahead.
thank you.
Yeah, but like, yeah, I don't have a problem with that at all. I agree. So this isn't for me. For me, this isn't a situation where there's a double standard at all. At all. Straight up.
Okay, that's fair.
I'm consistent across the board.
Gabriella, Gabriella, go ahead.
This is the most ridiculous panel that you have had yet. And people like Lumumba, like I wrote in the comment section, and women who raise men like Lumumba who have their mindset.
Well, I wasn't raised by a woman. I was raised by my father.
Let her finish.
What's the issue?
I wasn't raised by a woman. I was raised by my father.
With the Black community, men with Lumumba's mindset.
What mindset?
I'm gonna say, you said you spoke to your mother, and your mother told you, or I'm gonna.
Yeah, I was having a conversation with my parents. We were in the living room, and I was talking to both of my parents, and my mom said, "Yeah, and you never should."
And you never should. So that's what I'm referring to. Women like your mother.
What about my mom?
That's an issue because number one, who are you married?
When I was married, I'm a divorcee.
Okay, so you're a divorcee. So you made a single mother because now
I didn't.
She's not married anymore.
No, but she made herself a single mother. Her behavior made herself a single mother, not me.
No, because you also had a choice. So why didn't you choose better? Prior to marrying her, you should have gotten to know her better.
Right,
so
I did.
No,
and hold on. You asked the question. Can I respond?
Go ahead.
You said, why didn't I choose better? And the question, and I would state this, and Dinus can speak to this because he's a father as well. You could be with someone, you can marry someone, and things could be great, but you don't know what type of parent that person is until you have children. Right? And the issue that would cause the dissolution of the marriage, and I don't want to put my personal business all the way out there because I don't think this is the place where we spill the tea, right? Is the fact that she did not believe in having any kind of discipline and rules for the children whatsoever.
So are these conversations
yes, we did.
held prior to having kids?
Yes.
So you deliberately chose to have children with a woman
that I was married to.
And the same discipline structure.
But she didn't share that until after we had the children, even though she openly shared, not only with myself, but even my family, because the women in my family even vetted her, that she agreed. But then after we had the children, she changed her mind. It's unfortunate, but that's what happened.
Hey, to our sister, just to let you know, I'm cutting in between y'all conversation. It's 2 Corinthians 6:14, baby. So you go look it up.
2 Corinthians 6:14. Okay, we'll do. Thank you.
Yeah, 6:14. So you
okay. And that's in the New Testament, correct?
Yeah, that's a New Testament. Yeah.
Okay, because Chronicles is in the First Testament, right?
Yeah, Chronicles is the Old Testament.
Okay, Old Testament. I said First Testament, Old Testament. Okay, thank you. Yes. So that's the reality of the situation.
So at the end of the day, you deliberately put yourself in a situation that you could have avoided by marrying a woman who specifically had your mindset, that was on the same road as you, period. You know,
Hold on. So is that a question?
No, that's a statement.
Well, actually, I thought I was. And it turned out
But
that
how were you when she at the beginning told you that she didn't believe?
No, she did not tell me that at the beginning. I said at the beginning, she told me that she agreed. It wasn't until after we had our son that she stated that she didn't agree.
That makes
So why did she change her mind? Now I'm curious.
And I'm telling you, I don't know. But what I can say is when in 2017, my son was 10 years old. I tried to get full custody of my son, and her family came with me and testified on my behalf against her for me to get full custody of my son. And this is documented. I actually had the paperwork. Like, I'm not making this stuff up. So, like, it blew all of our minds. It's like, what are you talking about? You know, I met this woman. She was hosting a Malcolm X birthday celebration. Things went great. We get married. Boom. We're homeowners. And the next thing you know, she's like, you know what? Nope, I don't want to do this.
Okay, yeah, it's always
No, this is literally what happened. Matter of fact, my best friend, he had the same thing happen with his wife. They were together about 16 years, married for 6, together another 10. He was making about $170,000 a year. She was a stay-at-home mom. They had twin boys. When the twin boys turned 6 years old, she says, I don't want to be married anymore. Moved to Miami and started living a city girl lifestyle. Blew our freaking mind, literally.
Oh, that's great. So women are doing. So that's great. Women are doing what men are doing now. Okay,
I don't know any
I
man
think that's very unusual.
that type of behavior.
But okay.
I don't know any man who engages.
No, it happens, Chris. I'm in Atlanta. Like in my neighborhood, there was a couple married, bought a new home, expanded on the home. Then all of a sudden, she wants to be lesbian, and she left.
That happened to my cousin. He was married to a woman. They had a child, and then she broke up with him. And then a couple years later, she said, "Okay, I'm a lesbian." That happened to my cousin. He lives in Tampa, Florida. Like, these things really happen. It's just the stories aren't told. It is unfortunate. And I feel the same way about men who get married, have children, have a family, then dip set and say, "Oh, I don't want to be a dad and a husband anymore." I feel the same way about men. They get the same type of vow, type of view from me as the women who do it. So I'm consistent on both ends. If somebody's engaged in that type of behavior, I have a lack of respect for them. Because I think that
the difference
homes of his people.
No, the difference is we check our guys about foul shit. They don't check each other.
Excuse you, black men check each other concerning what?
Being
wow, are you gonna be on here
okay. I'm finna get. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, no, sweetheart. Let me say it. Sweetheart, let me say it.
If that was truthful,
is you gonna let me swear, baby?
No. Then the black community.
No.
Then the black community wouldn't be in the predicament that it is now. There's a bunch of black men that are running around.
I would disagree. Black men are held accountable for everything
you keep saying there are a bunch of black. Are you even a black woman?
You don't have a father figure, yet you hold each other accountable. Okay.
A lot of children don't have father figures because the mothers are engaging in parental alienation.
Oh, the mother. Now it's the mother's fault. Okay.
Oh, absolutely.
Hold on, bro.
I worked with an institution that combated this very issue.
Okay.
Oh, absolutely. Parental alienation is a major issue in America.
So we're going to act like a woman can stop. Okay, that's great. See, no accountability whatsoever.
Yeah, Gabriel, hold on. No, Gabriel, do you have children?
Yes.
Are you married?
Used to be.
So you're divorcee like me.
She don't even sound like a black woman, bro.
Well, we don't need to attack.
Yeah, it don't matter. That don't matter. That doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yes, it do. If she talking about black men, because she puts.
How is a black woman supposed to sound?
Don't talk about specific black men if you ain't gonna talk about the specific people.
So let me ask you this question: Have you ever withheld your children from their father?
No, why would I do that? No.
Okay. Well, that happens quite often in America. And it happens quite often, not just in the black community, but in America, period. Like I said, when I was working with the Montgomery County Fatherhood Initiative, and I was down there at the family court 2 days a week, on Tuesdays and Thursdays, it blew my mind the ridiculous excuses women would come up with to engage in parental alienation.
I will agree with you on that. I
saw
feel
this
like
with
I
my
do
own
see that
eyes,
often.
and that is not a racial
Yeah,
issue. It
I
is not a
do
racial
see
issue.
that. I agree.
I couldn't believe it. I'm like, what? Yeah, I couldn't believe it.
Well,
And that is
maybe
not a racial
if the
issue.
men choose better, they choose better women
But
to
hold on, but
procreate
Gabrielle,
with.
you said hold on. Gabrielle, you said you divorced your husband. So did he choose bad or like
That
what?
is not a black woman.
I am sorry to burst your bubble. I am.
I put,
He chose
okay,
better.
okay, cam up. Tell her to cam up, cam up.
Hold on. So are you saying who initiated divorce with you and your husband?
I'm sorry.
Who initiated divorce with you and your ex-husband?
It was mutual.
Nope.
It was a mutual agreement. We had a prenup. It was a mutual agreement. Mine is a completely different ball game. So it was mutual. I am engaged and a different part now. So yeah.
Bro,
Curious, Linus, why
that
does
is
it
not
matter
a
who initiated?
I know y'all don't want to put emphasis on that. That is not a sister, Joe. Tell her to cam up. I know
am.
it.
What am I gonna cam up for? I am. I'm very
You are
much.
not a
Listen.
sister.
No, the problem
So
with
you
you
can't
is
speak on this.
no, I can because I am, and I don't have
No, you're just
to
married
come
to a
up
black
to
man.
prove
You're with a black
anything to
man, but you're
you
not a black
to
woman.
make you feel better just because I have a mindset that's different than most black women that you know. Actually, most black women have my mindset. They just don't want to come out and say it.
And what is that?
What do you mean? What is that? I've been
I know y'all
speaking
hear it
here.
now. I see people saying it like, yeah, that ain't no
I
black
am.
woman.
What
I'm
the
looking
hell?
in
How
the
is a
chat.
black woman supposed to sound? Do you hear how ridiculous you are? You're putting a stereotype on an
All right,
entire
prove me
group of
wrong.
women,
Just prove me
yet
wrong.
you have an issue when
I will
the
apologize.
public
Prove me wrong.
makes it.
I'm wondering
I
what the
don't have to
Cam
prove
mindset
up.
is
you
that
wrong.
you have that most
Cam
black
I
up.
don't
women
have to
have.
prove
That
anything to you. I don't know you.
You don't know anybody on this panel.
Exactly. So why would I
Oh,
prove anything
so
to you? Do
cam
you
up.
hear? I'm not gonna cam up because I don't have to prove
You
anything
know
to
what?
you.
No, I'm gonna
I
tell
say
you why.
I am a
No,
black
I'm not
woman.
being
I know
racist.
my skin color.
I'm
I
not being
know who I
racist,
am and
baby.
what I
No,
am.
look.
Your issue
Hold on,
is
I got questions. Hold on, I got questions, Gabrielle. So when you say it was mutual, how does that work? Like, I don't. A
what do you
mutual
mean? How
divorce.
does it work? A
So a
mutual
mutual
divorce.
divorce, like, so you both just said,
Okay,
"Hey,
yeah, we have a discussion. Hey,
Yeah, she's Canadian white too.
this man is ridiculous. Do you hear him? He's stereotyping an entire group of women. That's ridiculous. Yeah,
Tell
he
her to
has an
cam up,
issue
bro.
with.
you got to
He has an
cam up
Everybody in
now.
the
What's
chat,
going
Gabriella,
on?
he just punning
everybody in
with
the
you,
chat.
babe. He just punning with you, babe. He
Listen, I
just
don't
punning with
care.
you,
No,
babe.
no. Yeah, he
Yo,
has an issue
everybody
with
in the
women
chat
bro.
is
I
who
don't
asking
care,
her
bro.
to cam up
This
now.
stereotype
down. You
black
got to
men,
That
cam
is a
up.
calls
white
black
I
men
don't
woman.
care.
gangsters and all sorts of things and thugs. Yet he can
No, that's a
stereotype
pure
me
white woman.
because I'm not. If I was,
That's
what's
fine.
wrong
If
with
she
being
was,
white?
that's okay. It's fine.
If
If
I
she was,
was, then
that's
I would
okay.
say that. But what's
No,
wrong with
because
Why
this
that?
can't
is
you
not
just
her
cam up
conversation,
why
bro.
can't you just cam up? I
Oh,
don't understand the
This
please.
problem.
is not her conversation.
This is
That would
my
be like, okay,
conversation.
you can't
I
you
just
can't
don't
give
understand
her a
why
pass
This
on
man
can't
this.
is
you cam
That
up?
ludicrous.
would
You
be
need
like
help.
me, bro.
Anyways,
That
can I
would be
answer
like
your
me going
question,
on a
Dinus?
Chinese man show and a Chinese arguing about
I've actually,
Listen.
Dinus, I've
come on,
actually
Anybody
man.
could
been.
call in. I have a link I put in the chat. Anybody could
Right.
call in. This
Absolutely.
anybody could call in. I don't care.
Anyways, Dinus, listen, I don't have to prove
She's
anything
not
to
a
him. Let
black
me
woman.
answer your question. You have a discussion. You sit down. Is this marriage working? You both have issues that obviously can't be resolved. And when there's a prenup, at hand. There's a certain way
Can I ask
that.
you a question?
Sure.
Are you a Christian?
No.
Are you a Muslim?
No, I was baptized. I was raised in a Christian home, Catholic, but I don't practice Catholicism.
Okay.
Are you a black?
Hold on. Do you practice any Abrahamic faith?
Yo.
I would say yeah. I still have aspects of my
Man, that's a
faith.
pure white girl,
All
yo.
right, hold on. Come on, bro. Come on. So the question I would have, and this is just akin to Abrahamic faiths. I think Brother Bruce in the Hood stated, in Abrahamic faiths, the belief is that the man is the head of the household. So Was it why couldn't you just submit to his leadership and his position and perspective?
Has nothing. What have I said that
I'm
lets
asking you a question.
How do you know? Because you made an assumption. How do you know I didn't submit to his leadership?
Well, you said that you all had mutual issues that you couldn't come to grips with.
Yes, so we mutually agreed.
But I don't understand. If you submit to
separate. What do
someone's
you
leadership,
mean?
how could there be a mutual problem? You do what the fuck they say and everything is good.
He just cut your ass and you know it.
That makes zero sense
It makes sense to me.
whatsoever. It doesn't, because let me tell you one thing. In a marriage, it's you come together as one.
Nah, that's that Christian feminism.
Can I finish? That's not even Christian. That's not
that
Christian.
Christian feminism. You better run somewhere.
Let me say something. Your name, Lumumba, where that person's from, Patrice Lumumba. I'm from the same country that
Did
he's
you hear
from.
she said
you're from the Congo. You're Congolese.
I am Congolese. And
you're from the DRC.
Yes, the Democratic Republic of
She
the
is
Congo.
not Congolese. Bro, no, she not. Cam up.
Stop the show. Gabriel, I want you to what tribe, Gabriel?
What ethnic group?
She lied like a mother.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. What ethnic group are you from in the Congo?
I am Mungala.
Hey.
No, she just knew what to say. Guess what that means, bro?
He has issues. Listen,
I figured it out a long time ago, bro. She's married to a black man.
Stop.
She's married to a black man.
If you're a sister, you're gonna have to cam up. Because this ain't gonna stop. This ain't gonna stop.
She's married to a brother.
No, I'm actually not. No, absolutely not.
So you're married to a white man?
It doesn't matter.
Oh, yep, yeah, she ran to it. Wow. So you were white, Bruce in the Hood. She shouldn't be part of this conversation.
Yeah, make her,
you damn wrong.
Cam up, bro.
Hey, Bruce in the Hood. We here, brother. I don't know. You know
we here, bro.
Yeah, this is not a divesting channel at all.
Stop going up on her, y'all.
Even though you an atheist, even though you
in the Hood,
Hebrew Israelite, we get along. Because I'm gonna start coming over here more.
Hey, you off the chain, brother. You off the chain.
Smelt her. I smelt her through the door. She was different than another sister they got on.
He smelled the console.
Yeah, I smelt her, bro. I smelt the mayonnaise. I smelt it, yo.
Wow, Bruce in the Hood, boy. You own one, dude, bro. You own one, man.
What is that? Bruise in the Hood. What does that mean? Bruise
Oh my God. She asked what? Okay, well, first of all, I have my own multimedia company. I have rap groups, Bruise in the Hood. You can check them out.
Oh no, I thought Lumumba was saying she is Bruised in the Hood, and I was confused.
Yeah, that's associated with me. My name Mikayim in Israel. But I have Bruise in the Hood. I have a rap group, and I also have a multimedia Hebrews in the Hood. That's me. So now you know that. I knew I smelt you because when another sister came on here, I knew it was a sister. She didn't have to show her face. You could hear it. With you, I was fishy the moment you opened your mouth. And then the way you talk, I said, yeah, that ain't no sister, Joe. You're not a sister. Because all you got to do is cam up. You can end all this by camming up.
Just show the back of your hand. Just show the back of your hand, babe. That's it.
I smell mayonnaise.
She not finna do it. You know what? She might take a photo of somebody's hand, some AI shit, and send it up there. Excuse my
man.
She might do it. She's not. Look, you notice she got quiet. She knew I was on her. That is a damn white girl.
Gabrielle, can I ask you a question? So, were you married to a melanated, someone of a black person? You muted Lumumba. Were you married to a black man, Gabrielle?
I'll say melanated. Don't get on that Tariq Nasheed shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, okay.
That Lord Jamar talking about I'm Aztec in this mother. Nah.
Look, we ain't finna get to talk about tethers and all that shit. Just was you married? Was you married to?
Sorry, this is unbelievable. I can't get over this dude.
Melanated man.
This is unbelievable, man. This is unfreaking believable. You off the chain, man. I ain't never met you before, but you I think I'll have a good time with you out at one night.
Bro,
this is unbelievable.
Hey, bro, no, because here's the thing, bro. I got a history. I used to battle the comedics. That's why this is kind of personal to me, because I used to get into Polight and all them type of cats. I go all the way back with Sovereign Soon Sadie and House. I've been around. I'm an OG in this thing, Joe. But with all that being said, I peep bullshit. Excuse me. I peep bullcrap when I see it. And the minute I heard her, bro, like, here's the thing. I could be a debater. It's even comedics that I used to debate. It's Pan-Africans I used to debate. And we all cool as hell. Because they know what type of dude I am. Outside of the war form of debating, we actually cool. Because they still my brothers. You know what I'm saying? In the community, we got to still look out for each other. But this one, I smelt her. The minute she got on here, I smelt her. I like, that's a damn, we call them Gentiles. That's a white girl.
No, guys. So okay. So say she's black. She's obviously not.
She
married.
could be. She could be.
But she's obviously not married to a black spouse. And then just me personally, black people who don't have black spouses, like, I just feel a certain way when they try to speak on a black community.
I understand it.
That's just so her coming in about a black community.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
I'm gonna give you an example of that. I'm gonna give you an example of that.
No. Let me say this.
I got you. You gotta give me some grace on this one.
What if we find out that she's a white one? I mean, what if we find out that she's actually a sister?
Well, the sister in the chat says she knows her. She's a biracial woman who's married to a non-black woman.
Married to a white man. He said he feel the same way about it. I understand it, but go ahead.
So here's the thing. I remember I was at the gym, right? And this is when I started bulking up, right? Getting my body by Lumumba on. So I went from like 200 to 230, 200 pounds to 230. And so somebody was like, yo, like, so the dude that was training me, we about the same size now. So he was like, who's stronger, you or him? So I said, me. So he was like, well, your numbers aren't what my numbers are. So how are you strong as me? I said, because you go home to a white woman every night. And there's no way you could be a strong black man. And you have to shrink your blackness in order for the relationship to work. And everybody was like, damn, you just said that shit to him right in front of everyone. I said, it's the truth. It's the truth. You, in order for a relationship to work,
I ain't gonna lie.
You have to shrink yourself for the relationship to work. You can't come in there with all that black shit. It's gonna make them uncomfortable.
And I ain't gonna lie, we do not like that black woman strong stereotype shit. But I know what you mean. Right. It is something. Look,
so I said I'm the stronger of the duo because he's not a strong black man when he goes home to his white woman.
Now, don't get me wrong. I know some brothers that married other races, right? But it's a little different. I'll tell them in a minute. I say, look, as much as these sisters get on my damn nerves, I don't want nothing else. At least if I leave here, say I had a passport for 7 years now. So if I want to leave and get something, guess where I'm going? I'm going to get me an Afro Latino, or I'm going to get me I'm going to Tanzania, Ghana, or something like that. I'm not going looking for no white girl. That's crazy to me.
Yeah, but it's pretty wild. The fact, it's that was just wild. Like the fact that you called that though, that's what is like next level to me.
Bro, you see,
and even Christy, we've been a bit antagonistic today. We typically aren't, but we are today. But even you agreed.
Do y'all notice that?
Does she sound funny?
Do y'all notice? Do y'all notice?
I'm trying to hear Chrissy. Go ahead, Chrissy.
No, I agreed on what? That she sound kind of off. You mean?
Yeah, that something was suspect.
Y'all was kind of ganging up on her. That's why I was like, oh, leave her alone. But yeah, it did sound it sounded off. I did want to hear when she said that most black women think like her. I wanted her to expound on that. Like
that's
think
what
like what does that mean? But yeah, I kind of honestly like visually. Sometimes you visualize folks when they don't have the camera. I visualize the white woman. Specifically, I visualize the white woman with like black hair and her hair in a bun, calling in. I visualized the white woman. I did.
See,
did.
This sister had the same spirit I did when I called it out. All that, you know what I did notice? When I first called it out, all y'all got quiet.
We did.
She just got stuck. I said, yeah, I felt the spirit. I said, man, this is a damn white girl, man. I knew it. That's why I said, tell her to cam up, please. If she would have cammed up, she could have shut me down. Just show her face.
Because if she didn't want to show her face, she could have put her arm, in the camera. Like, boom, here's my arm, or cam up behind the scenes so Dynas could see her and confirm. But yeah.
Yeah, and like I said, that is something, because the individuals who tend to be in relationships with non-Black people tend to have oftentimes an inferiority complex and oftentimes view Black people negatively, right? So it's like, well, how are you being part of the conversation? You know what I mean? And I didn't even want to put some of my personal information out there, but everything I said was factual. Like this happens to where people. I was talking to a sister the other day. I was at the gym because I have a gregarious personality. And we were having a conversation, and she talked about how she married a guy. They had been together since she was 16. They get married in their mid-20s, but the guy was just a horrible dad. Like, you don't know if a person's going to be a good parent or not. You don't know until you actually get into that situation. So, that's why, I try to give people grace on that. But the biggest thing is, like I stated before, if you want a father in the home, have the actual dad in the home.
Okay, I'm finna show you an
example.
Hold
on, real quick. There was an episode on the Steve Harvey, the talk show, where this woman said, "Well, I interrupt my husband when he's disciplining our sons." And Steve Harvey, for the one time in his life, didn't simp, and he said, "Well, is your husband the man that you would want your sons to be?" Absolutely. He said, "So why are you interfering?"
Okay, so look,
you see what I'm saying? Like, these are the type of things that a lot of men have to deal with. This type of foolishness. I can say this: my mother never interfered when my dad was getting my brothers behind.
Hey, bro, that's where me and you resonate. Because I remember, I'm gonna keep it 100. I remember when my mother and father divorced, like meaning when they split, they did something that they did back in the old day. They don't do now. You know what they did? My sisters went with my mama, and me as the boy, I went with my dad. It wasn't child support involved. None. They were still cool till he died. My daddy died, some years ago, but they were still cool. They don't do that now. The court involved, and the courts weren't involved.
But and the reason for that is oftentimes women want the courts involved because they know that the court would give them the upper hand. They could get child support. They could probably get spousal support. They could get custody. That's why the women typically want the courts involved, because they benefit them.
You know what's saying?
It's not because of the best interests of the child. Because the data shows that children going with the mother is the worst outcome for a child.
Hold on. So let me ask you this question: if that's the case, why was it that our parents, even if they split, they didn't get the courts involved and they still dealt with it and we was cool?
That's a great question, brother.
What's the difference then?
Well, I would think that the answer would be, when we look at previous generations of African Americans, they were extremely distrustful of societal institutions, and for good reason.
I would say the same thing.
Yeah, they were extremely distrustful of societal institutions.
So y'all think it's just
this is about to be a finesse for me.
So y'all saying, and I could use it, my mama and my daddy didn't trust the courts, so they wouldn't even play with that. They just went on and had an agreement, and they did it anyway. Why can't they do it today? That's my point. I'm asking you, why can't they do that?
Because for some people, I would argue for a lot of people, and this is based on my experience, and this isn't even dealing with the Black community. We're talking about just relationships in general in America. People tend to use these situations as a finesse. A way to get over on the guy. They don't give a damn about the best interest of the child. I'm gonna get me a check for 18 years.
But okay, this is my question. Because if you split up with your spouse, right, he still has to contribute to your children's welfare. So it's still quote unquote child support, but outside of the court, right? I hear men complain about child support, but you're still financing your child. Right. So I get confused about. So is it the fact that the courts are involved? Because even if you're living in two separate households, your child got to go to school. They gotta, they're in activities.
It's an issue of power.
So the men don't have an issue with contributing financially, it's through the court. That's what I'm trying to understand.
So here's the issue.
Hold on,
I'm gonna break this down. I'm gonna answer the question.
Hold on, Lumumba. I mean, Chrissy, the problem is usually used is weaponized through the court system. That's the problem.
Facts. It's weaponized.
Yeah. What do you mean it's weaponized?
So I'm gonna give you an example. It's one thing to financially support your child. It's another to have money taken out your check before taxes are taken out.
Okay. So if it feels like I got you. Okay.
Yeah. The other issue. Hold on, real quick. Rules in the hood. Very quickly, Sister Chrissy, because you asked me this question. The other issue is if you are a non-custodial parent, you get that child 2 weekends out of the month. That's 4 days out of the month. That's 48 days out of a year. So what happens is you find yourself in a position where you are paying for a child that you are unable to raise.
Okay.
And most men who are serious about being fathers have a problem with not being able to what? Because if you're not in the home, you realize you have very little to say so about how that child is raised, socialized, educated, who their friends are, what music they listen to, what TV shows they watch. You realize that you really have no say so, no authority. That's why people have a problem with that. I'm paying for a child that I can't raise.
Gotcha.
And I think anyone who's serious about being a parent would have a problem with that.
And Chrissy, I use myself as an example. So this is what happened to me like 4 months ago. So I'm on child support, court order child, like through the court, right? So I end up getting I guess it'd be called an adjustment or addendum where they lowered my child support. But the courts didn't communicate that to the actual child support system. So my license was suspended because I have arrears when I don't over that mix-up. So I had to go to the child support office, tell them like, hey, like my child support was lower. So you guys have me paying this amount, but in reality, I'm only supposed to pay this amount, which I've been paying. I had to then go to the court, get official documents, go back to the office, and they had to unsuspend my license. Now, imagine if I would have got pulled over with a suspended license, what would have happened? Police ain't trying to do that shit.
You were doing all of that while your license was suspended. And if you would have got pulled over, your ass would have been
then you go to jail. Okay.
You see what I'm saying? So it creates so much red tape and problems. But you say a lot of times people use it to weaponize. I had a situation where I was financially supporting my child without child support. Mom, like, I don't care. I'm gonna put you on it anyway. And then when the court said, well, you got to pay less than what you were giving her before, then it was like, oh, no, too late now. So oftentimes it's done to simply be punitive. Literally. Like I said, when I was a Montgomery County Fatherhood Initiative, it was an eye-opening experience. Because of course my parents are married. My dad couldn't put me on game about this stuff. He never experienced it.
Okay, look, let me say something, y'all. I'm going to get off and I'm going to go in the chat and listen to y'all. This is perfect that y'all just said what y'all said. I'm going to tell y'all why all this is important. The whole reason the subject came up, I guess it's the case, I think it's Tennessee or y'all know what I'm talking about, where they're finna make it mandatory that you got to get a DNA test before you sign a birth certificate, right? Let me show y'all, and they say they trying to stop paternity fraud. Let me show you how deep this go though. We brought up Maury and all that. We got the, it was some funny stuff. But what's not funny about it, I remember I saw a few months ago, and some of y'all might have seen this. It was a study that showed that 30-something% of men tested DNA. That's if you into that whole DNA thing. Over 31% of the men tested was not the father. So that means I want y'all to think about how deep this is.
That's really high.
Think about that, bro. That means, like, say we all chilling, right? It's 10 of the guys. Out of 10 of the guys, 3 of them niggas, daddy ain't really
brothers, men. Come on now, we don't need to raise your epithets.
Think about it. 3 of them dudes, daddies is not they daddies. So now, what's the next thing you're gonna look at? You're gonna look at your mama. Hold on, what you ain't tell me? So that means at least they said it was close to 40%. So I think it was 38. Yeah, I'm looking at it now. It's 39%. Bro, that's scary. that means damn near 4 out of 10 of these women been lying about who the daddy is.
Absolutely.
That's messed up, Joe.
And then I use myself as an example. So my dad, right, the man he thought that was his biological father, who he's named after, isn't his biological father.
Wow.
So yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I'll tell you
I'm not
this.
trying to get dramatic, but that's fuck.
You know, my dad
women
told me
don't think
as a
about
teenager
shit.
to always have a woman tested when I have a child. My dad told me this when I was a teenager. So, like, these are real issues. Like I said, and I appreciate Sister Christy. You know, I'm like I said, we had an acrimonious start, but I think we're vibing right now. You know what I'm saying? But like, these are real issues that men face, and most men become extremely disenchanted with the fact that, guess what? They can take up to 50% of your check, right? We're talking about prior to the taxes even being taken out, and you can't even raise the kid. And you got the kid in the household telling thinking somebody else is their daddy. This is why people be snapping, because it's a
Hey, bro, I'm about to say something before I leave, and I want the sister, if you don't mind, bro, I want the sister to respond to this, because I want to hear a woman's response. You know what's messed up about this? Everybody focuses on just the financial part. What they don't think about, that would mess a man's minds up. And then you wonder why some of these men be killing. I'm not justifying.
Deleting. You say deleting.
Yeah, delete. They be deleting their women and they snap out. You know why? Y'all think we ain't got feelings. We do. Think about it. You think you've been raising a child and then you find this out. Some men will snap out and break your neck. And women thinking like, oh, they ain't gonna have no accountability for it. It's just, oh, well, you know, just take care of it. That is not a joke. That's the worst lie. That's the worst lie you can tell on earth. So I want to ask this sister, what does she think about that? If they make it mandatory all over the country, that you got to take a DNA test for a birth certificate signing.
I mean, I don't see anything wrong with that. I mean, my conscience is clear because I mean, I personally have never engaged in anything to get pregnant by somebody outside of my husband. So, I mean, I think women who are going on a righteous path are not going to have a problem with that. I think if you have an issue with that, that's more than a little suspect. If it's just like a natural part, like, you know, the child gets the vitamin K shots in their eyes when they're born, and then there's the what you call it, the DNA tests, and then there is the whatever the vitamin K shot or whatever the first shot is, and I just don't see nothing wrong with it. But I guess if you're doing nefarious things, you're going to be shaking in your boots. But I think that's wrong. You know, I've heard of cases where men one man, I think he did 5 years in prison, and the child wasn't even his, and the woman knew the child wasn't his. I think that's wicked, and I think there should be some sort of restitution to the person whose life you've ruined. So I don't think nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, like I said, this is why
man, keep innocent people out of jail, and you know.
Like, I mean, we've seen situations where, and this was a situation in Detroit where the guy's thinking he's doing the right thing, being a stepdad. The father has an issue. The mother was using the stepfather, well, actually just her boyfriend, but stepdad, to engage in a situation in which he was undermining the father. Matter of fact, I give you a personal example. My best friend, he's not as handsome as me, but he's 3 inches taller and 25 pounds bigger. Known each other since we were 5 years old.
Boy, if you don't pat yourself on the back.
I know, right? But so he was dating a woman in Miami who had children. I'm like, I told your ass about this shit, right? So the young lady had a 14-year-old son. The boy gets in trouble in school, and we know historically in the African American community, if you get in trouble at school, that's your ass no matter what. Like that's how most of us grew up, right? So the father says, so the mother had joint custody with the father, 1 week on, 1 week off. The dad says the boy's on punishment. He got in trouble at school. He can't go on the field trip, the Busch Gardens, whatever. Mom says, whatever, I'm going to undermine dad's authority and have what? Have him go on the field trip anyway. So the father shows up, all 5'8" of him, 150 pounds, saying, get your behind outside. We need to have a conversation. You're undermining my authority as a parent. My best friend comes out 6'3", 255. He looks at my best friend. My best friend said, hey, man, handle your business. He got in his Range Rover and drove off. He comes back an hour later. The woman says, why didn't you take up for me? He says, one, that has nothing to do with me. I'm not this boy's father. Two, you were in the wrong. You undermine his authority. Three, since you're showing me your character, guess what? This relationship is over. These are the type of things we're talking about why you don't put yourself in these situations to be stepfathers. Because these women would use you to undermine the actual dad.
Okay, now we're not going to be vibing again, Lumumba, because these are your anecdotes. These are your personal experiences and people you know. Fine. Everybody doesn't have those horrible experiences. And I think your messaging gives it sends the underlying message that women who have had children, none of us know our path. I don't know my future path. I have a daughter. I don't know her future path. You can have a child who gets married and something happens to her husband and now she's a single mom. So what? She doesn't deserve love? You know what I mean?
No one said anything about deserving love. No, because you're conflating. You're conflating.
Okay, relationship.
Having someone be a stepdad.
So,
those are two different things.
Right. So relationship. So are we saying that women who have children?
So what most women would do is they would say, hey, whoever I'm in a relationship with, that's who the daddy is. That's the problem.
No, but I don't know if most women are saying. I think that's kind of crazy. I don't know if most women are really saying that, Lumumba.
Go down to the family court. Talk to some women outside of your circle and see how they act and how they get down and how they do.
Okay.
And then come back here and tell me if I'm right or wrong.
Okay, well, let's say I'm sure there's a segment of women who behave like that, but yes, every woman is. I don't think most women are really behaving in that capacity to say that, hey, this is your dad over here. I look, this is based on my experience. You gave your anecdotes, I'm giving mine. I just don't believe that.
I would argue that you are in community with a higher class of women.
Look, y'all.
That's what I would say. But like I said, my time working with the Montgomery County Fatherhood Initiative, going down to the family court building every Tuesday and Thursday for 3 years, I saw something completely different, and it was irrespective of the race of the women.
So what is the economic status?
I just gotta say this.
It didn't matter. Some of them had money, some of them didn't, and they still were acting that way. It blew my mind.
Hey y'all.
Literally, I couldn't believe it.
Hey, look, y'all. I don't want to be technical, but I gotta say this before I leave, because our beloved sister, what's your name again, sweetheart?
Chrissy.
I gotta tell you, you're too intelligent. Don't ever in your life say again your future paths. I just want you, because I'm telling you technically what that means. Path.
I got you.
Right. Path literally deals with history. It deals with, like, if you go through a path, it's a path because somebody already made it a path. Path deals with some type. Don't say future path. It don't make no damn sense.
Okay.
Other than that, I got what you were saying, and I'm gonna listen to y'all in the chat.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Like, it creates a lot of problems, and I would, and like I said, what I saw sitting in there with those men who are white, Jewish, Arab, Asian, Latino, Black, and I'm like, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. Right? And so all of a sudden they would come up with any reason they could to engage in parental alienation. As a matter of fact, there's a great example. There's a guy on YouTube. His name is Coach Greg Adams. He was in a situation, Black guy. He was married to a white woman. They end up getting a divorce, and she moved a drug dealer into the home with their children. Another example, there's a young man here in Columbus that I mentor. He doesn't live in Columbus now. He lives in New York City. He told me there was a situation where his parents briefly split up. They were middle class, briefly split up for 1 year. Right. And in that 1 year, his mom moved a drug dealer into the home with them. And he said that his dad was so upset because his dad wasn't living there, so there's nothing he could do about it. And he said he lost all respect for his own mother because she brought a criminal into the home to be in community, in the household with them. So these things happen a lot. A lot. It's just not talked about. And part of it is because, unfortunately, in the Black community, oftentimes the Black community is what? A matriarchy. So women aren't brought the task and held the task about the things that they're doing to put their children in precarious situations, how they're playing games with the children, so on and so forth. right? I remember when so these are things that we need to be cognizant of. These things actually happen every day. It just isn't talked about because we typically don't get a man's perspective. Literally, not figuratively, literally. Right. And so one of the things somebody says, so what are men doing about it? Typically they have fatherhood initiatives in a lot of cities. They have father rights organizations in the many states. Another issue when Dr. T. Hassan Johnson is one of the leading leaders of this in Black male studies, but his push in Black male studies is not only to develop language around issues that men face, particularly Black men, looking at Black misandry, but also so that it could create a movement so where we start having actual legislation, laws put in place that are equitable and fair and treat fathers as actual parents and not second-class parents, right? Not a situation where you're just somebody who's supposed to just give people money. You're an ATM. That's all you're good for, right? Because the reality is most children. I know it was the case in my household. My father raised me. He inculcated certain values. He held me accountable and so on and so forth, rather than just being someone who was seen as you're supposed to extract money from this individual or person. So Dr. T. Hassan Johnson is the progenitor of the movement to actually get legislation passed that makes laws regarding fathers' rights equal and equitable to mothers. So, for example, and I'll shut up, but in the state of Ohio, if you aren't married, the woman gets automatic custody as soon as the child is born in the state of Ohio. So the father to have any legal rights, you have to take time off of work, go down to the court, petition the court in order to have rights as a parent. But this woman can still put you on child support without you having any legal rights or legally being recognized as the father. So that would be an example of what Dr. T. Hassan Johnson is talking about, why there's a need for Black male studies and the push to engage with the legislature in each state to change these laws.
So you're saying, okay, so I just want to make sure I understood what you said. So you're saying that in Ohio, a father, if he's not married to the mother, has no rights.
Zero.
Oh, wow.
He can't even be in a hospital unless the mom says he can. That's how much it is. We're talking about no rights. And so, like I said, Dr. T. Hassan Johnson, he just wrote a book. Very quickly, I'm gonna grab the book very quickly.
Then I'm gonna pass to Gabrielle, then we'll close out.
All right. My bad. But yeah, here's the book, Solutions for Anti-Black Misandry, Flat Black Maleness, and Black Male Death by Dr. T. Hassan Johnson. I just purchased the book. It just came out like 2 weeks ago. And so it's talking about creating the type of actual language necessary to be able to go to the legislature in each state, create these type of fatherhood movements so that fathers actually have equal rights when it comes to being a parent. Because that is one of the major reasons why children don't have their dads or are able to be in community with their fathers as much as they want to, because of these laws that are vehemently opposed to fathers' rights.
Gabrielle, go ahead.
So tonight's panel, even though I joined very, very late, really showed everyone how a lot of Black men in the Black community need therapy. And in the therapy session, accountability needs to be focused on, and not only accountability, but self-intelligence and emotional intelligence. And just for the hell of it, I'm going to prove, even though I said I'm not going to prove anything, but just for the hell of it, I'm going to do that. 1 second. Let's see. Make sure you see that. All right, that's my hand. You see that hand?
You don't
right
gotta
there?
look close
I
up,
gotta see
Dinus.
your
That's her
face.
hand.
I gotta see your face.
That's my hand.
Oh God.
That's her hand. Come on, Dinus.
So I told you.
I see your face and you talking. You can have anybody put their hand up.
Oh,
We need to see your
come
face.
on, y'all. Come on.
Come on now.
Come on.
You give them an
Come
inch,
on.
they want to take a mile. So
Take a mile, right? So the question the brother had was, are you in a relationship with a non-Black man?
I already answered. I said yes.
Wow.
I already.
Okay, so you shouldn't even be part of this conversation.
And I'm sorry.
You muted yourself, Lumumba. You muted yourself.
You shouldn't even be part of this conversation.
Why?
You muted yourself, Lumumba. You muted yourself.
We don't take people like that serious.
Oh please! You don't take
Seriously.
people. Oh please!
I'm
Oh
serious.
please! The first supposed black president had a white mother,
And I don't
issue,
take him serious.
But you,
so what's your
we
point?
don't take him serious.
And we don't take him serious.
We
So
don't
what?
take
I mean,
him serious.
Thank you, guys. We don't take
okay,
Obama serious.
not even him. People like Booker T. People like a lot of.
But with Booker T. Washington was the result of sexual assault.
Oh,
that's
please.
different.
He still had a white father. So
He didn't. But it was a result of sexual assault.
Regardless,
it was a result of sexual assault. But we're not. Look, I'm a parent. We're not into miscegenation. We're not into miscegenators.
Aren't you the people who love to scream you're your father's seed? What happened now, huh?
We're not. I've never said that. I've never said that. I never said that. I understand the white man's ISIS code. I get it. Hey, Dinus, get around here. You know we don't do miscegenation. We don't do miscegenation.
Listen,
we don't do miscegenation.
A black man, though. I was married to a black man, though.
And now you're not. So
get
out of here.
Okay,
get out of here.
Oh, you're
like I said.
Come on, Lumumba.
Oh my God.
Get out of here. We don't take miscegenators serious.
How are you called Lumumba and you're not even Congolese? Come on.
Well, get out of here. We don't take miscegenators serious.
Oh, please.
We don't take miscegenators serious.
Oh, please. You want to be Patrice Lumumba.
No, I don't. I'm very happy being Bakari Lumumba. I'm very happy being Bakari Lumumba. I'm very happy being Bakari Lumumba.
Some therapy, man.
I'm very happy to be in Bakari Lumumba. I'm very happy being Bakari Lumumba. Appreciate you though. I'm very happy being Bakari Lumumba.
That's all you've been doing all night.
I'm very happy being Bakari Lumumba. I'm very happy being Bakari Lumumba. But we don't believe in interracial relationships.
Yeah,
let me say this. Hold on. One mic. Let me say this. You have the right to marry who you want. I don't judge you. You have the right to marry who you want. It's just my opinion, my personal opinion. I think people who marry outside of the race, you can marry who you want. I just think sometimes when it comes to subjects about the black community, it could be very disingenuous.
How am I? I'm not, but the thing is, I'm not being disingenuous still. I'm speaking 100% facts, and there are people who agree with me in the comment in the comment section. Yes, I am. I live in the black community. I literally mentor black girls.
I'm sorry to hear that. You couldn't mentor my daughter. You couldn't mentor my daughter. I'll tell you that much. You couldn't mentor my daughter. Run around with that white man. You ain't mentoring my daughter. I'll tell you that much. Trust me. My daughter wouldn't even take you serious. My daughter wouldn't even take you serious. My daughter wouldn't even take you serious.
There's literally a word.
That's my word. My daughter wouldn't even take me serious. Hey, tell that to Zaddy. Tell that to Zaddy. Tell Zaddy that, because my daughter ain't taking you serious. Please. Tell Zaddy that.
I literally was in a marriage with a black man.
Tell Zaddy that. All right, that's cool. Tell Zaddy that.
Everything.
Tell Zaddy that. My daughter wouldn't even take you serious.
There's nothing that you can say to me, literally. Come on.
My daughter wouldn't take you serious. First, brother, information man show. What's the word?
Please.
Information man.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? What's happening?
Like that black chick that married that white dude who was the prince in Great Britain. Fuck out of here.
And she's not even black. She's mixed.
Unfortunately, and she's talking about she didn't know. Right. And then she complaining that she married into a racist family. Motherfucker, they colonized.
That's not even what happened, but that's
right. What do you think they was going to be?
You're going to speak on stuff.
I think
they was going to be. Information man show. What's the word?
Information man show. Go ahead.
Lumumba's the host, apparently.
Go ahead, information man show. Do a close out. Go ahead. Go ahead, information man show. Go ahead. Information man show. Go ahead. You there? Well, Lumumba made a point. Whatever the lady is that married to the British royal family did complain that they were racist. Like, what the fuck is
Well, she herself is a half white woman, and she was speaking about her
shut that dumb shit up.
I'm not gonna
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, hold on.
Hear you now.
Information man show's back. Go ahead, information man show. Go ahead. Information man show. Go ahead. Go ahead. Information man show. Oh, you lost it. No, but just me personally, I just find that a lot of.
I'm sorry.
No.
Aurora?
No. Hold on, I just find a lot of black people who marry interracially. This is just my personal opinion and observation. And you can marry who you want. I don't listen. Marry who you want. It's just when it comes to issues affecting the black community, they can be very disingenuous, especially. And it goes for black men and black women. I feel like black men who marry outside of their race have this vitriol towards black women.
Vitriol,
and then black women who marry outside their race have this vitriol towards black men. That's why kind of when it comes to these topics, you know, especially when it comes to black men and black women, and then the black man who's married to a non-black woman and the black woman who's married to a non-black man interject themselves is very disingenuous. That's just been my.
What vitriol would I have as a person though? What vitriol would I have?
I just me personally, I listen, I love my sisters. I just spiritually, and this is me personally, and I'll say this. I don't see how a black man can spiritually connect with a non-black woman, and same thing vice versa with a black woman. I don't see how they could like just on just a spiritual level connect with a non-black man. It's weird to me.
So is marriage not more than spiritual?
Don't move the goalposts. Answer the question.
What do you mean? I'm not moving the goalposts. I just asked.
Well, you're being disingenuous when you answer a question with a question.
That's being disingenuous. What he said was he cannot see how, you know, a black woman that's married to, you know, someone who's not black, how they can connect spiritually. So I'm asking you, is that all marriage is made up of?
I think that's part of the foundation. I mean, I have plenty of girls with big booties and all that other stuff. I mean, it has to be,
sexy red. We know.
It has to be. Here we go. It has to be deeper. Like I can never get deep with a non-black woman. To me, it's just weird.
And I understand what you're saying, Dynas, because I have the same position. I don't have the capacity to emotionally connect or love a non-black person. I've been like that since I was a child.
Are you married to Lumumba? You're a divorcee. What black woman?
I know, and the only person I will ever. Well, can I answer the question? Can I answer the question?
You haven't even found her. You couldn't.
Can I answer the question?
You couldn't even vet properly.
Can I answer the question?
Whatever.
Can I answer the question? Yes, I am a divorcee, but the only women that I've been in relationships with, been engaged to, married, or whatever be in a relationship, engaged to or married to, are black women. That's my position. I don't date outside of my race. That's all it is. That's just my position as a Pan-Africanist. I don't
Which
do it.
I 100% support and respect. And that has nothing. And my political views and how I look at the world and
you're not a Pan-Africanist.
Me. I'm sorry?
Yeah, you're not a Pan-Africanist.
Okay.
So that's what I'm saying. We have a different worldview.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, that's all.
Okay. Information Man Show. Go ahead.
Can y'all hear me? I'm having some technical problems for some reason.
Loud and clear. Go ahead. I hear you.
All right. Cool. I wanted to get in it. I heard the conversation as it related to child support and what happens to men around that issue. And I agree that men do get raked over the coals because the system is not set up in our favor. And we have to understand why it's set up against us. It's a money maker. This system, we're living in a capitalist society where marriage has been capitalized. The minute you sign a marriage certificate, you actually have given permission for the state or the country in which you have gotten married in to interfere in your relationship and capitalize off of it. So when you get a divorce, it costs some money. It's all about money. And at the end of the day, that's really what it's all about. And they're going to capitalize however they can, even if it means destroying families. Now, Dynas, let me remind you of this because you're from California like me. I read an article recently.
One of the worst states to get married in.
One of the worst states. I read an article recently where they said that black men are some of the main men that are getting raked over the coals in child support in California. Do you know that the state of California is actually pimping child support off of men in general, but high numbers of black men? Meaning if, let's say, for example, you have to give your ex, child support. Let's say you got to give $1,000 to the child a month. And you're hoping that the child's going to get the full 1,000. No. California will take $500 600 of that and give your child whatever's left of it. They've been raking off. They've been gaffling off of the child support in California, the expenses of it. Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm just having I feel like I'm freezing or something. And that's been a big thing that's particular. So it is a bad system. I think it's important that we avoid as much as we can the court system. When I was married for 15 years, been divorced 13. My ex and I had an understanding from the very beginning that if we were to get a divorce, how we wanted to handle things, because we saw other friends of us that had bad divorce.
Man, we lost him. Hold on. Royal Image, you're the last caller. Go ahead, Royal Image.
I got a question. When a black man and a white man have a baby, what is that child? Black or white?
In the United States of America.
No. I'm asking you guys. You guys on the panel.
I'm giving you the answer. The United States of America is the only country that does this one drop rule. Everywhere else, you're a mixed child.
So what do you think? Is that child mixed or black?
That child is mixed.
So not a black child.
In the United States of America,
Dinus, I'm just asking you.
No, it's a mixed child.
And what about you, Lumumba?
You got to mute yourself, Lumumba. You got to unmute yourself.
So I'm going to be direct. From a Pan-Africanist standpoint, the argument is if the child has African blood or ancestry, the child is African. I would argue, I would disagree with that, right? And the reason why is because we find situations where a person may be an octoroon. They may be white-minded and have a Eurocentric worldview, but then use that 1/8 percentage of black ancestry to get access to black institutions, black knowledge, black spaces. A good example is we find this on the continent where a lot of Chinese men are marrying black women, right, having babies with them and saying, now that I'm a member of the family, I got right to this land. I want the gold. So I would argue no.
Okay, the only reason why I'm asking this is everybody says once the child is mixed or whatever, the child is black. That's what black world always says. When the child is mixed,
that's
not black
true.
Child.
That's not true.
But I would disagree. I mean, we look at Patrick Mahomes, right?
I disagree. Hold on.
Yeah, I wouldn't agree with that.
I'm not in support of it. I'm just saying what's out there, the majority.
Right, you're right.
Mixed child.
That's America, though.
That's
America. Not America.
That's
yes,
America.
that's America, because in the democratic, in most African countries, a mixed child is a mixed child, a mulatto. Excuse my language.
She's actually right about that.
Okay,
this is the one time I'm going to agree with you, Gabrielle.
Hold on. So right. I'm a Khan. Right? We inherit from the mother side. So whatever if the woman goes and married Chinese or some alien, that child belongs to the family. There's no picking and choosing and saying nothing else. You understand? Whatever the mother is, that's what the child is. But the reason why I'm bringing this up is everybody, for example, Dr. Umar says when the child is mixed, it's black. Obama is black.
We don't take Umar serious. Umar Johnson has lost all credibility.
That's America. Everywhere else, it's mixed race. You're mixed race.
You go to Brazil, you go to the DR.
Okay,
you go throughout here.
All right, cool. So now everybody on this panel, next time I come on here, I know Dinus doesn't agree with the mixed race thing. That child is a mulatto, mixed child, and all of that. All right, just wanted to clarify.
And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong.
I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying that child can't be what I am.
Right, and oftentimes that the child, unfortunately, typically has identity issues. 1 minute they're black, next minute they're not black. They have identity issues their whole life. A great example of that would be
Kamala Harris.
W.E.B. Du Bois. He even wrote about his identity issues, double consciousness. He had a Haitian Creole father who was a Haitian man who was a mulatto. His mother was a black African. So it creates a lot of problems. And also a sister mentioned in the chat that oftentimes what we find when you have a mulatto child, you end up with white grandchildren. We tend to find this. Most people who are mulatto, we're seeing they marry a white person because they're raised to view the world from the perspective of a white person. They're Eurocentric. They marry a white person. And then now you got white grandkids.
We are all raised to see things from the white perspective. All of us.
No, we aren't. No, we aren't. My children 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 aren't. That ain't true. My children aren't.
What education does your children have?
They receive an Afrocentric education.
What's that?
An African-centered education, absolutely.
What is that? What
the
is that?
Kamali Academy.
What's that?
What do you mean, what is that? An African-centered education that puts the contributions of African people down to humanity and civilization first in the curriculum.
All the documents we reference when we're doing history is all from the
that is not true whatsoever. I teach African American history, and when I teach African American
all
history,
the documents we use to do research, and when you writing and referencing it, we go back to the European.
No, we do not. I know this because I teach African American history. I don't use European references for when I teach history.
So
I
which
don't.
reference do you use? And you guys have to forgive me because I've been hearing a lot of shit today and it's annoying me. What references do you use when you're doing these things you're talking about?
Right. Dr. Carter G. Woodson, Dr. John Hope Franklin.
Where did he get his references from?
They
have
actually
his books, all the books in this house right now.
Okay, can I answer the question?
No problem. Go ahead.
Right. They're the books that they got their information from doing field research, not from white people. They got it from doing field research.
Listen.
Right. Well, hold on. When we talk about John, hold on. When we talk about John Blassingame, the slave community, slave culture by Sterling Stuckey, the foundation of Black nationalist culture in African American community, they didn't get this information from white people. They went out and did the research themselves, doing field interviews.
Where did they go do the listen? If you take Ghana, for example.
Another good example would be J.A. Rogers. This man was an organic historian. He didn't even go to college, and he was one of the preeminent historians of the 20th century.
So where did he get the information from?
He was doing field research.
So if you're doing...
He wasn't getting it from white people.
And sorry that I'm going back and forth to you like this, right? So if you're doing research on slavery, right? If you go to Ghana, if you go to Senegal, if you go to Nigeria, all the information that's on there, that's on display, that's been given to us is not from us.
So no, that's incorrect about Senegal.
No. To you, Miss? No, I didn't say they got the information from white people. I said they went and did research themselves and came up with their own conclusions.
And I'm saying,
and that's what no.
If I can interject, what does this got to do with mixed babies? Like I'm confused, Roland Mitch. Like you moving.
I don't know why you're even saying that because the whole time I've been watching, you guys been going over and over, all bouncing all over the place. It's just where the conversation.
Okay, but you say you're but what do you know it about?
No, he was saying he teaches his children Afrocentric.
No, but Roland Image, you brought up the whole, what is a mixed race? Like if a child has a white parent.
And Lumumba said his children are educated based off of the Afrocentric.
No. Again, why did you bring up the whole children of mixed race that are black? Why did you bring that up?
I wanted to know where you guys stand on that because from my understanding, Black Americans see the mixed child as black.
African American.
That's in America. Everywhere else you consider mixed.
Yes. And I wanted to hear from you guys. You guys are in America. I wanted to hear what you guys feel and think about it. That's why I asked that question.
Okay, what do you think about it?
I don't think that child is like me because I'm not like that child.
Okay.
I'm not mixed. Both of my parents are African. So how can somebody that's mixed with something else be just like me? You get what I'm trying to say?
We agree.
So that's why I brought that up because I wanted to see where you guys are. If we
and we agree with you, so I don't see what
the thing is, real image. A lot of African Americans will not have the mindsets of the people on this panel. They're not going to think that mixed children are mixed. They're going to view them as black because of American history.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So
once again, we agree.
So it doesn't really matter what we think because the consensus, the majority rules.
But also back to the point we talk about African-centered education. If you are actually in tune, and we could get into the details here, there's a lot of scholarship on African history, on African American history that doesn't come from white people, that wasn't influenced by white people. I have a whole bookshelf full of literature by Black historians that was independent of European perspectives, training, etc., etc. One of the greatest examples I mentioned was J.A. Rogers, who was an organic historian. They were going to do field research and wasn't even interested in the perspectives that white people had because they believed that they were untrue and rooted in racist ideology.
Okay.
So John Hope Franklin, of Dr. Carter G. Woodson, who created the Journal of African American Life and History, the Association for the Study of African American Life and History, ASALH, which I'm a member. The claim you're making is just patently false. And I can say this because I teach African American history for a living. That's how I pay my bills.
I know what you're saying, but I'm just saying.
No,
I'm
stating
from
facts.
Ghana. Somebody's there asking, I sound African. I am African, right? If you go to Ghana and you trace all the history back, there's no document as early as they came up, 1471, they showed up. All the records that are there. I'm just okay, maybe it's different from Senegal, like somebody else was saying or whatever, right? In Ghana, they showed up 1471. All the documents we have is from 1471, starting from the
that you have. But like I said, I have a bachelor's degree in African American studies. I have a master's degree in African American studies. Hopefully by December I have my PhD. When you actually, the fact that I'm engaged in the academy, I've actually studied these things. There's scholarship out there independent of European ideas and thoughts. I mean, completely independent, where they wouldn't even reference the European literature and say, we're going to go and do our own research. So, like I said, I would say this is because you're unfamiliar with the historiography. And historiography is the writing of history, right? We know Dr. John Henry Clark, who was Malcolm X's mentor after Malcolm left the Nation of Islam, said Europeans didn't only colonize the world, they did what? They colonized information about the world. Right, so there are a number of African scholars and African-inspired scholars here in the Western world who said we're not even going to reference their information. We're going to go and do our own research for ourselves and draw our own conclusions.
Yeah, but hey, guys, listen, we're going to close out. It's it's 11:14 out here. We've been on for almost 5 hours.
OH and OHIO, absolutely. Hey, and family, can y'all please tell Don to stop ducking me so we can have this competition in the weight room? Because he ducking me on the real. And you know, we talked offline. He talking about, can you give me a month to get ready? If you stay ready, you ain't got to get ready. You ain't no safety on this Glock.
Man, okay. With that being said, all I gotta say in response to that is,
we ain't talking about that. We talking about me and you.
Hey,
we talking about me and you.
And listen, we'll talk about that later.
You ducking me like Spence was ducking Crawford. You ducking me like Spence was ducking Crawford.
Hey, everyone, thank you so much for joining. Until next time, family, that is Mere Search for Haru. Love y'all. Peace.